roots here in Metro Detroit. That's Max Crosby. I could see from your reaction, we have the same guy again. Mm-hmm. Max Crosby is the guy that has always been scratching at the surface. He's a dominant player, can take over games, and I think this is the year where he finally gets full recognition for what he does on the football field. So I'm going to go Max Crosby.
All right. I agree. Right there. I got it. All
two
right.
in a row.
I know. There's a chance we could run the table here.
I don't think you're going to have my coach of the year.
Okay. The coach of the year. Now, I want to say Dan Campbell, but for some reason, coach of the year seems to always go to the unexpected guy, the team that is, maybe does better than who many people thought. So my coach of the year is going to be Raheem Morris of the Atlanta Falcons.
Okay. All right. It kind of goes a little bit along with the comeback player that I had, Kirk Cousins. Mm-hmm. And the fact that, they got Matthew Judon. They're built to
and Simmons,
be greatly improved.
Yeah.
So just by roster, they're improved. And mm-hmm. I think he's a guy that is going to do a good job. Probably should have got that job originally. And who knows where they would be right now. My coach of the year is in Indianapolis, and that's Shane Steichen. Mm-hmm. I thought last year losing Anthony Richardson was a huge blow to that team. They still won 9 games. And now with Jonathan Taylor, remember at the beginning of last year, mm-hmm. it was Jonathan Taylor going to get the new contract? Was he not? And so his start of the season wasn't quite what you thought it would be. But Adonai Mitchell, or A.D. Mitchell, their draft pick, Michael Pittman Jr., and then you look at the defense, it's still going to be a really good defense. And Quentin Nelson, one of my favorite offensive linemen in the league right now. I think this is a team with Anthony Richardson that could really do some damage.
All right, predicting awards is extremely tough, I think.
Yeah.
This is the easiest on the list. Jim Harbaugh.
I don't think it's easy, but it's a possibility if they're
in terms of a just most likely to win it. I think he's done it once.
Mm-hmm.
He took a team from 5 wins to 12 or 13 out there his first year in San Francisco. He's got talent. The angels descended from heaven yesterday with Justin Herbert's return or whatever his quote was.
Yeah. I think he's.
You guys just can't say it.
Heard
no,
I
think he's in for next year, but I don't think because you mentioned, the Chiefs. They still. Who knows? Hopefully for the Charger fans, he will be. It's irrelevant whether we like him personally or not.
He scarred you guys, didn't he?
No, he won a national championship for the team I root for the most, so I like him for that.
Yeah.
All right, most valuable player.
This one is easy to me. Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, okay.
And it has nothing to do with the behind-the-back pass.
No.
It just simply has to do with until he's knocked off that pedestal, every single year, I'll probably be picking Patrick Mahomes as the preseason prediction to win most valuable player.
Yeah.
He does it all.
I agree. That's why because I thought at one point we both were going to take Campbell, and we both didn't because I switched at the last second.
Oh, you switched it? Oh, flip-flopper.
Yeah, I crossed out. I have a few that as I go along, I said, I like this guy more and more I think about it. So I almost had Mahomes for both Offensive Player of the Year and MVP, but they usually don't do that.
No, because the MVP really is just the best quarterback.
Yes, indeed. All right, those are our NFL award predictions. Stonia Jansen, 97 won the ticket.
Last fall, we finally decided we wanted a new roof, so we called Mike Beatty and his group, his team over at Rapid Roofing. You guys know how much I love a great team, and you know how much I love, protection. I used to protect quarterbacks. Now I trust these guys to protect my family, my home, and the job that they did, it was amazing. In one single day, they showed up, ripped the roof off, made the repairs, replaced the roof, and then cleaned everything up. If you've ever seen a roof get replaced, it is a disaster zone. They did a great job of picking up everything and getting rid of it in one day. You want the same service? You want the same product and the quality of service? Give Rapid Roofing a call at 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF, or you can get more information on the web at rapidroofing.com.
248-539-9797. As we all know, Miami Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa.
Close.
Good. A lot better than
a lot
before.
better than yes.
Anyway.
It's only taken, 5 years?
That's incredible. Tua got a hefty contract, had a pretty good season last year. Still doesn't play great in the cold, but that's the Dolphins as a team, as a franchise historically as well. Anyway, he seems to have a really good relationship with Mike McDaniel. If you watched any of the inside season of Hard Knocks, you saw that. He was on the Dan Le Batard pod show, or whatever you want to call it, that takes place, and sat down with Dan and I think one of his other cohorts, Chris Cody, I believe is his name, and discussed a lot of stuff, including his relationship with his former coach, Brian Flores, who he didn't really get along with. Flores, as you remember, John, and you pointed this out to me.
Flores didn't want to draft him.
Flores did not want to draft him. Maybe that's why he acted towards Tua in a certain way. But anyway, here's Tua's version of life under Flores compared to what it is under McDaniel. Not exactly nice things to say about Brian Flores, who, by the way, is scheduled to speak to reporters today. Anyway, it was predetermined. It had nothing to do with this. So it'll be interesting. I imagine he's going to say, that was a long time ago, man. I don't want to talk about that. I'm focusing on making the Viking defense the best in the NFC North.
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to impact him in any way now.
No.
That was 2 years ago. It was a different team, different organization. I'm now coaching my guys. I agree that he's probably not going to address or say anything. Or maybe he'll say, I've learned from it. There's things I'm doing now that maybe I wish I would have done then. I don't know. Maybe there'd be some introspection. I don't know. But my question for this is what, why now? Why does Tua feel the need to voice his displeasure for Brian Flores now?
I guess when you're asked about it and you moved on to another coach that you like, you might as well be more honest. And in the setting where you're just sitting there shooting the breeze on a podcast, so to speak, as opposed to up on a podium where he spoke, a few years ago about Brian Flores in I wouldn't say glowing, but certainly not an unfavorable way. I got nothing wrong with what he did.
No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it.
No, I know.
Well, I just don't understand why now, because it is 2 years ago, and they have had better success since Brian Flores left. Is it player acquisition? Is it just the simple offense that they're running? Is it a better, offense, defense, special? Is everything better? I don't know. I don't cover the Miami Dolphins, but
right.
You could tell that Tua Tagovailoa is playing at a much better level than he was in his first 2 years. Is it simply the progression of a quarterback? He was a rookie quarterback. He was a guy that, when we talked about it at the time, Ryan Fitzpatrick was the guy that would come in the fourth quarter or play when he was unable to play. Ryan Fitzpatrick was a good quarterback too.
Yeah, absolutely. I still have no issue with what Tua did. He was just being honest. And sometimes, it's good from our perspective and maybe even a fan's perspective that the guy is actually honest. By the way, little Tigers note, former Tiger, Gio Urshela, just signed with the Atlanta Braves, who lost Austin Riley for the season, or at least 6 to 8 weeks with a busted hand. So good for Gio. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, a group of thieves trying to steal Dodge Durangos in Warren didn't get very far on Monday morning. While they were trying to leave a business called Ground Effects in 6 stolen Durangos, the suspects crashed into a security gate. They couldn't get through, so they took off on foot, and police were able to chase and catch 5 of the 6 suspects. They arrested 2 16-year-olds, 2 17-year-olds, and a 24-year-old. And police say that these suspects came prepared. They had a plan. They came with extra gasoline because most of these stories end up where these suspects run out of gas, and that's how they get caught. So they were ready, but they were busted, and unfortunately they caused about $500,000 worth of damages. A feud between neighbors has led to a very stinky situation in Redford Township in a neighborhood there. Video actually shows this woman flinging poop towards her neighbor's house, and it's all because she is frustrated that her neighbors have been providing food and shelter to stray animals. Now, the neighbors say, hey, you know what? We have gotten rid of the food. We've gotten rid of the water. We're no longer trying to house these stray cats, but apparently it's not stopping them from pooping on this neighbor's lawn.
They made their habits.
That's what the neighbor says, is that, okay, you got rid of their food, but this is where they go. They've created their litter box right here on the front yard, and they say the cats are just pooping all over their lawn. It's gross. So these neighbors now who are having poop flung at them or at their house are now reaching out for the city for some hopeful help.
Well, I don't know what you are allowed to do or able to do. Can you trap them and take them to a local animal shelter?
I would imagine you can. I mean, that's what they do, right? When there's like wild animal, like you can trap a possum or a...
Sure. And
things
take
like
it
that
somewhere else.
Yeah,
I mean,
and train it to poop somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, it's just okay if you don't like it, and they're not feeding them anymore. They're not asking them to come to their yard anymore. Then they can do something about it.
Yeah, hopefully. Matt Brown, the head coach of the University of North Carolina, has no plans on stopping a game day tradition. So the league has requested that North Carolina put an end to this tradition of visiting the student section before the fourth quarter. So during the third and fourth quarter break, there's a video that's played on the scoreboard, basically, to build anticipation for that final 15 minutes of action. And the ACC now wants the players to stop going over to the student section and basically enjoying that moment with everybody else. But Brown says, you know what? There's no intentions of stopping. He says, it's our timeout. We will do what we want.
As they should.
Why would the ACC even care?
I don't know. Is it intimidating? Does it make their opponents feel bad?
North Carolina's certainly not an intimidating team with those
not on a regular basis.
Carolina blue uniforms.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's part of their tradition.
Yeah.
Let it go. Jeez.
Yeah. It seems a little bit nitpicky.
A little. God.
Yeah, I agree too.
Yes.
Finally, Jordan Childs, she's got no plans to return that bronze medal. I know, Stoney, you've been asking about that. Like, what if she just doesn't return it? Well, It sounds like that's her plan.
Good.
Obviously, after all the controversy surrounding the Olympics, several score changes, challenges, appeals, that Romanian gymnast was awarded her bronze medal last Friday. And despite all of that medal ceremony in Romania, Jordan Childs says, you know what? No, I'm not returning my bronze medal. I still have it. And the U.S. is still planning to appeal this last decision. So maybe she's waiting
for the final appeal.
Maybe. Or what's so crazy? Never. I don't know. This Romanian, I watched her. She was excited to get this bronze medal. She's kissing it. And it's like, you technically, if you really look at everything, your performance was not as good as somebody else's, despite all of these challenges and changes. And if the judges would have scored Jordan Childs properly in the first place, she would have gotten the bronze.
Right.
I wouldn't want a medal that I didn't actually earn. No. I know her country wants it. They want to have the bronze medal, but I wouldn't feel comfortable accepting a medal that I rightfully didn't actually earn.
No, and who remembers a year from now anyway? I mean, As far as the
Well, we
country
will
goes.
now
The
because
player,
of the controversy.
Yes, exactly. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, my college football playoff bracket. On my last show before toe meets leather this weekend. 97 won the tip.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, get to know you as best they can, and then work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community too, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. We've had a lot of conversations, and you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel. It's America's #1 sports book. Well, right now, there's something a little bit different that's going on now through September the 22nd. All FanDuel customers can get bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. With the NFL season coming up, how awesome would this be? Again, that's all customers, and all you got to do is bet $5. You're going to get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with the YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to download America's #1 sports book. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes do apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Touchdown, Highlanders!
And touchdown.
Touchdown, Lakers!
Touchdown, Philadelphia!
Cal returning the kick here. And he's got some room. Touchdown, Cal.
Two 248-539-9797 right here on these airwaves, besides the Lions game that you just heard about. We got Tiger baseball tonight, from the friendly confines of Wrigley Field, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Javier Assad supposed to pitch for the Cubs against Frank Undecided for the Tigers.
Yes, still undecided. Yes,
Yes, indeed.
I thought you had breaking news there.
No.
I'm like, wait a second, who's this Frank guy?
Yes,
Yeah.
so-
Undecided.
So, yes, it's going to be a work in progress the rest of the season as far as, look, it's worked so far for the most part. I mean, there's an old baseball axiom when they were then the Milwaukee Braves. Back before, yes, even I was born, but if you read up on sports before you were alive, the Milwaukee Braves used to have Warren Spahn and Johnny Sane were their two really good pitchers.
Uh-huh.
So the old axiom was Spahn and Sane and pray for rain. So they would be able to pitch like every other day,
Right,
which
yes.
obviously they didn't. So for the Tigers, it's Scooble, Montero, and hello. Come on down. And, they've done a decent job. Maybe they found this niche for Maeda that down the road, next year, since they have him on a contract, you know what? You're just not going to start the game. You'll come in the third inning every once in a while, and then
give us 4 or 5 good innings in the middle of a game.
Yeah.
Sure. He could be part of the new trend of a group effort
that's
days
right.
instead of just a bullpen day. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that works itself out and what they do. I mean, they're playing against the Cubs, right? And
Yes.
both teams are 61 and 64. Mm-hmm. And right now, a major victory would just be, can the Tigers get back to 500?
Yes.
That's the goal, because they're 9 games back with 30, I forget the count, 34, 35 games left in
the wild card, yeah.
Yeah, 9 games back at the wild card, yeah.
37 games left, right? 120.
Yeah, I mean, do the math. They would. It's out of the cards, right? It's
Right.
not going to happen.
No.
So get back to 500. Continue to develop the core, find out what we have, and then hopefully, if they can finish strong and convince Scott Harris that we do have a core finally, then go out and spend.
Yes, absolutely.
Get another arm,
Yeah.
couple bats, and let's go.
That would be wonderful.
Don't waste another year. Send the message that, yes, we expect that we're going to be competing, directly competing for a playoff spot next year.
And look, but the fallacy would be that, okay, we got to 500 with all the stuff that we had to deal with, all the injuries, trading guys at the deadline.
Don't say it. We're good enough as is.
We're good enough as is. No, they can't do that. And if they're going to go sign free agents like they did last year, they just have to sign better ones than, Kana and people like that. Look, nobody's saying that the Detroit Tigers are going to outbid the New York Yankees and the New York Mets for Juan Soto. Nobody's asking that.
No, that'd be great, but
God, if Mike Ilitch was alive, it would be a possibility. But just, get a couple bats, you need a couple of arms, and boom, you're there. You do have young players that you assume are going to get better. Now, I say the word assume. You know what that means, because they assumed that Torkelson was going to ascend. And
or
he
at least
didn't.
be what he was at the end of last year.
Right.
And that didn't happen.
So there's always this, I don't know if the word's fallacy or just, you fall under false pretense, hope from the last, month of the season. At least they're giving this an extra couple of weeks to make it 6 weeks. All right. We should be able to figure out in the next 6 weeks that so-and-so is a major league player, whether Trey Sweeney is a major league player, whether Jace Young is going to be with the team to start the season, in which we think they will. So
yeah, that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the guys are down at practice today, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Gator
Carson
and
Anderson.
Yeah, and Doug down at Lions camp, and I believe by that the background noise, it sounds like we have them. Doug, Scott.
Well, I'm stuck. Somebody put baby in the corner.
What happened?
Well, it's not. This isn't a practice. It's open to the public. So we have a different broadcast location, which is fine. We're literally in the corner of the building, kind of looking diagonally back out at the field. It's a great view of one of the end zones, actually. So this is the best view we've had of a practice in years.
Well, of the 4 end zones, hopefully that's one that they actually utilize today.
That would be nice. Yeah, if they're on the far field, I'll be pissed. But
so so Gator, you're inside or outside?
We're outside.
Okay.
Yeah,
enjoying the beautiful weather.
Yes, a little chilly right now, and plus we're in the shade on concrete. So as you know, that's going to make it even colder. But decent clothing decisions should prevail, and I think I'll be okay. I'm always amazed at how meticulous this field is. Like how much care that they take in preparing the field on a daily basis from a landscaping standpoint.
Oh, yeah.
We joke all the time when we're at Comerica Park that every day that we're out there, there's always landscaping going on. Here come the lawn mowers and then the weed whackers and then the blowers, and it's crazy. And the same thing happens here. Do they mow this lawn every day?
Every morning. And I could tell you exactly about what time, because when we were out there, it was 6:02 every single day. They'd be rolling around. Yeah, and here's the amazing thing too is you watch practice, right? You're out there to watch practice, but you watch everything that's going on. And even in the middle of practice, when they move the drill, all of the groundskeepers come out and repair where they just were. They're replacing divots. They're making sure that everything's set. So when they come back, it looks like they were just never left.
It's like a golf course. Replace those divots.
Incredible. Yeah. But the field looks unbelievable, and nobody gets to see it except for the players. So you guys are really coddled in the NFL, John.
Well, they are now.
Okay. Get a little shaggy.
It was not. Yeah. Well, yeah. RFK is even before my time, but yeah, Redskin Park was not as well manicured. There was nothing wrong with it. It just was not the putting green that they play on now.
It really is like a putting green. It's amazing. It's fantastic. I heard you guys talking about the Tigers there, and Stoney, you said something that I think is going to be interesting when you mentioned that. Hey, go out and get a couple of bats in the off season and a couple of pitches, whatever. Do they need a couple bats at this point? Where would you put them?
Well, it depends.
You start looking at this roster, the way it's constructed right now. Isn't this exactly what we want to see with a bunch of young guys getting and growing together? And if you're going to add a veteran bat in the lineup, where would you put it?
Well, we have to see what Torkelson does, because if he
Tork's a big one, right?
Yeah, so you may need one at first base.
You might, and I guess the last 6 weeks we're going to find out a lot about Torkelson. We're going to find out a lot about Chase Young and Trey Sweeney. Those are the main ones. But it feels like the outfield looks like it's set. The catching situation, I feel like that's it is what we're going to do going forward. And second base, and Javi's not. I don't know if they're going to buy out his contract. That would be the one kind of surprise there. But they do have Sweeney, and so I'm not sure what's when we look at this at the end of the season. We want the Tigers to go shopping. Are they even going to go shopping for offense? There's potential they won't.
I think they got to get some power somewhere.
Yes.
Well, they've gotten power in the second half of the season. The first 3 months of the season, they weren't hitting many home runs, and then all of a sudden July comes around, and they put up a crooked number for home runs in July, and I think they've done a pretty decent job in August as well. The bats have perked up as things have gotten warmer here, and now it looks like 1 through 9 in this lineup, you're kind of intrigued by every at bat because these guys can do things. But they could also fall flat on their face in the last 6 weeks because they're younger players, and there's lots of ebbs and flows.
What else you got today?
Well, obviously we're here at Lions training camp, so we will be talking about the Detroit Lions and looking ahead to more position battles this week and roster spots that are dwindling on this team, and see what they're going to do with it.
All right, Carson Anderson next, live from Allen Park. John, great working with you these last few days. Costa's back tomorrow. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Doug. How are you?
I'm a little razzled.
All right. I was just ready to start it off. Carson Anderson extravaganza.
They I promised getting back here today, so let's just say that you made it to Allen Park. It's getting to our broadcast location was a challenge today. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
I left the house thinking I made an appropriate clothing decision. And I think in an hour's time I'll feel better about it.
Well, we're in the shade, and it's a little chilly today, but nobody cares about that.
No.
Practice.
But the view, Doug.
Well, we're looking at a football field, man.
When this team takes the field today for practice,
which isn't for another 2 hours and 45 minutes, but
is that right?
Yeah, they start at 12:45 today.
Awesome.
Yeah, look, this isn't the first time. Coaches, do what you got to do. Their practice schedule moved around a little bit, so. Kang and Telev, I think we're up and running with the Twitch feed. Sorry, we're a little late getting going. But
I feel like this is the best view that we will have had of a practice in years.
Possible. It's possible. If I can turn the video camera around for those of you watching on Twitch, and there's nobody in that shot, so I'm allowed to do that, I think. But the best view we've had.
It's all right. They don't know you're here anyway. So.
That's probably true. All right, I think we're good. I think we're all set.
All right. Fair enough.
So practice football.
Hey,
do you miss it? Because I got to tell you, as an adult, when I was a kid, practice is something I went through to get to the games. I was like, all right, you got to do this. You got to do this part to get to the games. As an adult, the idea that somebody who knows what they're doing will take time to make you better at something you want to be good at is so appealing to me. Like, I would love, I've told the story before, but about, I got this hockey team I play on. There's a bunch of people that work at the University of Michigan. And one of them convinced one of the Michigan assistant coaches, Billy Powers, to put us through a practice. So one day, we went to Yost Ice Arena, and the coach came out and just showed us a simple breakout of the zone after a face-off. Like, and it gave us something to do.
Right.
Win the drawback. If I was the wing, I would go to I was like the left wing, and it was from the right circle. I would go to the boards on the other side, and they'd wrap it around to me, and then the centerman would circle back, and I'd try and hit him.
It looks like you're attacking me on the Twitch feed, by the way.
Oh, sorry. If the Twitch feed. Do we know if it's up and running?
I don't know.
Anyway, and it gave us something to do.
Yeah.
And then he showed us a drill, how to make me a better backward skater. Like, where you stood, you basically stood on one of the face-off circles and started walking around, facing out. Okay, so and just started walking around the circle one way and then walk around the circle the other way. And just keep doing it and doing it. And all of a sudden, if you keep doing it and doing it, you slowly start crossing over. You slowly start crossing over and become a better backward. And I'm like, this is incredible. And this guy is working with amateur hockey players, and he's used to working with collegiate level hockey players. But he showed us a couple things, and I'm like, this is awesome.
Let me show you something I picked up when I was 6.
Well, yeah, exactly. Let me show you something you should have learned.
You guys should figure this out.
You should have learned years ago.
Listen, I never learned how to skate backwards.
So when we're sitting here at a football practice, I don't know, man. I don't look at practice anymore as an adult as something you'd have to go through. And it's like, have you ever taken a golf lesson?
Yes.
Yeah, and when you do, and somebody who knows what they're doing shows you how to get better.
You want to work at it, and you want it because you're doing this to get better. Absolutely. Now,
it changes.
Do I miss practice? I mean, from a standpoint of when I played football?
Yes.
No, because a lot of the practice was stuff that I didn't like and didn't enjoy doing. A lot of it was, the conditioning, and I hate running, so that was no good. I just didn't like any of that stuff. However, there are parts of practice that I did miss, and those parts were the individual drills, like pass rush.
Yeah.
Because I was a defensive end. I love the pass rush drills because it was me trying to beat the guy who's trying to stop me from getting the quarterback, and I love that challenge.
Yeah.
And the same thing when we would do, it's the same drill, but as a pass protector, because I was a backup offensive lineman, offensive tackle. My job was to make sure the guy I'm going against here doesn't get past me and get to the quarterback. And I really relished both of those opportunities in those drills to show that I was good at what I could do.
Right.
And I thought it was pretty good at both, actually. Unfortunately, I played at a time where nobody threw the football.
so rushing the quarterback.
Those skills meant nothing. Absolutely nothing. No, but they're not nightmares, but there are things that I think back about with football practice that I just hated, like bear crawl drills. Big fellas do not need to be looking like bears crawling on the ground. Worse than the bear crawl was the crab walk.
Yeah.
Can't stand it. I hated those things. Like, those things would bring me to tears in practice. I hated doing that stuff.
Is that right?
Yeah, but the one-on-one individual stuff, I did enjoy. I really like that.
Kang, back in our studios, you played a variety of sports. Where are you with practice? Do you miss practice at all?
Nope. I'm one of those guys that just want to play the games, man. The best part of practice was at the end when we would scrimmage, or right before maybe doing suicides or something like that. But scrimmaging was the best part of practice for me. Of course, I was young, didn't appreciate it, and now as an adult, I understand it more for sure. I still don't want to do it though, and so that stays the same. But yeah, you have to practice, of course, if you want to get better at any craft. But for me, as it is today, get me to the game. I'm all about and scrimmage and practice is the close thing to game time. So I just wanted to go out there and pretend I knew what I was doing already, right? Because I didn't want to go through all the other stuff that makes you a better player ultimately. But yeah, so nothing changed.
I was thinking about the best piece of advice that I ever got, like the best drill I ever got was the one I said to make me a better backward skater was to stand on a face-off circle facing out and just walk around. Just walk, literally start taking steps around the circle. And I did notice slowly I started basically skating the circle because I'm better for some reason going to my right backwards than to my left backwards. And I don't know what that's about, but I got better because of that drill.
Are you right-legged?
I guess. Well, in soccer, I was right-footed, yeah. Oh. With golf, one of the instructors told me when I get to the top of my backswing, because I had this over-the-top problem, my first move should be to drop my hands straight to the ground and over-exaggerate. Just come to the top of your swing and drop your hands straight to the ground. That helped me in a lot of ways. So I guess when somebody who knows what they're doing teaches you something, and I still play hockey and I still play golf, and these guys who knew what they were doing made me better, it makes me like relish the days when I had a chance to practice when it meant something, and it doesn't anymore. But do you remember any piece of advice a coach gave you that like resonated and really made you better?
I mean, the one thing that all line coach tells you, whether it's offensive line or defensive line, the one thing to this day, and I would tell it to any high school kid that's playing that's struggling, I said, low man wins.
Yeah.
It's all about leverage. Yep. Everything you did was about leverage and staying low. So when you hear things like pad level, hear it all the time now, it's exactly what it means. It means staying low, keeping that leverage, firing out, and utilizing the strength of your legs. It's not just, hey, this kid bench presses 350 pounds and he's a senior in high school. Great. What does he squat? Does he have strong legs? Because that matters even more. So low man wins, use the leverage and pad level.
All right, 248-539-9797. Before the Lions take the field, and there's one Lion out there working on some pass routes, but practice doesn't start today until 12:45, so we'll be able to talk about it a little bit when they get going, but it's going to be a couple hours from now. I'm just kind of wondering if there's anything from practice that was like the best advice you ever got that made you better at whatever sport you were playing. 248-539-9797. Hey, we got a lot to do today, including a projection for the NFC and where the Lions might fit. And I've been able to go so far as to project the playoff matchups. We've got things that make you worry more or less as it pertains to the Lions. Tigers back in action, as you were just talking about. Whole bunch of stuff coming up today here on Carson Anderson. On a Tuesday from Allen Park, from Detroit Lions practice, here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, summer might be in its final days, but the savings are still hot at Serta Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, you can get into a new 2024 Chevy Equinox for just $216 a month with $19.99 down. That's a 2-year lease on an Equinox LS front-wheel drive for just $216 a month. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount or current lease in your household. Equinox is one of the roomiest compact SUVs available, and Serta has right around 200 in stock to choose from. Serta Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, let's get people caught up as to what's going on today here on the Carson Anderson program. We are out at Detroit Lions practice, which gets underway at 12:45. So myself, Gator, and our crew broadcasting live from the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions, and Dan Campbell lead the boys onto the field. Practice starts at 12:45. We've already seen a player or two out there trickling out and doing some stuff. But you can listen to the show all the way through, and we'll talk about what we see in front of us a little bit later on as we get you set for this coming season. You can stream through the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY, and listen to the show anywhere in the United States, which there's going to come a day where you're out of the market and you're going to go, man, I wonder what's being said in Detroit, and this will be a way that you can quickly log in and find out. It's free, and there's a 24-hour archive. Everything is logged for 24 hours, so you can go back and listen to the very beginning of the show where I was totally discombobulated, if you so choose. If that's what you want to do. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where I believe Evan has posted Champ and Chump that you people voted for yesterday, Champ and Chump of the weekend. Additionally, you can stream with video. See where we're broadcasting from, myself and Gator. Go to twitch.tv.
It's not polite to point, but I just did.
You did. Go to twitch.tv and search up 971 The Ticket, or youtube.com, same thing. You can participate in the streaming chat there, and occasionally we'll turn the cameras around. We're not allowed to show other people, but we can show our broadcast location. So I'm just letting you see the field from where we are. Gator, maybe we'll have you go out and hit that blocking sled. See that one right there, right in front of us?
Yeah, I'm sure they'd appreciate that.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know what else is really going to appreciate that? My lower back.
Dude, but you were talking about low man wins. You go hit that blocking sled right there. And
yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
And this low man will be heading on to the emergency room.
Anyway, we've opened talking about how, so many of us have played sports or, went through, remember what it was like when you were a kid, and you think about practice and what somebody taught you that absolutely made you better. And I talked about the hockey drill and the golf coach. Stuff they've showed me that absolutely made me better. You talked about remembering something from your football days that you think is true at every level. Low man wins.
Yep.
So, Kang, is there anything, before we get to the phone calls, anything with you that really resonated and made you better at whatever you were trying to play?
Yeah, I didn't like practice, but practice is how you learn, to do things correctly. And from a very young age, when you're small, everyone kind of does this. You're too small and weak to get the ball to the rim in basketball, right? So I would shot put it behind I put the ball behind my head, and I just kind of shot put the ball up there, and that's how I shot the ball until I want to say third, fourth grade. Went to camp one day. I was DLSL camp actually in Warren, and I went to camp for a week, and the coaches brought me out in front of everyone and showed everyone how I shot the ball. It's kind of embarrassing, right? But I actually made the shot, though. He said that coach goes, that's not what was supposed to happen, by the way. You're supposed to miss that. But anyways, he taught me how to shoot the ball. And from that point forward, I learned how to shoot the ball correctly. And so that's a big thing in practice, is learning how to do things correctly. And from there on, I was able to shoot the ball like you're supposed to shoot the ball and shoot it relatively well, I think, at some points in my life. But learning how to do things right is the most important thing. So for practice, as much as I hated it, that was a big moment in my young sports career, learning how to play and shoot correctly.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. We go to Brian. You're on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hello, gentlemen. Love your show.
Hi.
Thanks, Brian.
I had a problem bunting the ball in baseball.
Yeah.
But I was left-handed, and I batted right. So I caught the ball with my right hand, and I had a professional player come over, graduated from our school, and said, Brian, what do you you catch the ball with your right hand? Yeah. So he said, put the bat in your hand and catch the ball. And I never had a problem bunting after that.
So I coach kids in baseball, and one of the drills we had was we had them put on their glove, actually put on the wrong-handed glove. So if you're a righty, you put on a left-handed glove, and you'd hold the bat, and you'd square to bunt and try and catch it in the glove. And that's exactly the way we taught them how to do it. And who was the player? Do you remember who the player was, Brian, that taught you to do that?
Yeah, his name was Bill Fahey. Went to Redford Union High School, and he actually played for the Tigers for a while. He was a catcher.
Wasn't he a catcher?
Yeah. So anyway, no, that was a light bulb moment for me. So.
No, he's 100% right. I mean, there's more ways to teach.
I'm glad
kids
you're telling
how to
a
do
professional he was right.
Yeah. Well, there's more ways to teach kids how to do it, but yeah, catching the ball with your top hand is one of the very effective ways to teach people how to bunt. Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. Practice was the best. You learn there. That's where you make mistakes, not the games. The games are where you have to be perfect and great. Practice will get you there. From Joe in Toledo, I loved practice in baseball. You get more swings and more ground balls for you to practice.
I enjoyed baseball practice quite a bit. There wasn't anything about baseball practice I didn't like, except for some of the sitting around waiting.
Yeah, that's a challenge of baseball practice, is keeping everybody moving.
Yeah. But football practice, there was a lot that you wouldn't like. Swim practice was awful.
Yeah.
Because it was just, hey, just lots of swimming. This just in. And it was tough because it was all time-based. The times that I enjoyed swim practice were when we would work on starts and turns. Because that was like, you're not trying to beat a time and do, 10 hundreds on the 10 minutes. You had to do just working on starts and turns, and that's when you got closer instruction. It was really beneficial.
Next, man, I miss baseball. Practice included. Give me some batting practice and ground balls all day. That's from an unnamed texter. Get me to the game so I can knock the catcher on her ass from left field.
Oh.
That's from Steve in Madison Heights. Okay, Steve. Maybe a little aggressive there, Steve?
Well, it's that relation like Kang throwing the ball at the softball, the Jimmy Samuelson softball classic.
Is that what that's reference to?
Whatever, Steve. No one ran on me after that.
And Eric Erickson went flying. Somehow went crouching tiger, hidden dragon, held onto the ball, which it looks like it's a TV trick with the camera there.
For people who missed it, a charity softball game, Kang was playing left field, and thank you, Steve, for bringing it up. And there was a base hit to left, and Kang came up firing for a play at home. Eric Erickson was the catcher, and she got knocked quite a ways backwards by the throw.
Yes.
But it was spectacular. As a kid, my stepdad showed me how to add backspin to my golf shot. After that, I did it practically every shot, and it ruined my game. That's from John in Lake Orion. Have you been ever been able to intentionally back up a golf ball?
Intentionally, no.
Yeah.
Has it happened? It has, and when it's happened, I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
Huh? I sort of understand the concept of how to do it. It's just that's not how I hit a golf ball, so it's about, I guess, hitting the divot in front of the ball.
Right.
I'm no good at that.
248-539-9797. All right. A NFL writer projected every team's record. We've looked at it, broken it down. We got the NFC standings. Are the Lions in the playoffs? Are the Lions the 1 seed? We'll get to that today at 10:35. More of your practice calls and texts. 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson from the Detroit Lions headquarters in Al Park. Practice starts at 12:45. We'll give a running commentary, what we see. In the meantime, back to your phone calls. Zach is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Zach?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, so growing up, had a coach that he coached baseball 40-something years. He was a teacher, Woodhaven area, and he taught us all how to hit a breaking ball or to recognize it out of a pitcher's hand. So the biggest thing, he would just say, lay on a bed, toss a ball up into the air, hold it four-seam grip. It's going to come down as a four-seam. You can pick it up. Hold it as a two-seam grip, throw it up. It's going to come back down. And I recall numerous times growing up, I would end up hitting the ceiling, waking my parents up in the middle of the night. But it was a really cool way you could learn how to, pick up a breaking ball, pick up a four-seam, pick up a changeup. It just depended on how you threw the ball up. It would come down the exact same way. And just a very elementary way to learn, but it was a really cool way.
That's really cool. I've never heard that before, and it obviously worked for you.
Yeah, it absolutely worked. I ended up going on to play college baseball, and I'll tell you what, still couldn't hit a curveball. But, hey, you could pick it up out of the hand.
What level did you play at, Zach?
So I played at Tennessee Wesleyan. It's a small NAIA school. They won a couple national championships. Ironically enough, the years I went there, they won a World Series 2 years before I got there. I go there for 4 years. I come back, and they win a World Series 2 years after I leave. So I think the issue was me. But, hey.
I mean, not
can't win
entirely.
them all, right?
I wouldn't say
not entirely.
your fault. Yeah. I mean,
right, but definitely, doesn't look too good on the resume that they won 2 years before, 2 years after, and it was a 6-year drought. So
that's hysterical. Hey, well, thanks for sharing that story. That's cool. 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, the best advice I received from my coach was never wear my cleats to a concert.
I don't know what coach would tell you that. You got to be ready in case stuff goes down.
Stuff goes down. From Randy in St. Clair Shores, as in any sport, bend your knees. Bend your knees and don't look at your skis or skates or feet. Luckily, I was taught that early. That's from Randy. Tennis lesson, proper footwork, ready position, turn, step with opposite foot, racket back as you turn. That's from Mark in Ann Arbor. So just looking for the best practice advice you ever got from a coach as we are here from Detroit Lions practice. 248-539-9797. Okay, Gator. Will Brinson of CBS Sports puts out something he calls the Brinson model.
Oh.
Yes. And in the Brinson model, he projects the full season win-loss records of every team. All right?
Okay.
Yep. And as I read a little bit more about the Brinson model, he did not explain at all what the Brinson model was.
Perfect.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay. So there's no methodology explained.
What is the Brinson model? It's the model we use to come up with this the prognostication here. It's the whole process.
Yeah.
Everything goes in, and we spit it out, and we say that Team X is going to win 9 games this year.
Yeah.
There you go. Next question. Getting back to what? How do you come up with a model? Well, it's a model. We sculpt it, in our minds, and we come up with it, and we spit it out, and here we have, Team X wins 9 games. Model, good call.
So the Brinson model, which has no explanation for the methodology, went through and predicted every team's record.
All right.
So Gator, he would have the DraftKings win total for each team, and then what the Brinson model's projected record was.
Okay.
I will start with the National Football Conference North Division.
That's where the Lions play.
Yes. And work what the Brinson model has spit out. In last place with a record of 7-10, the Minnesota Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
In third place, the Brinson model projects the Chicago Bears.
Sure.
To go 8-9. In second place, the Brinson model projects
the Green Bay Packers.
the Green Bay Packers to go 10-7, and in first place, according to the Brinson model, the Detroit Lions.
It's very complicated.
So complicated it cannot even be explained.
No.
The Brinson model projects the Detroit Lions to go 11-6. Now, last year the Lions won 12 games. This year their win total in Vegas is 10.5. And given their schedule, I can kind of see it. They have some difficult games. The imbalanced scheduling isn't what it once was. I believe it's you play the 6 division games, then you play 4 against another division in the NFC, 4 against another division in the AFC, so that takes you up to 14 games, and then you play 3 positional games. So the Lions will play 3 other first-place teams.
Great.
Yep. So the Brinson model's got the Lions at 11-6. Do you think that's good enough to be the 1 seed in the NFC?
No.
No, it's not. According to the Brinson model, the team that will be the 1 seed in the NFC and get the first-round bye by going 12-5 is the Los Angeles Rams. The Brinson model has 2 teams tied for second at 11-6. Now, these are division winners, so we're talking about who's the 2 and who's the 3 seed. Both Dallas and Detroit at 11-6. The Brinson model doesn't tell us which team wins that matchup because Detroit plays Dallas.
No, it just tells you the win total.
Yes.
It's a model. It's a very protected model.
Detroit plays Dallas, so according to the Brinson model, Detroit will be the 2 or the 3 seed. Atlanta wins the NFC South at 10-7. The number 1 wild card, also at 11-6, is San Francisco, but the Rams won the division, so they can only be a wild card. The number 2 wild card at 10-7 is Green Bay, and the number 3 wild card is either Philly or Seattle at 9-8. So if you're wondering about the playoff matchup for the Detroit Lions, if they are the 2 seed, they would play Green Bay at Ford Field. How would you feel about that matchup?
A little nervy.
Yeah.
I think Green Bay is a very good team, but I think the Lions are a very good team, and I'd be thankful that game's at home.
Yeah.
Regardless of what happened last year at Thanksgiving.
Last year what happened at Thanksgiving has scarred Doug Karsh pretty deeply. It scared me because of how good Jordan Love looked in that game. And, you know, I've said for a long time, I've only got one fear, one paranoia.
Aside from the Zilwaukee Bridge.
This is my Zilwaukee Bridge of the NFL.
Okay.
That the Packers have done it again.
Yeah, with the quarterback situation, yeah.
And there's not enough evidence. I mean, when I go up the Zilwaukee Bridge, when I get to the other side, I'm slightly relieved.
You pull over, get out of the car, kiss the ground.
I don't do that, but I am slightly relieved when I get to the far side of the Zilwaukee Bridge. But I don't, make sure that my affairs are in order every time I go up north. Jordan Love scares me more than the Zilwaukee Bridge does.
Well, I think Jordan Love, look, he had one of the great half seasons in football last year in the second half of the year. The Packers are a good young team. They've got a lot of offensive talent there. They've got a good young defense, too. It's a good team.
I'm wrong, by the way. That's if the Lions are the 3 seed. If they're the 3 seed, they'll play Green Bay. If they are the 2 seed, they'll play either Philly or Seattle at Ford Field.
Look, every matchup that you can come up with,
yep,
there is that little shop of horrors because of playoff pass. If they play Philadelphia, remember when the Lions scored like 31 points, 34 points, and lost by 20 in a playoff game at Philly?
I think it was 38.
Yeah, it may have been 38, but they got smoked.
Yep.
If they play Seattle, well, they lost a playoff game at Seattle. If they play Dallas, enough said.
Yep. Atlanta doesn't scare me. I'll say that. Atlanta. That's the matchup I want.
Right.
Is Atlanta.
But at San Francisco, obviously, we know what happened. I mean, there is in Green Bay, for that matter. Barry Sanders couldn't run in Green Bay. There there's a bit of a what could be revenge tour for the Lions every time they get into the playoffs to exercise demons of the past. This last year, they played Tampa. That was great. Okay, and they beat the Rams. That was great too. The Rams is a different kind of revenge tour.
Yep.
If it sets up the way that the much ballyhooed Brinson model says,
much respected,
very much respected, then they'll have an opportunity to exercise some demons of the past.
We can mock it, but have you ever said anything bad about the Brinson model?
Not in front of other people. No. I mean, look, the Brinson model is something that makes sabermetricians stand up and take notice.
Is that right? They
They're
stop
like,
what
wow,
they're
we
doing.
thought we made things really convoluted with war. That's got and WRC, whatever the hell else they do.
Plus.
Yeah, plus. Thank you. That's got nothing. Absolutely nothing on the Brinson model.
248-539-9797. We got more from the Brinson model to discuss. Prediction for the coming season. Also, Kang's undying affection for this player. I want to talk about it.
Yeah, okay.
And it's gotten to the point where it's starting to remind me of someone. And we'll get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Listen, when you've got something that needs to be repaired or serviced, you want to make sure that you can schedule things on a time that's going to work for you. This is why it's great with Precision Garage Door. You got any issues with Garage Door? They'll come out on your time and fix the issue. They've worked with me. I've been completely satisfied about it because you can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. You don't even have to call in. But if you want to call in, well, you can pick up the phone and call them at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. They're available on weekends at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty. And if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee, which is pretty awesome. And if you're looking for a career, Precision Garage Door is always hiring. Give them a call if you want something done with your garage doors today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Carson Anderson, live from Allen Park. The Detroit Lions will practice today at 12:45, and we will be privy to that practice. For those of you watching on Twitch and YouTube, give you a little look at the practice field from our broadcast location. Turn the camera around so you can see what we're looking at. And yep, they'll be out there, and we'll give you a bit of a running commentary. Cut day is a week from today. We just went over the Will Brinson projections using what he called the Brinson model to project what the every team's record will be.
I mean, come on. Come on, man. I've used the Brinson model. I hope if it's all tongue in cheek, it's brilliant.
I think it might be.
It's absolutely brilliant if it's tongue in cheek.
I'm going to show you in the story. It says the Brinson model, and then it's got the little trademark thing returns. So I give him a little bit of credit. I think it is tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
But I took it seriously at first, and I'm like, okay, what is the methodology for the Brinson model? But anyway, so that's.
Well, I looked at each team, and I went through their schedule, and I thought, what do I think they're going to win or lose?
Yeah, exactly.
And I wrote down the number, and at the end, here we go.
All right, so we mentioned that the Lions would be either the 2 or the 3 seed in the NFC with an 11-6 record, and they would line up to play, if they are the 3 seed, Green Bay at Ford Field in the first round of the playoffs. And if they won that game, they would play the winner of Dallas and I guess it would depend. But if they have Detroit and Dallas both at 11-6, who would win the tiebreaker? Well, it depends who wins the game between the two of them when they play this season. But if they're both 11-6 and Detroit wins a tiebreaker and they're the 2 seed, they play either Philly or Seattle, both go 9-8.
So it's similar to last year if they're the 3 seed, right? If they win, then they might host a game depending on who Dallas loses to.
The game afterwards, yes, the second round.
When Dallas loses their home playoff game, the Lions will host the next one.
What do you make of the Rams being picked as the number 1 overall seed in the NFC at 12-5?
I think it's a little curious. Rams don't have Aaron Donald anymore.
Nope.
They're going into the season with a little bit of a banged up Matthew Stafford, a little bit of a banged up Jonah Jackson. They're already dealing with stuff. So I think it's a little saucy.
Yeah.
To go ahead and throw that out there to say that they'll win the division. The fact that they play in a difficult division to begin with.
Yeah.
Seattle's always going to give you fits, and obviously San Francisco, I think that's the best team in the NFL, frankly. So that's tough. It's tough sledding, and then who knows what Arizona's going to do if they have a big comeback season coming at you this year. The Rams, I mean, they thought that they had something last year with Kyron Williams and running the football, and they've got Blake Corum is there now too.
Yep.
I don't know how. I'm curious to see what Blake Corum is going to be like as an NFL player, or is he going to be one of those guys that goes down to just being a great college player. But they've got some players. I just don't think that it doesn't strike me. That's not a juggernaut. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and what's interesting about it is that's the opener.
Yeah,
Lions Rams is the opener, and so
Well, last year the Lions opened up with Kansas City and they won the Super Bowl. So by the Brinson method model, the Brinson model.
Maybe that's why he's got the Rams as the number 1 seed.
Right.
They're open on a primetime game against the Lions.
Yep, and they're going to lose, and then they'll go out and win the whole thing. Right.
So. The other part of this is the AFC, and the AFC has got 2 teams at 12-5, Kansas City and Baltimore. He's got Cincinnati at 11-6. Those are the top 3 teams out of the AFC, and so many of the usual suspects over there. How would you feel? Like, would you be 11-6 division champion, 2 or 3 seed? I don't even know if we measure success anymore by regular season. What you do in the regular season, but how would you feel about that season?
I feel pretty good about it. I think the NFC North is going to be – you're going to be battle-tested coming out of it.
Yeah.
I think every matchup is going to provide its own challenges. You could say that any NFL year, but this year it feels like the North is going to be tough. I think Green Bay is really almost stride for stride with the Lions with how they've constructed it. The Bears could be very interesting because of how they've set Caleb Williams up for success with all the offensive talent they have on that team. He could step right in and be really good. Minnesota, I think that they would have had more growing pains with J.J. McCarthy than they would with Sam Darnold. I don't think Sam Darnold's any good. However, is Sam Darnold better than Nick Mullins?
Yeah, I think he is, but he's not as good as Kirk Cousins.
fair enough. But Nick Mullins through 2 games against the Lions last year had like 800 yards passing and like 7 touchdowns or something. So that's what he did against the Lions. Now, the Lions have improved defensively, specifically in the secondary. But I guess my point is, as much as the Bears are set up for success with Caleb Williams because of the offensive talent they have around him, you could say the same thing about the Vikings. I mean, they got Aaron Jones at running back now, and they've got best receiver in football, and T.J. Hawkinson, and we'll see what they look like by the end of the season when Jordan Addison's ready to go. So it's a pretty talented team.
Yeah, and it's the fact that they're 7-10. Last place team in the division, he's got projected at 7-10, says a lot about this division. And you're right, the Bears are hard to project. Is Caleb Williams going to have a Bryce Young type of year or C.J. Stroud type of year? Probably the truth is something in between. But it was funny. There was some social media traffic about this incredible player, that incredible play that Caleb Williams made in the last preseason game.
Did he throw any behind his back?
He did not even do that.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, but they still
And they noticed?
But they were still impressed.
Yeah, he's impressive.
And then I saw somebody on social media show Justin Fields in a Bears uniform doing very similar things. They're like, okay, it's cool to get excited.
Cool story, bro.
But you just jettisoned a guy who is capable of doing all of this same bounce out of the pocket, roll out to your left, throw across your body accurately stuff. You just jettisoned a guy who could do it. So, we've been there. Let me just say, he might be very good. Mm-hmm. We've been there, though, where we've seen, okay, this is our new hope. This is our new hope. This is our new hope. And yet the Bears have never had, 3,000-yard passer?
4,000 yard
4,000 yard passer. I mean, it's insane that they've never really had.
They never got the guy.
And they've had success, and they've had good quarterbacks, and they've won with some guys.
They won the Super Bowl. They got to another Super Bowl, but they, just haven't done it with the quarterback.
No, but he certainly has showed some promise.
Yeah, look. You saw him at USC. You saw him at was it Oklahoma before that.
Yeah,
he looked awfully good in college, and then there were also moments he didn't look so good. That he maybe tried to do too much. But he's got unquestioned talent, and the players he's got around him, though, that receiving core that they have in Chicago is awfully good. And one of them is a rookie in Roma Dunze, but by all accounts, he's going to be great. And he was a high first-round pick, top 10 pick in the draft this year, and he's already shown up in practice and in games and showing what he can do in preseason games, what he can do. I'd be bullish on the Bears receiving crew. I think that he's got a really good chance to succeed this year. Now, I don't think it's playoff worthy yet, but next year I would expect that you'll make some improvements on the offseason, and they can be. But I don't want to think that's playoff ready team just yet with a rookie quarterback. I think what C.J. Stroud did last year is by far the exception to the rule, and what he did was really unbelievable when you considered the players he was working with at the time. Nobody thought Nico Collins was going to be this breakout wide receiver, and then here comes C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins, and they click right away. It's been impressive, and now they've just added to that machine over there in Houston. So I'm hoping that's not going to be the case here with the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess what I'm saying is I wouldn't be surprised if their offense by the end of the season is really good.
Well,
but maybe it takes a while.
Given that now there are really no punch button wins in this division. Given that you're playing Dallas, you're playing San Francisco. I mean, there are some tough games on this schedule. Look, somebody's not going to be as good as we think they are, and somebody's going to be better than we think they're going to be. But bottom line here is, this is a tough schedule. 11-7, winning the division. I'd take it. Back to the original
11-6, yeah.
11-6, sorry. Yeah, I'd take it.
I think that what the Lions did in 2022 can set up a template for what teams want to do. And that is, okay, you might struggle out of the gate, but it's all about how do you play at the end of the season. And the Lions were within a hair's breadth of making the playoffs. They finished incredibly strong, winning, 8 out of the last 10 games, whatever it was.
Yep.
Beating Green Bay at Green Bay in the last game of the year when Green Bay had to win it. And the Lions, there was nothing in it for the Lions other than personal pride, and they showed up and they won it. It's about what can you – not how you start, it's how you finish. And I think that if I were the Bears, I'd be looking at that model as well. And say, look, let's just work on improving. The wins will come, and it's going to be a sell job from their head coach, Eberflus, to get them to buy into it. But I think the Lions had a pretty good template in place a couple of years ago that set up what was going to happen last year when they went 12-5.
248-539-9797 from the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. Lions practice 12:45 today. We'll give a running commentary when they get going. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Wendy's. The Tigers have some momentum going. We'll see if they can keep it going as they hit the road for some interleague play. As they head to Wrigley Field, young guys have been showcasing their stuff, including, as of late, clutch RBIs by Jace Young, Parker Meadows, Colt Keith on Sunday night on national TV. Manager A.J. Hinch mentioned the fresh faces who have been figuring things out. Well, Detroit has only lost one game in their last 7. No starter opener listed for tonight as of yet. The Cubs will host them for an 8:05 first pitch with the action right here on the ticket. The Tigers just 3 games under 500 following that recent hot streak. Also coming off an idle day, the Lions pads will crack in Allen Park again this afternoon with only one preseason game left this week. Also, only 7 days to go until the roster needs to be trimmed down to 53. This is going to be paramount for dozens of guys trying to make the team. Following the Little League Classic, the kids are watching the Tigers and Yankees, or they were on Sunday. They're going to take the field again in Williamsport today. 2 USA regions and 2 international regions will play today beginning at 1 o'clock. Champions will be crowned eventually on Sunday. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I got to tell you,
yeah.
Just hearing that at, what time is it here? 11 a.m.?
A little after, yeah.
11:04 on a game day. Still no Tiger starter. Now, like, the absurdity of what they're trying to pull off at the end of the year here, it's pretty crazy.
They've been doing it for weeks.
I know.
They've been doing this for weeks. They have 2 legitimate starters right now in the rotation.
Yep.
And then it's, I don't know.
Yeah. What are you doing tonight? Yeah, sure.
Maeda should pitch some innings at some point. And we've got, I don't know, a couple other guys. Salmons.
Yeah.
I don't know. Herder. Who? Yeah. These guys. Cobble it together somehow. And 3 out of 5 starts, they cobble. They cobble their asses off.
At some point, I feel like I'm going to flip a game on and I'm going to go, is that Joey Wentz? Like,
yes,
I fully expect.
That's exactly what happens. Bo Brisky starts or finishes games.
Yeah.
Like, what? Tyler Holton starts or finishes games, or somewhere in between. There is. I'm sure there's rhyme and reason to it that only AJ Hinch and maybe Will Brinson understand. But it's crazy.
The Hinch model.
The Hinch model, yeah. That's why I made AJ Hinch my champ of the week. It's like, good God, what he's been able to do, and it's not just him. The pitchers have a large say in it.
The pitchers are doing it too.
Yeah, and Feder and all these guys working together to try to figure it out. Like, hey guys, it's going to be a struggle here until we get some arms back, and it's another 12 days or whatever it is before Casey Mize can come back to the team, and don't know if Reese Olson's going to make a start or 2 at the end of the season. And oh, by the way, keep an eye on Tarek Skubal to make sure that he doesn't go crazy with the innings, because you don't want to have to shut him down. And this guy's having a Cy Young year.
Yep. It's crazy.
What happens if they have to shut him down? Then now what do you do? It's crazy. It's really crazy. And
Cobble.
Yeah.
Like, he must sometimes look at, I got to find 9 innings out of this again tonight.
What do we do here? Yeah.
We'll continue to monitor our Tigers and talk about them a little bit later on. Okay, I want to bring this up.
Okay.
Because it came up again yesterday in the course of natural discussion. Kang's undying devotion for Sione Vaki.
The truth.
It, as he calls him, the truth. Kang, you are fully committed to Sione Vaki. Maybe not this year, but you think this is going to be one of the real gems, one of the versatile weapons that can help this team moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think he plays a role at some point during this year to help them win a game or two, but his full-time role won't kick in until after this year.
And it's running back, it's special teams, it's pass catcher, whether it be out of the backfield or lined up in the slot, it's maybe some defense. This is a guy who played both ways at the University of Utah, and I guess worked out at 4 different positions when the Lions went out to see him.
Yeah, Brad Holmes was blown away by it. He'd never seen someone do this at a workout before, and not just work out in like 4 different positions, pretty much do well at 4 different positions in the workout. And you talk about him playing 2 ways in college. he really only played one way and then got a game to start at running back in the middle of the year, right? And did great against USC.
And then followed it up by basically becoming a pass catcher.
Yeah.
In the next game.
To me, it blows my mind how natural it was of a transition for him, and just lets me know this guy, you said, he's the truth, man. You put the ball in his hands, and instincts take over, and I think the more reps he gets, just the better he's going to be.
I think we've seen a lot out of him in the preseason to be excited, and some of us more excited than most. But he's
like who?
Is he getting? Look, I'm not. I'm not even trying to make fun of it because it's like I've been amazed by it as well, and I'm wondering if David Montgomery is this the last year of his contract? Did he sign a 2-year deal with the Lions when he came here? But is this just part of the master plan that when Montgomery's contract comes up, or maybe we sign Montgomery to another to a 1-year extension or something like that Vaki is the guy that'll be the heir apparent. Then we'll soon see. In a couple of years, it'll be Vaki and Gibbs in the backfield.
Well, that would imply that he's doing really, really well. Because, and certainly, Kang, I don't mean to doubt your dude, but he's. I mean, if he's on a trajectory to be David Montgomery, and to fulfill that role, probably not. He would probably be the 2 behind Jahmyr Gibbs, because right now it feels like they have 1 and 1A. They're different style backs. I think if you have a Sione Vaki with Jahmyr Gibbs, it's probably a 1 and a 2. You know what I mean? I mean, are you projecting him, Kang? Do you think he can be that? Do you think he can be a 1 and a 1A?
I think, I think he's the type of back that it's a 3-down type back. We're already seeing right now in the preseason he can catch the ball, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing. He had, I think, 11 total receptions in college. He had 4 the last preseason game with the Lions, and he looks good doing it. Montgomery's a great back. He's great in goal line, short yardage. He also can bust one out if need be, like he did last year. He signed to a 3-year deal, so he's got 2 years left. Montgomery does. Vaki, though, I think is, like I said, a part of the future. And I didn't love the signing or the draft at first because, hey, why are you drafting a guy at running back when he's never played running back, really? But I see the vision, and I see what Brad Holmes, sees potentially in Vaki. And, I think he's that type of back, Doug, that it could be the future is Vaki and Gibbs.
Okay, Kang, given your public devotion to Sione Vaki and Gator, I'm letting you be the arbiter here on this one. Is this getting to Jack Campbell and my feelings towards Jack Campbell? Is it getting to that level?
I mean, it's on the rise there. It's not at that level, but I mean that's a whole other level, Doug. What your feelings for Jack Campbell are?
Okay, I wasn't thinking that he was at that level. I do want to add,
it's getting there though. I mean, he's just so people understand. When King talks about how he only had the 11 catches last year, so when he got to play offense and did that against Cal. He carried the ball 15 times for 158 yards and a couple of touchdowns, and he had 1 reception. The following week against Southern California, he carried it 9 times for 68 yards, and then caught 5 passes for 149 yards and 2 touchdowns. Talk about 2 games back to back. That's incredible.
Were those his first 2 games on offense?
Basically. I mean, he had carried the ball once against Oregon State the week prior to the Cal game for 6 yards.
Yeah.
But had not registered an attempt prior to that. And then after that, he only carried it 11, 12, and 5, 17 times after the Southern Cal game, and that's 17 times in 5 games. And after that, as far as receptions were concerned, when I mentioned the 5 for 149 against USC, he only caught 5 passes in the next 5 games, and 4 of them were in 1 game for 67
But
yards.
He went from not playing much offense at all to being the featured weapon
for 2 weeks in a row, and then not really being an offensive guy after that.
Could you imagine in the middle of this season if suddenly Michigan State's offense featured Dylan Tatum?
I mean, that's what it is, right?
Or Michigan's offense. I mean, I guess Will Johnson, but featured Will Johnson, and he's obviously pretty talented. But it's suddenly grabbing a guy from defense, saying, you're going to be our featured guy on offense for a couple weeks. I think Michigan fans would love the idea of Will Johnson being the featured guy on offense for a couple weeks.
Well,
but that feels like it'd be more of a Woodson role. You
it's like a
got
Terrell Dortch thing, right?
Yeah, you kind of
Or
got
the
to
other
be
way around, I guess, running back
bigger and be able to be a running back and to do it. For Michigan, I guess it would be like Quentin Johnson or Makari Page, one of their rocked up safeties, being a featured running back and giving them all the carries. But it's just crazy what he did last year. 248-539-9797. All right, we're going to ask you. All right, so I've got my undying devotion and belief that Jack Campbell is going to be a star. And I think in the middle of that defense, and I think as early as, this year. He had a really good year last year. Kang, fully on board with Sione Vaki. Fully on board. Who's your guy that isn't a star yet, but you're convinced is going to be a star? And I guess we won't just limit it to the Lions. We can include Michigan or Michigan State if you want to throw a player in there, fans. Not a star yet, but you're convinced they're going to be a star. In fact, let's keep it in. Let's throw in Eastern, Western, and Central for those that are fans of those schools. Wow. Let's go. Let's open it up to everybody. They're not a star yet, but call your shot now. You're convinced they are going to be a star. The way Kang is latched on to Sione Vaki, I'm on Jack Campbell. I don't even know.
Yeah, we know you're on Jack Campbell. Yeah. You've been on that leg since before he was drafted.
What about you? What about you? I want to get yours. And we'll get to that at 11:20. Plus your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson from Allen Park here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. My new credit union, I joined because UMCU team members, they work really hard to ensure exceptional member experiences. I had a great meeting with them recently, and it didn't happen just by accident. They have great leadership there and some exciting new news to share with you. UMCU is teaming up with Will Johnson from the national champion Michigan Wolverines. Cornerback, All-American, awesome, as you know. Strong candidate to be Big Ten defensive MVP. And you can be an MVP with UMCU MVP Checking. It's an unbeatable offer. MVP Checking from the University of Michigan Credit Union gives you a chance to intercept your debt by becoming a member and opening an MVP checking account. Set up direct deposit, transfer your existing loans from another financial institution, and bam, just like that, you get 2% off your current interest rate. This is huge because 2% savings can start to add up real quick. Intercept your debt and become a member today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. University of Michigan Credit Union, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson with live from Detroit Lions training camp, the Allen Park headquarters. Practice gets underway at 12:45. And we'll talk to the voice of the Lions, Dan Miller, today at 1 o'clock.
Oh.
Dapper Dan will join us here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lots on the table, including your open line calls. Let's go to Mike. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Did we lose Mike?
Michael.
No good. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, we were talking about the player that you're fully convinced, not a star yet. Michigan, Michigan State, Lions, Eastern, Western, Central. He's not a household name, not a star yet, but you believe, truly believe they will be a star. The way I think Jack Campbell's going to be a star of that defense, the way that Kang thinks Sione Vaki is going to be this multifaceted Swiss Army knife weapon for the Detroit Lions offense and maybe defense. Gator, who's your guy?
Well, you know I love James Houston, but I think James Houston is going to be like a specialist.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to put some big numbers, but I don't know if it would be star-worthy. So I'm going to go with running back in Michigan State, Nathaniel Carter.
Okay.
Hey, Carter's awfully good, and he got to see flashes of it last year, but it was a terrible offensive line, terrible unit, terrible.
They're going to be better up there this year?
They should be a lot better this year up front. So I think they're going to give him an opportunity to really show what he is, which is physical, fast, tough runner, and I hope he stays healthy for the full season, because if he plays 12 games on that schedule, he's going to put up well over 1,000 yards.
All right, who you got, 248-539-9797, that you fully believe is going to be a star? Taking a look at some of the feedback we've gotten here from an unnamed texter. He goes Tigers. He goes Jace Young. Dude just makes plays.
I like watching him at the plate. He's got great plate discipline, and I can't wait for him to get that first home run out of the way.
Yep.
So he can breathe easier. I'm glad glad both of those guys, when they came up, Sweeney and Young, they got hits in the first two games.
Yeah.
One got, Jace Young had a couple walks in the first game. Sweeney had a hit, and then Young got a hit in the second game. So they got that out of the way. They don't have to start their careers 0 for whatever. But now it's about getting that first home run out of the way, because Jace Young's here to hit.
Regarding the Brinson model that we talked about last hour.
The Brinson model.
The Brinson model, which had the Rams going 12-5 and getting the bye in the NFC. The Lions and Dallas both at 11-6, finishing one as the 2 seed, one as the 3 seed. The Brinson model didn't project which was which. They just had them both at 11-6. It obviously comes down to the tiebreaker, head-to-head, so who wins that game?
Well, you'd know that if you...
Well, if I were privy to how the Brinson model worked, but there was no explanation for the methodology.
You go through the whole schedule, you should know how the playoff...
Anyway, here's what an unnamed texter wrote. I'm actually most nervous about the Rams this season. They draft really well, even with the absence of Brad Holmes, and Stafford may be the best quarterback in the NFC. Well, that would be subject to debate here in Detroit.
I don't think he's the best quarterback in the NFC.
Because I thought he sucked.
I'll just come out.
I heard for 10 years he sucked.
He's a good quarterback, but I think there are good quarterbacks in the NFC. I would rather have Jared Goff than Matthew Stafford. I would rather have Jordan Love than Matthew Stafford. I would rather have Dak Prescott than Matthew Stafford. And that's not an easy one to say right there. But it's how I feel. I think Stafford he's kind of plateaued in his career, and he's on the downside of his career right now. It doesn't mean he can't be effective and be productive, and I think he will be. But when Brinson model has the Rams winning 12 games, I'm just shaking my head going, okay, good luck.
Oh, it's a lot of belief. It would come with a ton of belief in Stafford. Regarding a player that's going to be a star, they aren't yet, but you think they're going to be a star, and we've included a Tiger one, but we're also doing all the local football teams. From Pete and Manistee, I agree. Sione Vaki is going to kick some butt. He was a defensive specialist at Utah. He played offense on Saturday, and he looked fantastic. Remember, I think what might be going on here a little bit, and Kang, you could tell me, is a little bit of this might be he's won you over. I have this theory that if there's somebody you're skeptical about in sports and they win you over, you then elevate them to another level. Your devotion to them. Because remember when he was drafted, Kang, and you said, as a running back, what? You didn't buy in. And now you're buying in. I think because he's won you over, you're even more all in with this guy.
You're probably right. That helps. That helps a little bit for sure. But what's your excuse for Jack Campbell? Because you've loved him from the beginning. When you locked eyes with him at Iowa, I think you knew.
There's true love, and then there's love.
That's a bit of an uncomfortable natural devotion I have to this guy being a star.
You met him. You're like, change status in a relationship right away. Like you didn't even not dating or looking. It's complicated. No, none of that. But for me,
the difference is, I mean, for you to buy into it, you had to see it up close and in person because he wasn't a running back at Utah.
Yeah.
For Doug, he got to see Jack Campbell up close and personal.
I did. It's funny because what I kept hearing because I was all in prior to the draft, hoping they'd get him, and then they did, and I was really stoked. But do you remember what we kept hearing is he's the one that Blake Corum in the hole at Iowa that one play 2 years ago where he shook him so bad Jack Campbell didn't even touch him. And they met in the hole, and Corum just left him. And I'm like, look, one play doesn't define a play.
That's right.
And but that
Unless
was one
you're
that
Patrick
resonated.
Mahomes.
Well, that was a game-changing play. That
It's a
is
life-changing play, Doug.
Yes. Honestly,
I feel like I live a better life because I've seen that play.
We'll see if the Lions practice that out there today because I'm not sure Goff can even do it.
I mean, probably not. It's very difficult to do.
Yeah.
To throw a behind-the-back pass, a very short distance. It's very tough, very difficult. So heady.
From an unnamed texter, Nick Marsh is going to be a stud. Everyone wanted the kid. 6'3", standout track star. Watch out.
I think he's going to be a stud.
Marcus in Berkeley. I think Aiden Childs is going to be a star for MSU. He was already named captain, shows good leadership. I think people are sleeping on MSU.
Curious to see how he and Michigan State hit the ground running. But if they're going to win more than, say, 7 games, Childs has to be really good. And he's got potential to be really good.
Vaki's already the number 3 back, and we'll see a lot of time this year. In 2025, Vaki will replace Montgomery as a power back, and the Lions will either trade Montgomery for a late pick or cut him outright, saving $6 million. He's got an out. Do we know if it's a team out or a player out after this season, David Montgomery?
I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't looked at that contract.
How about this one? Joe in Birmingham, Giovanni Manu. He is a beast with physical tools you can't teach.
Well, DJ's on board with that. Caller DJ loves Giovanni Manu. I'm so intrigued by him.
Yep.
The fact that they used a draft pick on him, and it wasn't like a 7th-round pick they used on him. They wanted to get this guy. He's a mountain of a man.
Yep.
All types of raw potential. And that's a guy that I think you want to check in with the coaching staff every month and find out what his progression is, how he's getting better. He's not going to see a whole lot of playing time because of who he's playing behind. But nonetheless, he's going to get a lot of practice against the ones because he's going to be on that demo offense team for the scout team, right? So He's going to have to face Aiden Hutchinson on a daily basis. That's only going to make him better.
248-539-9797. Got a ton of feedback on this. Also, this event, back on. How bad do you want to see it? We'll get to that today at 11:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Twin Peaks has done it again. The best happy hour in the state. Just got better. Introducing You Call It and Shot Caller. Did you drink Tito's? $5. Jack Daniels? $5. Captain Morgan? $5. 29-degree draft, dirty blonde, and naughty brunette. You guessed it, $5. They'll take it a step further. Want to be a shot caller? Patron, $7. Woodford Reserve, $7. Grey Goose, yes, sir, $7. But it doesn't stop there. They've mixed in 8 food options like $5 fried pickles and billionaire bacon, or $7 loaded fries, cheese bites, or their smoked chicken quesadilla. Their new and improved happy hour runs Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6, and again, late night 10 to close. What a great way to head out and finish off your workday. It's your favorite lodge, taking advantage of those awesome deals. And then there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls as well. We know how pricey it is going out for food these days. Enjoy the great deals and the best company in town right now at Twin Peaks. Stop in and see what it's all about. Don't forget to book your fantasy football draft parties, special perks to league commissioners. And remember, final preseason game is Saturday, 1 o'clock against Pittsburgh. Come see why. They have the best game day experience in the state. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. We're out at the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. Practice starts in about an hour and 15 minutes. Guys will start trickling out soon, and we will we'll check in and tell you what we see when they do take the field. Dan Miller will join us at 1 o'clock, the play-by-play voice of the Detroit Lions. So stuff to look forward to. Leading you up to 2 o'clock here on 97.1 The Ticket. Streaming live on twitch.tv and youtube.com. Streaming with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today.
Look at these blocking dummies in front of us. Some of them have arms. Some of them even look like they have heads. They look funny to you.
The right there, those?
Yeah, the blue ones in front of us that we have. I think you got the camera on.
I mean, yeah, they're a typical football. I just picture them getting slapped down by Aiden Hutchinson.
They look like backup singers for Katy Perry. Is that Left Shark? I mean, seriously.
Well, they lack in mobility. And they've been out here all morning. They haven't done much. So I'm not impressed.
Well, they're holding the pose. They're voguing right now. It's not doing very well with that. I just thought it was interesting.
These things that get abused by defensive linemen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You got some that are on the bases are like kind of like a giant weeble. They wobble, but they don't fall down.
Yep.
And then the other ones with the arms sticking out, those are with tire bases.
Yep, they got a tire.
So they gotta stay a little more stationary.
Why don't you go smack one of those things to the ground right now?
You want me to?
Yeah. You're really gonna. I hope that you get on Twitch or YouTube.com and go see this. You gonna do it? Security's not here. He's gonna get yelled at. He's so gonna get busted. Gator's walking himself out there to check these things out. He's making his way towards the tackling dummies. Kang, are you watching this?
I just flipped it on. This looks, I don't know if this is creepy or not. Watching
probably
Gator walk away.
That's a little unauthorized what he's doing.
It's like CCTV.
And is it?
He looks suspicious, by the way. He's got his hands in his pockets. You can tell he's trying to do something. Yeah. Oh, just punched
Here
it.
come the cops.
Yep. Hustle back.
You better hurry. The alarms have gone off. The cops are coming to get you, my man. He wandered onto the practice field. Big mistake. Big mistake, my man.
You know I shouldn't have done that?
I'll be finishing the show alone. Oh, that was hysterical. The timing of that.
A little club. Just a club.
Yeah.
It was a light club.
Well,
I didn't really lean into it. Really get after it.
No, you didn't.
Didn't show technique.
Well, maybe we'll get one of the coaches over here who can give you the proper technique on this a little bit later on. We've asked people because Kang has gone next level devotion to Sione
This
Vaki.
guy's totally kidding me.
Yeah, here comes security. Just a reminder who's boss. Security.
Right.
Kang's gone next level devotion with Sione Vaki. He thinks he's going to be a star. I felt that way about Jack Campbell. Your guy is Nathan Carter at Michigan State. We're including Spartans, Wolverines, Eastern, Western, Central. Feedback coming in. He's a mild star already, but Brian Branch, very underrated in my opinion. He's a game changer. That's from Bradley.
Yeah, Brian Branch is an exciting player.
It won't be a surprise. No, it won't be a surprise. And, he's been dealing with injuries. He had the foot in a boot and then I think a shoulder. So hopefully he'll be okay. They don't seem to be too concerned. Next up, I'm with Kang on Vaki. I can see him replacing Montgomery down the road. Here's one I wasn't expecting. Tom and Novi says, Jalen Buckley, running back, Western Michigan.
There you go.
He's a stud. I like this one. I stopped predicting success of players after Boss Bailey. I thought that dude was going to be a beast. It just shows I would never make it as a scout. That's from Newt in Westland.
Well, you are not alone when it came to Boss Bailey.
Yep.
And I remember as Lions fans, we got pretty excited that they were able to get Boss Bailey when they did. See, it's top of the second round that he was available to them. That was going to be a fun pick because he had the size, he had speed. Like, he was so fast as a linebacker.
Yep.
But just not NFL caliber. Good college player, not so much in the NFL.
Next one here, Ennis Rakestraw is going to be a top 10 corner of all time, barring injury. He's been all over receivers all camp.
Look at that. Over Terry and Arnold.
I mean,
I hope so. Hey, look, it might be a little much saying of all
time,
but I was thinking of both of those rookie corners here this year. I don't think, like the hype that they're getting, and everybody's saying they look really good in camp and all this. Do you remember hearing any of that before for Okudah in training camp?
No. I like the pick, and I got a sense early on in that, and I'm owning the L on that for sure. I did like the pick, but early on I was reminding, hey, I take time with corners. It can take time with corners. I think these guys are going to get thrown into the fire.
I do too.
And a little bit of sink or swim. But, Dan, you got to earn it.
Yes.
And
absolutely, because they got a bunch of corners in camp, but we're hearing so many good things about Arnold and Rakestraw because the NFL, it's different now than what it was 20 years ago. I mean, you're absolutely using more corners than ever. Rakestraw's going to get plenty of time even if he's not, RC1 or LC1,
Yeah. I'll give you one from Michigan that kind of fits into the Boss Bailey thing about size and athleticism and speed. It's just, can he figure it out as a football player? Is Amarion Walker, the wide receiver that transferred to Ole Miss and then transferred back. He has played a little corner, but again, it's, everybody says, just a physical freak. And when those guys play football, if you're a physical freak that can play the game, you become a great one. Physical freaks don't always translate on the football field. You got to be able to run routes. You got to be able to catch a football. You got to be able to, accept contact and be able to go over the middle and break tackles and not get jammed at the line of scrimmage. And, you got to be able to block to even get on the field.
Yeah.
But if Amarion Walker, if it comes together, I think that guy could be an absolute stud at the University of Michigan. 248-539-9797. Aiden Childs will bring East Lansing its first Heisman Trophy.
Wow. That's high praise. Well, you're in the Big Ten. You can be a star in the Big Ten. You're a star nationwide.
Okay. I was all in on Vaki after I watched his highlight video on draft day. Glad to see he's playing well. That's from Ryan and Ipsy. And then there's this one. And this one's interesting. Can people please respect Craig Reynolds? Holy crap. Everyone awarding Vaki RB3. Craig has more than earned that spot. Relax.
I think this is a good battle. I think it's a good battle for that spot. But it looks like that Vaki offers more because of his receiving acumen. And I don't know if you think of Craig Reynolds as being a weapon when it comes to receiving game. I love what Craig Reynolds has done in the Lions uniform. He's been very dependable and reliable. He can get tough yards if he needs to. We saw the block. All right, there's a lot to like when it comes to Craig Reynolds.
What Vaki has over Craig Reynolds, though, is Vaki is Johnny Next Guy. And fans get really excited about Johnny Next Guy. And I understand why.
Stop it. It's over. It's 10-8 Vaki over Reynolds. Are we kidding here? Craig Reynolds, I enjoy Craig Reynolds, nice guy, decent player. It's over, man. I'm sorry.
All right.
Vaki's the next man in line. He's not just the next Johnny Next Guy. His ceiling is higher. He's already done more in a Lions uniform than Craig Reynolds has now.
He hasn't.
And if you don't think the behind-the-back pass by Patrick Mahomes was the greatest pass of all time, I don't know what else to tell you.
Fair enough. I like Doug. I'm a Jack Campbell slappy, not a leg humper like Doug, though. I even have a Jack Campbell jersey. My future breakout player is Matthew Betts. I think he will dominate if he can just get a chance. He has a history of prowess in the CFL, but will be the bookend the Lions need for Hutch. Love the show. Listen every day. Philip at work. If he makes a team, he's got work to do. This event was on, then off, and now it's back on. Are you stoked for it or not? We'll get to that today at 11:46. It's Carson Anderson from Lions practice. Gets underway at 12:45 here on 97.1 The Ticket. You heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Well, we got something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you're able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment. You can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Feedback still coming in on calling your shot, the guy that's going to be a star. Giving Kang's recent, it's over the top with Sione Vaki. From Matt in a dump truck. Matt writes in, okay, guys, I know it's not local, but if that Mahomes kid in Kansas City keeps up with the behind-the-back passes, he's going to be a megastar.
It's a good call.
Yep. He's really taken football by storm. And we'll see, because being here today, I imagine it did happen against the Lions. I suspect that Aaron Glenn, they're going to spend the bulk of practice today trying to figure out how to defend that play.
Well, yeah, they got to defend it, and don't think Ben Johnson isn't trying to figure ways to implement that in right now.
Without question.
He's got Goff and
question.
Sam Laporta, Brock Wright. They're ready to learn.
There's the great innovations in the game: 2 platoon football, the forward pass, and
forward
now this
pass,
around the back.
Unbelievable.
Changing everything. Brian Branch will be a household name. Big year coming, unnamed texter. Josiah Stewart will have a double-digit sack year. That's from Steve in Shelby Township. Josiah Stewart giving off Josh Uche vibes out there in Ann Arbor with the Wolverines. And they should be very good up front. Okay.
Those other guys are already stars.
Yeah, the 2 in the middle.
They're not bad. Graham and Grant, they're not bad.
Yep. Tyson and Jake Paul is
I'm
back
sorry.
on.
Let me ask you this before we get Tyson.
Sure.
As a Michigan announcer, is it tough for you to do the Graham Grant?
No. I do have – you know how you sometimes – I'll admit this on the air.
Okay.
Sometimes a player reminds you of somebody else, and you always – like you mess up. You almost – I haven't done it yet, I don't think. But Mason Graham – I've wanted to call Grant Bowman, who was another defensive tackle from Michigan a while back. I've wanted to call him Grant Bowman over and over and over again. And I know it's Mason Graham. I know, and Mason Graham is maybe the best player on the defense, which is saying a lot because they are loaded defensively.
Pretty good defense.
But for some reason, I keep wanting to call him Grant Bowman.
And then the fact that there's a guy with the last name of Grant that's right next to him is awfully tough, too.
Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham. And
Grant Bowman.
Curveball. It's the Grant Bowman thing, and Grant Newsom's their O-line coach. And I'm going to be here all year. Hopefully, I get it right.
Well, at some point.
Hopefully. 248-539-9797. Okay, Tyson and Jake Paul is back on.
Yep.
November fight, Netflix. Paul says he's getting $40 million. And his quote is, "I'm here to get $40 million and to knock out a legend." I've never wanted Mike Tyson to win a fight so bad.
Swear to God, right?
I've never wanted.
Please, knock this punk out.
I honestly have not really cared all that much in my entire life about the outcome of a boxing match. Until now. Is this an exhibition? Is it a real fight?
You won't know until you see it, right? And I'm just so tired of the Jake Paul rise to fame.
Mm-hmm.
And now that this guy is just a money-making machine and talking about $40 million to fight Tyson and knock out a legend. And, I mean, that's disrespectful to Tyson.
Mm-hmm.
Because how about trying to knock out somebody that's, actually currently a boxer?
Well,
and he's going to go, I'm going to knock out a legend. Great. So you're knocking out, if you're so fortunate to knock out Mike Tyson, all people are going to say is, great, you knocked out a guy who's 58 years old.
Kang, you were skeptical, and I don't know if you still are. Are you still skeptical that this is going to happen?
Yes.
Okay. And it's over safety.
Yeah, I just think the closer we get to this, someone's going to say, a doctor's going to be like, no, you shouldn't fight. Or maybe just Mike's health in itself says, hey, I can't do it.
Because he's been cleared, right? He's been cleared
for the second part. I mean, remember the original fight was supposed to happen this past summer.
Yeah, and then he had the issue. So now
health issue because he's old.
Well, he's medically cleared. So I mean, it's November where this is going to happen, right? So,
yeah, November 15th scheduled.
But every time Jake Paul opens his mouth and talks about it, and now this quote is just it's aggravating.
But isn't it just normal pre-fight hype?
Yeah, but would you do that about a 58-year-old guy who you're supposed to respect?
He's selling the fight. He wants people like you
I know
hate him,
he's selling
Yeah,
I guess. And because I'm going to I have Netflix anyway, so I'll watch it. But if I didn't, would I get Netflix just to see this fight? I mean, it's intriguing there. But I don't like how he's going about this. It's not like these are two guys that are, in their prime. Two guys in their mid-20s ready to do battle. They got beef, and they're going to throw shade at each other and speak ill of each other. That'd be awesome. This is 58-year-old Mike Tyson, and the reason Jake Paul is going to get $40 million is because it's 58-year-old Mike Tyson. It's still Mike Tyson. That's why they're willing to have this.
The draw is still Tyson.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I have Netflix, and so I'm apparently going to watch this and root like crazy for Tyson. I don't want to, like the whole fear over his health thing, like they got to be pretty damn careful.
Yes.
I mean, because if something bad happens to Mike Tyson, this is going to track back to a lot of people trying to just make money off of Mike Tyson, right? And I think they're legitimate fears for somebody that age. And yet those YouTube videos get released of or social media posts of Mike Tyson working out and people are like, oh, look at him, he still got it. I mean, compared to you and me, of course.
Right. Yeah, but to have to go 10 rounds against, someone who's
are they going to go 10? Wasn't it 3?
I don't know what it is. I think it's longer than 3
and
rounds.
And they're not wearing headgear, is that correct? Or are they wearing headgear?
They will not wear headgear. That was the latest that they was supposed to be on, but they both confirmed, 14-ounce gloves, no headgear. And the record goes on the official, the result goes on the official records. It's going to be 8 rounds, 2-minute rounds.
8 2-minute rounds, so
Yeah.
instead of
3-minute rounds.
And the gloves are
14
heavier
ounce.
gloves
Yeah.
instead of, what do they normally fight with, 12 ounce or 10 ounce?
I don't know. I mean, look, if they're going to clear him, okay, I'm going to be watching this fight with a degree of fear over Mike and what could happen to Mike Tyson here. And yet wildly hopeful that he'll recapture something, that he'll be able to recapture something.
All it takes is
and
one swing.
Take it to Jake Paul.
I mean, that's the thing with Tyson. He's got one-punch knockout power. Even though he's older, you can still hang on.
You just said he's got. You still think he's got it?
Yeah, I think you can still have one-punch knockout power even at his age. I think that he can – you watch him and he's got the speed and he still is strong. Now, he's not going to be as fast and as strong as he was. But, yeah, I still think that he hits with the right cross, you go down. But Jake Paul has been pretty savvy, and he's actually a pretty good boxer. You hate to give him his credit, but he's done well. Even if you want to discount his competition, that's fine. But I think he's a heck of a lot better than anybody ever gave him credit for. So I've got mixed feelings about it. Of course I'm going to watch it, and of course I'm rooting for Tyson. But like you, there's a fear factor there too.
Yeah.
That I don't want to see. A, I don't want to see Tyson get hurt, and 2, I don't want to see Tyson lose.
Well, I mean, it could be bad for Mike. It could be.
Well, the end of Mike's career was bad.
Yeah. And is he doing it for the money? Does he need the money? I haven't been keeping up. Is Mike Tyson?
I don't know if he needs the money, but this would be a pretty big payday. It's hard to turn down if someone's going to offer you. I don't know what he's getting offered. $20 million. I mean, if Jake Paul's going to take away 40,
I feel like Tyson should get more.
But he won't. But yes.
Why won't he?
Because he's 58.
But he's Mike Tyson. More people will watch Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson than they will against some tomato can.
But they're also going to watch it because it's Jake Paul.
But I think it draws in more Tyson fans than
like
Jake
if
Paul
Holyfield,
fans.
if Evander Holyfield and Mike Tyson were to fight again, you think that's going to get more money than Jake Paul, Mike Tyson?
I don't know, because in this fight, there's clearly a bad guy.
Yes.
Well, to me, I mean, I remember every time the
they're
topic of Jake
both.
Paul comes in, I text my kids, how do you feel about Jake Paul? And none of them like him, so.
Yeah, and look, Tyson's not exactly the warm, fuzzy character either.
He's not. In this story,
bad man done some bad things, but looking like in retirement that he is trying to redeem himself from past horrific mistakes.
Yeah.
So I don't. I can't imagine he's going to get anywhere near what Jake Paul gets for the fight.
Plus, Jake Paul, it's his promotional company, so he's going to take the lead in all this and get what he wants.
God, I would think that Tyson would get more, but what the hell do I know about the fight game? 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, open lines. All right, don't forget Lions practice starts next hour. Gator put on a show sheet that he thinks this has gone from a weakness to a huge strength. We'll get to that today at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carson, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. We're out at Lions training camp, and the Lions get it underway. Practice today at 12:45. Dan Miller's going to stop by and talk to us, the voice of the Lions. You getting fired up for this?
For talking to Dan?
Well, for that and for practice.
Yeah.
I hope we can see something. Our broadcast location, our view of the practice field is pretty good.
Yeah, this is a better view than we've had in the past. Like last year, we were out here and we were behind one of the end zones, but it was a client event, and
we were in the back of a tent.
Yeah, we were in the back of that tent. There were a bunch of people in front of us. We couldn't see anything.
It was hard to see the field from where we sat.
Well, yeah, and anything that was, like if you were to throw a pass, hard to see because the pass goes above the sight line of the top of the tent.
Yeah.
And then you couldn't see it. So it was a bad location last year to view practice.
And then one year they set us up behind a tent.
Yeah, that was.
So we couldn't see practice at all. And look,
No.
I'm not. It's cool to be out here.
No, so that's what I'm saying. So
but today
we got clear view.
Unless, and it's quite possible that they are people lined up between us and the field, in which case it might be hard to see. But that is our view for people watching on Twitch and YouTube.
Well, just tell them to move.
Just say, hey, can you guys part?
Yeah.
So we can see what's going on. Like this end zone right in front of us. There's two practice fields, and we are at the north. Is this like the northeast end, I believe?
Yes.
And the northeast of practice field 1, the far field being practice field 2. I've just done that. I don't know what they're actually called. I've got 1 and 2, 1 being close to us and 2 being further. I hope they're like running red zone drills in this end zone.
That'd be great.
That's right in front of us. And those of you watching on Twitch and YouTube.com can see, in which case, Gator, maybe I'll do a little play-by-play and you do a little color.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, will that
sounds,
work?
Sounds perfect.
All right, yeah. So we'll see.
Get us ready for Saturday's little test run.
That's correct. So we're doing a Manning cast with the Lions' final game, Manning cast style broadcast. I don't quite know all the details yet. They're being sorted out.
Yeah, it's being sorted, but I believe it's through the Lions, through DetroitLions.com.
Yep. So we'll be a part of it. I think. Do you know what quarter we have?
I do not.
Okay, I'd heard the third quarter.
You guys have the third quarter.
Do we?
Third quarter.
It's all in your email. I forwarded it to you guys.
Did you? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, Manning cast style broadcast this Sunday.
Sunday. Saturday.
So along with we're going to have Rodney Peete and Justin Rogers dropping in during our quarter.
All right.
Okay. Well, this is going to be cool. All right, so all that coming up Sunday during the Lions game. So Gator put on a show sheet. I think this was once a weakness. It's become a huge strength. Share with the people what you think has become a huge strength.
I think the defensive tackle position. I think the development of Ali McNeil, we already like him a lot and think he's kind of a stud. They go out and they sign DJ Reader, and we don't know when DJ Reader is going to make his debut, but we know what DJ Reader's reputation is and how he's been as a player in the past. So whenever he does join the team, he's going to be very good. The hype machine on Levi Onwuzurike is working overtime.
Sure is.
But hey,
nobody's doubting it.
If you shouldn't be in the business of doubting Dan Campbell, right? So if you believe that, that's pretty big. Broderick Martin, we're starting to see play in the preseason, and he looks vastly improved. To see what he can do. The fact that they've got Pecco on this team now as well, that's a solid defensive tackle. And then the draft pick of Wingo, who can play. He's got some versatility to play inside, outside. I think it's absolutely a strength now on this roster what they've done with the defensive tackle position.
Yeah, I don't know where Josh Paschal fits into the mix here a little bit, but
kind of inside outside.
Yeah, he can do both. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. The Levi Onwuzurike thing is so accepted by everyone who's been here and seen it, and we'll get to watch for what we can see. But it's so highly accepted as just a fact that this guy looks ready to make a difference. I'm almost uncomfortable with how much acceptance it has. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, because, again, we still haven't seen it with our eyes.
No.
But other people in the media have.
Yep.
So it's not just the coaches talking him up. It's people in the media that have been here and watched it and seen it with their own eyes, the Dan Campbell quote from last week where he said he's had some unbelievable reps against the ones.
Yep.
That's impressive when you say something like that, because you're talking about one of the best centers in the league, Frank Ragnow, and a pretty good pair of guards that they have when you're lining up in the middle like that. So I think it's impressive to hear about it, but we still have to see it.
All right, let's get to your phone calls.
That is an unflattering angle.
Oh, the camera?
Yeah, this is just
you want me to?
Like I know I'm large, man, but that does not look good.
Sorry. I'll try and move the camera around here a little bit. Is that better?
How about a headshot,
Let's get to your phone calls. Bob, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bob. We lost Bob. Isaac, you're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Isaac.
Hey, guys. So I find it so interesting that everybody's like, I don't like Jake Paul at all, but Mike Tyson is like a documented, accused, and convicted horrible human being. The man spent time in jail for rape. I don't want to see anybody hurt, but he's doing this for money too. And if he got knocked out cold, I want to see him walk away okay, but I would not shed a tear for him. And I just find it interesting. Yes, I hope he has repented, and it seems like from all the interviews that he's given, like the man's made some changes, but he's not a good person. Like, I don't have a problem.
No, I know. He's one of these individuals in the history of sports. It's tough because before he had the issues, he was so dominant and so fun to watch and so violent as a fighter. And I mean, sport is violence, right? And he did it better than anybody else. And everybody was on board. Oh my God, wait till you see Tyson. Can't wait to watch a Tyson fight. And then he got in trouble. And it's hard to reconcile his past and still like the guy. And I think most people do. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people there, a big percentage of people out there that still are like, absolutely not. I can't root for this guy because of the person that we've seen him be.
Well, and think about this too. Like, let's just hypothetical. If you're a left-leaning feminist, you vote Democrat, and you got Mike Tyson fighting Harrison Butker, who do you think that person wants to see get knocked out? I just think it's wild in today's society, like who's good, who's bad. It's really interesting to me.
It's all personal, what your preference is in that moment of time, because everything you've said about Tyson is absolutely factual. Still rooting for him.
Yeah.
But you're right. The history isn't great. Dave is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Thank God you guys let me in. That last caller, guys, it's sports. We do not need to have a moral code. I like to watch sports. If I have to think about what every athlete has done in his life to root for him, then I'm done. I'm out because everybody's made mistakes. Listen, Mike Tyson will knock Jake Paul out in a round because he's going to prepare for it, because he's a professional boxer, because he's fought the best of the best. Jake Paul's a swinger. I've watched boxing for 25 years. He's going to, step out, think he's a tough guy. But minus that comment, seriously, that last call, please, can we all agree? Can we just root for sports? Enough of this moral
I can't say it just that easily. Look, I'm rooting for Mike Tyson without question, right? But I understand people feeling the other way about it. It's tough to just glance over rape. I mean, that's a tough one.
Dude, it's tough to go to Babe Ruth. I mean, look at that womanizer and train wreck. I mean, we can go on and on. I mean, look at Jordan. We can go on and on and on. Gambling, booze, women. But the bottom line is we all watch sport for competition. I'm not watching sport to find out what they believe in. If I need that, I'll go to my father, my mother. This is ridiculous.
That's fine. Well, that's fine for you, but to have that opinion and force it on other people, I don't think that's right. You could just say how you feel. You want to watch it that way, that's fine. But if somebody else thinks that rape is a little too hard to overlook because of, quote, it's sports, and then to try to compare that with Michael Jordan, that's ridiculous.
They're all, every single ill will, everything that someone does is wrong. I get it. But at the end of the day, you're turning the TV on. I'm not turning the TV on. They don't run down the religious race and this and that. If they did that, no one would watch. Honestly, no one would watch from the history of sports.
I think both
no one would watch.
I think both Isaac and Dave can be right. Sports is an escape for us.
Absolutely.
And for some people,
exactly,
it's a full-on escape, and it can be, I don't care about their personal lives. I don't even want to hear about their personal lives. I'm rooting for that shirt or that team or this guy in this fight or this race or whatever. And for others, their personal lives shape their rooting interests. It depends what you're, and it doesn't always have to, because the same thing is true for musicians and actors and actresses.
Sure, absolutely. But I just think it's a little different depending on your crime, right? If you're,
of course.
he's a drinker, he's a womanizer, he cheats on women, and he drinks a lot and he gambles, is a lot different than he rapes somebody.
Yeah.
Like, that's a hard one to get past.
I get it, but for some people,
violent crime and just.
I'm not saying I feel this way, but some people say that 40 years ago, the man has repented. He served his time. He's a better person today.
I hear you.
But, all right, first player is out on the field. And I want to take 10 texts. Sorry, King, to spring this on you. People guess who the first player is. 10 texts right now at 248-539-9797. Who is the first player on the practice field today? Do you see him?
I do. Doesn't mean I know who it is.
10 texts. Get them in, and we'll read your 10 texts. Remember to sign your text. Who's the first player on the practice field for the 12:45 practice? Here at Lions, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we're all Michiganders here, and we know how tough our roads can be. If you've been in an accident, you need someone who's got your back. That's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If someone in my family needs help, I'm contacting them with the team at Michigan Auto Law. They specialize in auto and truck accidents. That is what you want from your attorney. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization matters. They care more about you. They win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. The sun has just come out here at Lions practice, and we just, first player wandered out on the field. We asked people if they want to venture a guess as to who the first player was. Here are the 10 texts. We've asked for 10 texts. We've gotten 10 texts. Daryl Ammonia says Jake Bates. Brad in Pontiac says, I think the first player on the field, Aiden Hutchinson. Jeff in a car says Terrion Arnold. Rock in a Mini Cooper says Amon-Ra St. Brown. Matt says it's got to be Vaki. Kelly and Clarkson says J-Mo on the Jugs machine. Kelly and Clarkson.
Oh, in Clarkson.
J-Mo on the Jugs machine. Nate in Burton says Khalif Raymond. David and Gregory says Hendon Hooker. Jimmy in Marine City says Jack Campbell. Pat Nakar says Malcolm Rodriguez. Gator, one of those is correct, and you know who it is.
Yes.
The correct answer. And Kang, did we get a lot of repeat answers? Like, was there one name that was more than the rest?
Yeah, the top two were number one was Jake Bates, number two St. Brown.
Okay. One of those is correct. The first player on the practice field today, kicker, Jake Bates.
Now, keep in mind, Amon-Ra St. Brown catches all those passes after practice.
Yes. But knowing what everybody knows about Amon-Ra's work ethic, I'm not surprised that was a guess, popular guess.
He may have been first in the building.
Yeah. But
not first on the field.
It appears that other players on the field are Jack Fox, Scott Daly, a long snapper, and then there's another player out there that I might think may be their other long snapper, Hogan Hatton, a rookie from, that's who it is, a rookie from Idaho. I see his jersey now. But so the specialists are on the field first.
Yes.
Yep. All right, somebody at ESPN asked for some help, and I want to get your take on this. Matt Miller, ESPN Draft Insider, tweeted out last night, tomorrow I start waking up at 4:45 a.m. to work out before getting into my workday. Anyone have any tips for making this adjustment other than go to bed earlier? Gator, do you have any tips for 4:45 a.m. wake-up guy for a workout?
Don't do it. Hit snooze. Other than going to bed earlier?
Yeah.
My tip would be to make that adjustment at some point during the day. You're going to have to take a nap.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not going to go to bed at like 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock at night, or 9 o'clock at night, then you're going to have to need to get a little nap at some point during the day, because your body needs to rest. It needs to sleep. To get up and stay awake, I don't know. Then if you're working out, you get into the whole energy drink thing, as opposed to just coffee, I guess, because you're looking for some kind of performance. But I am the last person to ask about wanting to get up at 4:45 for a workout.
When's the last time you voluntarily got up at 4:45 or around that time? I've had to do it for some 6 a.m. flights.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there was a flight there years ago. I probably did that. It's been a long time. I think maybe, honestly, maybe for some colonoscopy prep. Maybe I had to get ready for that earlier.
That's specific.
Yeah, voluntarily, I don't.
For me, it's got to be flights. Again, we catch a lot of early flights.
Or you leaving early to make the drive to come back?
Yeah, I've done that. Get up at 3:45 to make the drive back to do the show, and I don't want to come back from up north. So the morning workout thing, and I've talked about it on the air. I've done it a few times, and I realized today I did it a lot more when I belonged to a gym. This is counterintuitive. My wife and I belonged to a gym up until COVID. And we would have stuck with it and still belonged to a gym, but they ripped us off during COVID. I got upset, and I said, that's it, I'm done. And then we used the money, saved it up, and during COVID kind of got some home workout equipment that we're able to use now on our own and haven't been back to the gym since. Oddly, I got up and went to the gym before work more when it involved the drive than I do now when it involves going down 2 flights of stairs. And I don't know why. There's some weird psychology to it.
Is it because you're paying for it and you feel like you have to go?
Might be a sense of obligation. But yeah, 4:45 wake up to work out guy.
It's too early.
And you don't mind people doing it. You don't like people bragging
Well,
about
that's
it.
that's the thing. It's like, why tell anybody, hey, I got humble bragger, I'm working out at 4:45. How do we handle this transition without having to go to bed earlier? I'm one of those people. It just, dude, hey, I have to get up early. How do I,
Yeah. Kang, do you have any advice for this guy?
I'd love to hear the advice because actually for a couple years now, a buddy of mine has asked me if I want to play basketball. I'm like, yeah, I'd love to play basketball. What time? He said 6:15 a.m. I said, 6:15 a.m.? Do you have something earlier? No. Yeah, 6:15 a.m. because obviously he's got work and he's got family and the other guys that play as well. So the only time they can find is before work. And you've got to get up pretty early. They have access to a gym that early. I just can't do it, man. I got to get that extra sleep in if I can. But then that means I lose out on playing basketball or working out. But, yeah, I don't know how they do it. I'd love to hear the advice people give because, I mean, do you just get used to it? Do you just have to go to bed at 7 p.m.? I mean, how does this work, especially with a family?
I'm trying to think back to, like, high school because we had swim practice was in the morning, and I think we were in the pool at 5:30 in the morning. And that was every day from, like, November through March. And I don't remember going to bed, like, super early. I think we still went to bed around 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night.
There's something awfully gratifying being done with your workout, showered and on your way to work. I remember I was like, this feels great. Like I felt great after that, 5:30 to 6:30 workout, go home, shower, and be on the road. And I'm like, I'm going to do this every day. And then usually mid-afternoon, I'm like, what the hell was I thinking? Like then I don't feel well.
Right.
So it kind of runs its course. But he tweeted this morning, "Welp, here we go." So this was, I didn't read what some of the responses were.
We're going to have to wish him luck like the Peloton chick?
Well, we had a good laugh about that. We're like, is that what he's trying to recreate here is the Peloton?
Wish me luck. Well, here we go. Yeah, let's see. You're going and making a decision consciously to get up that early and go to the gym. Good for you. Good on you.
I just got a text here from John Jansen. Can I read that on the air? His advice.
I love it. I don't know if you could say the last word.
Mm-hmm.
You could.
Can you come up with another word?
Well, there's a word. You just throw a W instead, and you got it.
Okay, using a W instead of another letter. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the advice. Just do it and don't be a wussy. Okay.
There you go.
That's John Jansen's advice. For those of you that wondered, does Amon-Ra do jugs work before practice? The answer is yes.
Oh, there it is.
He is out with the jugs machine right now, right in front of us, getting in some work before
You can hear
practice,
it.
Which,
That's
I
Amon-Ra.
can hear it, yeah.
Yeah.
You know who else gets a workout? Are the two guys, the two managers that are catching the ball from Amon-Ra and then pitching the ball back to the guy who's got to feed it into the machine.
There are some rules about what we can show and what we can't show, so I'm not going to turn the camera around, but just suffice it to say that Amon-Ra is getting the work in.
Yeah, players have less than 20 minutes to get out in the field, and they're starting to trickle out there. You see Hendon Hooker and Nate Sudfeld are out there, and Frank Ragnow and some of the linemen are out there.
But what is it, 202 catches he does a day?
It's like 202, 203, something like that.
Wasn't that it? I haven't been counting, Gator. I'd like you to count from here on out.
I don't think you want me to do that.
No? All right, well, Amon-Ra's out there getting work in. 248-539-9797.
It's roughly a catch every 4 seconds, I think, 3 or 4 seconds.
These guys, you're right, these managers got it down to a science. He's got two guys. He catches it, flips it to one, who hands it to the guy behind the jugs machine, and two footballs rotating through every 3.5, 4 seconds. It's Carson Anderson from Lions Practice here on 97.1 The Ticket. Something happened at Falcons practice yesterday that went viral. We'll get to that today at 12:46, which is right around the time the Lions start practice. Players making their way out on the field in front of us from where we broadcast from here at the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. 2 practice fields. Amon-Ra's just finished on the jugs gun. Hey, look, there's Jack Campbell. I hear he might be pretty good. Jared Goff and the quarterbacks over there throwing around. So looks like the defensive linemen are gathering to our right, offensive linemen beyond them. And if we do get into any fun stuff, we'll be sure to share with the people what we are seeing over the next period of time with the Lions practicing in front of us from our broadcast location here at the Allen Park headquarters of the defending NFC North Division champion,
Oh, look at
Detroit
that.
Lions.
There you go.
Yes.
Come on now.
Here we go. Okay. So Dan Campbell at the podium just said that there are 4 or 5 roster spots open. He's met with the media at 12:15. Kang, you were paying attention back in the studios to what exactly was that it? He basically said there's 4 or 5 spots to be won still.
Yeah, 5 to 6 spots, and he said if you want it, come get it.
Okay.
I mean, that's what he said to the team. I don't think he said it to the media members.
Well, what did he say to the media members?
He said there's about 4 or 5, 6. I'm sorry. Let me start over. There's about 5 or 6 roster spots still up for grabs.
So I'd have to think one of those is whether or not they're going to keep a third quarterback. Is it going to be Goff and Hooker, or is it going to be Goff, Hooker, and Sudfeld? My guess is that's one of the spots. 4 or 5 receivers. Do they keep Isaiah Williams? Do they keep Donovan Peoples-Jones? Do they keep Caden Davis? How many of those? That 3. Doris Fountain. Tom Kennedy. Mo Alexander. Do they keep 4 or 5 receivers? Because they know they can line up Jahmyr Gibbs at a receiver spot if necessary in an emergency situation. Tight ends. I think one of the 4 or 5 or 6 spots. I mean, maybe they know they're keeping 3 tight ends. It's Zylstra and Mitchell, right?
Well, are they going to keep 3 or 4? I think that's the question. They're definitely going to keep 3, but will they keep 4?
I kind of doubt they'd keep 4. I would think it would come down to Zylstra or Mitchell. Is Brandon Joseph going to make it? Safety who's made a bit of an impact.
Yeah, it comes down to his spot or C.J. Moore if you're looking at 10 defensive backs.
Yep. Who else is some of the names that weren't on the radar at all? Right? Is Isaac Awuku going to make it?
Uku,
the defensive lineman, the rookie out of Mississippi, is
Matthew Betts going to make it?
Is Matthew Betts going to make it? Is Agude going to make it?
Yeah.
You know, there are guys that are sort of on the fringe that you have to wonder, you know, how many of those spots are is Dan Campbell specifically speaking to guys like that?
Do you think the offensive line is set? Or is
so
it
you have
possible
the
they carry
5
an extra
starters, and then you've got, I mean, last year you had Owasika, Skipper, and Sorsdahl.
Right.
This year Manu, I don't think they're going to try and practice squad him.
No, I don't think so.
So, yeah, does that mean Skipper or Owasika? Owasika's playing more guard now. Is it Skipper? Is he maybe in trouble here?
I don't know. Sorsdahl might be. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. They do carry an extra offensive lineman.
Not sure. But anything else interesting, Kang? Sorry to throw this at you, but I didn't know. Dan Campbell speaking while we're out here. So was there anything?
Yeah, that he says that
else?
Gibbs and Laporta and the few injured guys that haven't gotten some reps lately or look like they're going to start possibly getting some work in after the Pittsburgh game this weekend. So it looks like they're trending in the right direction.
Okay, so sit these guys out another week and then start to ramp them up for the regular season. Yeah, I would say that makes some sense. Did he give a DJ Reader update?
Not that I see right now.
Okay.
Terrian Arnold will not practice today, but Rakestraw will be back today. Nothing about Reader as of yet. I think they're just kind of just waiting on him still, so it's going to take some time.
So the Reader thing, look, on the worry scale, more worried, less worried, or about the same? regarding the health of DJ Reader. All we really care about is he ready to go for the regular season. We're still 2.5 weeks away from the regular season.
Yeah, I'm becoming less and less optimistic that he's ready for the regular season. That really what's important is that he's ready for the season at some point. And this is where I look at the defensive tackle position. I think they've got a lot of depth there, and they can afford to let him take his time to come back. He's starting to run a little bit now, and it may still be a while before he's ready to come back. But when he does.
What's up? How you doing, Coach?
You all right?
Yeah. You want to throw a headset on? Yeah. I got a couple minutes. All right, great. Antoine Randall has made his way out here and just happened to stop by.
Stop by to say what's up.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How y'all?
We're great. You're excited for practice, I can tell.
Every time. Anytime I touch that grass, man, it's just exciting to be out there, especially you get a chance to coach.
Yeah.
So I enjoy it. So I'm going to get on this grass.
I got to tell you, man.
Yeah.
I had a chance to work to the Michigan State broadcast years ago when you were at Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
I have to give you props. I have never seen a player as elusive as Antoine Randall when you were playing quarterback. I would watch him like they're going to kill him. He's like going to water, but you never got hit solidly.
Yeah, I worked on that a lot. You go with some big guys, it's like, man, look, I want to take a hit, but I don't want to take a direct hit. And if I'm going to deliver a blow, I'm going to deliver it somewhere where I make sure I ain't throwing my shoulder out as a quarterback and stuff like that. So it was fun, man. I enjoyed my time, and I shouldn't say my time. I enjoyed everything about playing college football was great, man.
Well, I know you're busy. We appreciate you stopping. How are the guys looking? Just are they ready for this?
Yeah, we're getting ready. I mean, we got finishing up camp here and get to the season as it comes, but my guys will be ready to go. I'm going to make sure that I'm responsible for my guys. So my guys got to be ready. They're going to be ready. So that's what we're about, man. So I appreciate you having me.
Hey, Coach, no, we didn't expect this.
That's
but,
right. Just coming back saying what's up.
Sounds good.
There you go. Antoine Randall.
That's a guy who play flag football and be awesome at flag
football.
Oh,
yeah.
Be amazing at flag football.
You guys should have asked him if he could step in for wide receiver 3 because the Lions are still looking for one, apparently.
No kidding. Should also put the camera on him. But
So Dan Campbell did just say today that according to Kyle Meinke, who's there alongside you guys somewhere down there for MLive, he said that Khalif Raymond is the wide receiver 3 for now, but they would like to avoid playing him every down because of his return ability. They're still waiting for someone to step up, but if no one does, they'll play Raymond at 3.
I think that bodes well for Isaiah Williams because they have like after the game, Dan Campbell basically said the guy is making plays, but he's a slot receiver, and we have 2 of them. You don't need 3 slot receivers, but if they're going to try and give Khalif a little bit of a break because he's going to be returning kicks as well, then I think that opens up the door for him making this team. You know?
No, I think you're right. I think because that's the guy who has really been noticeable in the 2 games in the preseason. He's made all the catches. It's the return game. He had the drop, which you don't want to see, but I mean he also had a couple of punt returns that were really, really impressive for this team and very important in the last game.
Yeah, well, good stuff there, and cool to see Antoine Randall very enthusiastic about practice. And I should have turned the camera on him. I don't know why I didn't. It's all right.
Dan Campbell's heading out to the field now. I think it's Ben Johnson with him there. So
okay, something happened at Falcons. It is Ben Johnson. Somebody happened at Falcons practice, went viral. Did you see that the Falcons gave Kirk Cousins aux?
Give him what?
I just learned what that meant for my kids in the last year. They gave him aux.
I don't know what the hell that means.
We'll get to that at 12:47 here on Carson Anderson.
Is it contagious?
It's not. We'll get to that at 12:47 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for the University of Michigan Credit Union. My new credit union. I joined because UMCU team members work really hard to ensure exceptional member experiences, and that's what I had when I had a meeting with them recently, and it doesn't happen by accident. Starts at the top. They got great leadership. Now some exciting news to share with you. UMCU is teaming up with Will Johnson, national champion, cornerback, All-American. He's awesome. Michigan Wolverine, strong candidate to be defensive MVP in the Big Ten, and you can become an MVP a checking MVP when you open up an MVP checking account. This is an unbeatable offer. MVP Checking from the University of Michigan Credit Union gives you a chance to intercept your debt by becoming a member and opening an MVP checking account, set up direct deposit, transferring your existing loans from another financial institution, and bam, just like that, you get 2% off your current interest rate. This is huge because 2% savings can start to add up real quick. Intercept your debt and become a member today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for details. Insured by NCUA. University of Michigan Credit Union, proud partner of Michigan Athletics.
I feel like a burger right now.
Dude, that's what you smell?
Yeah.
You smell burgers?
I smell
Chinese food.
No,
It smells like a Mongolian barbecue.
I smell like grilled meat.
It smells good.
It smells really good. Whoa. Oh, you've always said you like the smell of it.
I do, especially barbecue ribs. That's where I walk. When I walk through tailgates and somebody's barbecuing some ribs, I'm like, damn it, I'm missing out. That's the one thing.
Yeah, I got a coffee-scented candle the other day.
Did you?
Yeah. I hate coffee, but I love the smell of it.
Okay. Kind of went viral yesterday. Kang, did you know what it meant when Kirk Cousins got aux?
I did. I just put two and two together. That's why. I mean, it's not something I use in my daily, conversation or anything.
Did you have any ideas, Gator? Because one of my kids said, "Give me Oxdad," and I'm like, then this was a year and a half. It's a couple of years ago. Give me Oxdad, and I'm like, what?
I have no. I mean, what are the letters? How do you spell it?
AUX.
Ox. So auxiliary. What the hell does that mean? I don't know what that means. I have no idea.
When your kid asks for aux, they want to plug in and play the music that's coming through the speakers in the car or connect to Bluetooth at home.
So they want to control the music or whatever.
So yesterday was Kirk Cousins' birthday at Atlanta practice. And let's just say that the rest of the team was like, they let him choose and use a playlist. He got aux. So during practice, it was a Kirk Cousins playlist. And let's just say it trends like somebody who is closer to 40 than somebody who's closer to 20.
Yeah, yeah.
And the players at Falcons camp are like, what the hell is he playing?
Right.
So I'm going to give you some of the songs that were on his playlist. Are you ready?
Okay.
Move Along by the All-American Rejects. Stacy's Mom by Fountains of Wayne.
She's got it going on.
Mm-hmm. The Killers, Mr. Brightside. Foo Fighters, Best of You. Good Charlotte, Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous. Fall Out Boy, Sugar, We're Going Down.
Oh.
Yep. The All-American Rejects, Dirty Little Secret. Maroon 5, This Love. The Killers, Somebody Told Me. Three Doors Down, Kryptonite.
Oh, there we go.
Jimmy Eat World, The Middle. That's most of the list. Now,
that's about right. I mean, look, it reflects a certain age.
It does.
Right?
It totally does.
I mean, your playlist and my playlist, even though we're the same age, it would be completely different playlists.
Different genres of music.
Totally
but we would choose from an era that probably most of the players here at practice would be like, what is that? But
Some of the stuff, I think you would put together a playlist that more players would resonate with than what, well, I don't know. Some players would like some of the heavy metal stuff that I would have, but it would be like classic metal.
Yep. Kang, any thoughts on this list, the Kirk Cousins playlist?
You're right. It totally reflects his age, guys. And I think that even if you like newer, modern stuff, right, no matter what age you are, when it push comes to shove, you revert back to when you're in your 20s or whatever, right? And that's when you were like maybe listening to music the most. It reminds you of things that were happening at that time. And I think Kirk Cousins went full on, 2004 or whatever this is. Like this is. I know a lot of these songs. I'm similar, more closer to age of Kirk Cousins than you guys.
It's like I just was watching American Pie 2.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like one of those. This is the soundtrack for every movie back then too. All these songs.
So, what'd you say in his 20s? He turned 20 in 1988 or 2008. He was born in 1988.
Okay, all right.
Turned 20 in 2008, and he's playing with guys that were born in the early 2000s. So this is. It doesn't sound like Kirk Cousins has aux here today at Lions practice.
No, it doesn't sound like Kirk Cousins aux.
But I'm looking at this and I'm like, would any of these songs make my playlist? Probably not. But my two favorites are Mr. Brightside and Best of You by Foo Fighters.
One would have a chance with me.
Let me see what I might. Three Doors Down, Kryptonite.
That's the one.
Yeah. So anyway, I learned stuff from my kids. I pass it along to you. If a kid wants aux, or if they ask who's got aux,
it means who's controlling the music.
Who's controlling the music? Who's got the playlist going right now? You know what the greatest part about Kirk Cousins is? Kirk Cousins is so authentically Kirk Cousins. He is just as Kirk Cousins as you could be, and unashamedly Kirk Cousins. With the Coles outfits and the playlists And everything about him's wholesome.
We got it, Doug. You want to hang out in his fire pit and listen to his
Nothing
aux.
to do with his fire pit.
Yeah, this is the exact music he'd be playing at the fire pit, Doug.
It's his fire
Yeah.
pit.
Oh, 100%.
In fact, Doug is going to come up with a new list and put it. He's going to label it as fire pit aux.
If I were in Kirk Cousins' fire pit,
this
is the music I would choose.
But
to
honestly,
play.
when I hear that and I see the list,
For people who don't know, in the TV show Quarterback, where they followed around 3 quarterbacks, the version that Netflix had out 2 years ago, this year they did wide receivers, they had a shot of Kirk Cousins' backyard. I'm like, that is an awesome backyard. Sweet fire pit. That backyard is great. And since then, you guys have made fun of me how much I like the backyard.
you did. Look, it's a nice backyard. But looking at that list, that's not what I would have expected out of Kirk Cousins.
Really?
Yeah. I know he's a very religious person, very spiritual, so I would expect
You expect a
maybe
lot of
something
Creed?
more like that.
This isn't Zach McKinstry's list, is it?
No, I thought maybe I would look at him and I would think that's more of a country guy. Maybe there'd be some country stuff in there, but none of it. I mean, it's all just pop rock. Is really
Yeah, there's
what it
some I
is.
didn't mention. By the way, I didn't want to run down the whole list, but that was a songs I thought might get a reaction out of you. But yes, I think it's hysterical that the players at practice were like, "What the hell are we listening to?"
All right.
And all those players someday they're going to do the same
you're
things.
old.
When they're all playing music for their kids, or if they're coaching someday, and they're, "Coach, what would you play?" And you're going to play something from this era, and they're going to go, "What the hell is that?"
Like, what is that? And Cousins like, come on, guys. American Pie. They're like, what? Come on, Stifler's mom. They're like, what?
No. This looks like a lineup for like Freedom Hill. Like, like I'd go to that concert.
Like, what the hell is that? Maroon 5, Adam Levine. Come on. They're like, what? What's the matter with you?
Yeah. Not familiar with the Foo Fighters?
Good Charlotte. Was there
They
a bad Charlotte? I don't even know.
Right. What is that? No, what? No Blink 182?
No, they're on there.
All the small things. Blink 182 is on there. I didn't mention that. Holiday, Green Day is on there. This Love by Maroon 5. Dear Maria, Count Me In, All Time Low is on there. Ocean Avenue by Yellow Card.
American Pie 6 soundtrack.
But it's funny because each generation will have their own. The guys, he's what, 36? So
38, I think, yeah.
38, whatever it is. So there's guys that'll be, 28 that'll have completely different playlists, and the guys that are rookies have completely different playlists.
It's amusing. It is very amusing. And according to the Brinson model, the Falcons are going to win the division and they're going to go to the playoffs.
All because of Kirk Cousins' aux.
Yeah. The kids don't like Dad's playlist, but I
don't think I'm using it right when I say his aux. It's not. He had aux, right?
No, he had aux. Yeah, it's so I.
It's not like Paul Bunyan and his blue ox. That's different.
Yes, no, that's OX.
Right.
This is AUX. When I play my music, I always think about how I felt when my parents would put in their 8 tracks and listen to songs from their era, and I thought that, God, this stuff sounds so old. It sounds just like ancient. When music barely even, like it sounds like they just invented music.
Right.
And now I'm like, when I play my music, are my kids having those thoughts? Like it just barely sounds like music had ever been invented. These were the early stages of music.
Probably. Because there's a big gap. It's a huge gap.
Oh, yeah. All right, so we'll talk with Dan Miller coming up next. Our Lions practice have split into offense and defense, with the defense right in front of us, the offense on the far side. And
all the guys got the Guardian caps on.
They do here. We haven't seen one in a Lions game yet, have we?
No.
No. There's your blocking sled. Oh, this is Jack Campbell's rep. Pretty violent. So you hit the blocking sled, and then you got to knock a ball loose from a ball carrier is what the linebackers are doing right in front of us.
It's a tiny blocking sled.
Yeah, it really
it's
is
like a
small.
shell of a blocking sled.
Yeah, I'm sure it's some new modern thing. It probably weighs 1 million pounds. But football practice from here at Allen Park. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. I do want to take some texts about terms your kids used that you had to figure out what it meant, like aux. what it meant when Kirk Cousins was given aux for Atlanta practice. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Carson Anderson from the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. Practice ongoing, and you can hear the blocking sled getting destroyed behind us as they have got practice underway in front of us, and linebackers are going through the drills right in our immediate sight line, and we're grateful to have Dan Miller, play-by-play voice of the Lions, joining us here, and of course from Fox 2.
Doug, that's Jack Campbell.
Yes, it is. He's right there.
Doug is looking longingly at 46 running that drill.
And
did you see the way he hit that?
Yes, security is wandered over to play the middleman to make sure to fend off.
But you know what? It's a great pick for a guy to take a
pick.
huge step this year.
Yep.
I mean, we've kind of talked about that. Like, who are the guys that if they take a step beyond what we've seen so far and kind of become who we think they are, can really move this team up. I think it's Campbell and I think it's J-Mo. I mean, guys that, Campbell just seemed like he was kind of figuring it out last year and got better towards the end of the year, but there's so much more there. And then J-Mo, look, he's as good as – the next step for him is 60 to 85 catches, route tree all over the field, and just being that explosive player. So it's like those are the guys to me that I look at and I say, wow, if they figure it out, that's really where this team goes.
So you've been out here a heck of a lot more than we have. This is our first look at it, really. So when it comes to Jameson Williams, everybody talks about how he is a different player this year in camp. Is it that he runs crisper routes? Is it he's catching everything that's thrown to him? It's no longer do I look over my left shoulder or right shoulder? He knows exactly where he's supposed to be?
Yeah, I would say this, Gator. I would say you go back to last year, and I think he just figured some things out. And I had a talk with him about this a couple weeks ago, and he credited Teddy Bridgewater. And if you were here last year and watched after practice, you would have seen him running routes with Teddy pretty much every day after practice. And he said, Teddy taught me how to be a pro. I was in some headspace that I wasn't supposed to be in, and Teddy kind of helped me figure things out. So I think last year I started seeing J-Mo smile. I started seeing J-Mo put in the extra work, and I think you started seeing some of those results. Now, I think I love where he is mentally. I love where he is physically. He's not hurt. He's got no impediments. He's not suspended. There's nothing happening. Yeah, knock on wood. There's nothing happening right now. So it's full football for him. And I think we have seen with his athleticism and speed, which is unmatched by pretty much anybody in this league. Maybe there's one or two guys that can run with him, but not many. If he can figure it out and start catching the ball all over the field, which to me is the next step, then I think this offense can really explode. But, look, you're talking about a guy who hasn't caught 25 passes in the NFL yet. He's got to prove he can do it. I just love where he is on that ascension right now.
We saw it later in the season. It was in the second half of the season where the routes he was running were no longer, hey, he's just going to run a streak or run it down and out. He started dragging players across the field, and that's where you really see the separation because you can't keep up with it. No. And then it becomes a game of, okay, are Jared Goff and Jameson Williams in sync enough? Do they have enough timing together where that's going to work? And it started to at the end of the season. That's what has me excited because it's that explosiveness that gets him in that second level of defense.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us have the definitive answer as to whether or not that's there and ready to take off now, from the timing to the route precision to the consistently catching the ball, all that stuff. All that has to come together, and if it does, like I said, look, we've seen enough to understand that if you put this guy in that, okay, in terms of opportunities, let's say wide receiver 2 behind Amon-Ra, 60 to 85 catches. How many of those catches do you think he's going to have a step on somebody and turn into a big play? That's what he's capable of doing. That's what's exciting about him. So, look, man, I want to see it. I want to see it out there because I think it can change this offense. It would change any offense if that guy's operating full capacity.
So the offense was elite last year. The defense really made some improvements in terms of who's on the roster. Mm-hmm. And then there's guys, and I want to get to the guy that's caught so many people's attention, Levi Onwuzurike.
Yeah.
The fact that he hasn't played in the preseason, they're treating him like a player that they can't afford to get hurt. And I'm like, doesn't he need reps?
That's a great point. And I asked Dan Campbell that exact thing. We were in a production meeting before the first preseason game, and he was running through all the guys that weren't playing, and he named Levi. And I was like, really? And I said, should we take this as this is a byproduct of what he has shown you? And he said, absolutely. He goes, we've seen enough from him in practice and in the joint workouts that we are comfortable with where he's at, and we're treating him like one of those guys we don't want to put out there right now. And I had the same question you did.
I'm kind of jaw on the floor that he's in that kind of place.
I understand that. And I think it's been one of the and I don't know how it translates to the regular season in terms of numbers, in terms of production. That's something we're all going to have to figure out together. But it's been one of the best stories in camp. And I asked Aleem about it a couple weeks ago, and he said, look, man, he's just healthy. He said he hasn't been healthy since he's been in the league. And then one of my favorite lines, which I will be using consistently if he's who we hope he is, he said, Levi's going to be an issue. He said, Levi's going to be an issue. And I said, I love that. And so we'll see. I mean, look, they drafted him in the second round for a reason. He has had injuries and inability to stay on the field and inconsistent play. But he's said himself, and he hasn't talked a lot during training camp. I think he's only talked once, but he said, I just feel like I'm myself. And I think it's been a while. But look, he's down to, you're down to your last chance. You're in year 4 now. He's got to make it happen, or maybe it's not going to happen.
So Gator said earlier in the show he thinks the defensive tackle spot has gone from being a weakness to a strength. And I'm watching Broderick Martin in this last game, and Kansas City's not running the ball up the middle at all.
Yeah.
And has he really emerged? Is he going to be a run stuffer on this team?
What Dan Campbell said after game 1 was he and I haven't talked to him since they played Kansas City, but he said, look, there were some plays where he did exactly what we wanted him to do, and then there were some plays where it looked like he was playing and he was 6'9".
Yeah.
Which means he's playing too high.
Yeah.
And that's been the problem with him, is not staying low, not being able to utilize that big body to play consistently. So I think the answer, Doug, is that it's coming, but it's got to be there more consistently. And, Campbell said before practice today they're hoping to get, he said, we're going to get Reeder up, which means, in my mind, off PUP, which means he won't have to miss that first month of the season. They said they're going to get him in some individual drills next week, which hopefully means that he's tracking towards, if not the Rams, then the first couple weeks. But, man, you start talking about, Martin, Aleem, Reeder, you can play Onwuzurike inside or outside, those guys, and all of a sudden that rotation looks a lot better than it did a year ago.
And this is without Kaminsky, too. And, it's a credit to Brad Holmes for compiling this roster, because when they have to make cuts, they're going to be tough cuts to be made. A lot of tough cuts to be made, but you're still going to see those guys playing in the NFL. It just won't be with the Lions, because that's the kind of roster that they built in training camp.
Yeah, and that's a whole lot different than we've seen around here a lot of years, where, guys kind of left here and then you didn't hear from them again. But, yeah, I do agree. There's going to be some tough guys that are cut. And the nice thing is not all of them will get picked up, and you got a large practice squad now where some of these guys will be sitting. But to your point, I think there are going to be some tough decisions, and some, guys like Ukwu come up and all of a sudden they're fighting for a roster spot. So what does that do? Does that put James Houston on the bubble? Are they fighting for one spot? How does that work? So it's a meritocracy, and guys are earning it, and guys are catching the eyes of the coaches, which I think is huge.
And you can't sneak Isaiah Williams to the practice squad, the wide receiver. You can't sneak Brandon Joseph to the practice squad because these guys are making too many plays.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, Doug. And sometimes I think that, and then sometimes I do see guys get through.
Yeah.
And I think you do see around the league, you'll see a guy that leads a team in receptions and then doesn't get picked up.
Right.
I don't know the answer to that. I think receiver is, because of the duplication between him and Khalif and Amon-Ra, I think he's still in a tough spot. But, man, he's making it hard on these coaches to do something. And Brandon Joseph, to your point, has just been making plays on the ball. I mean, an interception in the first game, came out the next weekend, had 2 in practice. He's starting to figure things out. You can see it, which is huge. And they don't want to let go of good football players. No. And they're going to do their best they can to keep all these guys. But I think the one interesting thing that Dan Campbell said, because I know that wide receiver 3 or 3B, however you want to look at it, is getting a lot of talk. He said, number one, that receiver might not be in our receiver room. It could be in the running back room. That's one thing he said. You start thinking about Gibbs. You start thinking about Vaki.
Yep.
And he also said that receiver might not be here. So it could be somebody that's on another team right now, either by trade or waiver, as you guys talked about, and we'll see how that thing plays out. But they've made it clear they want some size. And DPJ looked like he was kind of trending up going into last week. I don't know if he kind of stalled out in that game a little bit.
Well, you talk about this game this week means a lot for a lot of guys. I think DPJ is one of them. Where else do you see the players that are really kind of on the edge of being on the roster or not?
I think there's probably back-end defensive line. You got a couple guys that are fighting for spots. We mentioned Ukwu. We mentioned Houston. I mean, look, to us, I think Houston has that skill that we remember from his rookie year, but he's got to look, I hope he's well enough to play this week.
Your availability is huge.
Yeah, and if he can, he wasn't able to play this past week, so if he can play this week, my guess is he's going to get a heavy dose of snaps, and they want to see, can you show us that same ability to get to the passer that you showed us, in your rookie season? And then I think, maybe back end of the secondary, they're looking at something, and how many running backs are you going to keep? How many wide receivers are you going to keep? What's your offensive line depth look like? Are they happy with the offensive line depth? Might they pick up an offensive lineman from somewhere else? I mean, he said it today. He said, look, what we do at one position is going to impact another position. So saying that there might be a back-end battle at one spot just means a guy at another spot might not make it. So they say 5 or 6, but that might mean that there's multiple positions involved in those 5 or 6 places that are still out there for one of these guys to grab.
For you, I mean, having been around and covered the Lions and been the play-by-play voice, I have gone, I want to know if you're in the same place. I've gone from being skeptical of everything they say to 100% believing absolutely everything they say. Like, if they have something good to say, if there's hype out of practice.
You're talking about the coaches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it now. And my whole life, I was like, yeah, we'll wait till Sundays in the fall.
Yeah. I mean, Dan Campbell doesn't hide things.
No.
He doesn't. He's got no problem answering questions. And if somebody's not playing well, he'll tell you he needs to show us more. And if somebody's caught their eyes, he'll say he's got our eye. I mean, you pretty much know where guys stand based on the way that Dan Campbell answers questions. He's not a lot of coaches are like that. Like, we were up in New York, and I was watching Dable answer questions, and it was like, okay, he's like Matt Patricia. He just didn't want to answer anything. I don't mean that in any kind of negative way other than he just hides things and doesn't want to give you any information. Dan Campbell will just tell you exactly what he's thinking, and there's something pretty cool about that for what we do, and it doesn't leave a lot of guesswork. And you know what else it doesn't leave? For the players. They're going to understand exactly where they stand. I think he's very open with them anyway, but there's just there's something refreshing about the way that he answers questions. And you know what? It's not like it hurts him. It's not like it's not like anything negative has happened because of that.
There's excitement all over the field, but for me, it's the kind of retooling of the secondary. You draft a couple guys that look like they're going to play right away with Rakestraw and Arnold. You bring in Carlton Davis. You've got a McRobertson, and all of a sudden you've turned over almost your entire secondary unit. I've maintained that because of that, that's why this defense can be even better than average probably when all is said and done. That takes this team to a whole different level.
Well, I think they were 27th last year, and that's saying something when I believe they were second against the run.
Right.
So, I mean, it's like that tells you, and if you go back to the end of last season, receiver after receiver after receiver was getting 150, 180, 200 against them, and I think they lived kind of a charmed existence. It's hard to win when you're giving up that kind of yardage to a player. They were able to do it, but, man, you don't want to try to make that, a normal way of going out there and operating. But I think it's two-pronged, Gator. One, you're right. They turned that thing over, and Carlton Davis is a proven cornerback in this league, and assuming he's healthy, I think he's fine. And then, they believe Arnold is cornerback too, and he's going to be out there ready to go. And, you look at these guys, but, they got to get more of a pass rush. And to me, that's what – you got guys back there now with ball skills. So if you can get that ball out a little quicker, get that ball out before the quarterback is comfortable, these guys get opportunities to make plays, but it's got to start with more than just Hutch and Aleem getting after the quarterback. And that to me is probably one of the things that I'm watching, because I agree that secondary is clearly better, but if the quarterback has time to go back there and pat, and just look, it's still hard to play in the secondary in this league.
Final thing for me, you traveled around, you went to New York with him, you went to Kansas City with him. Because of last year, because of what people think of this organization, do you find that you're treated differently? Like, do people want to talk and actually, as opposed to when the Lions came to town, it was like, whatever. Are you, because everything's new to us.
Yeah, I think for 3 years, Doug, all I got, and I know you get all the calls to do the sports talk radio shows around the country, and people want to talk about Michigan football, and I would go on show after show after show, and for 3 years, everybody brought up biting kneecaps. Yeah. Well, thank God nobody brings that up anymore.
Right.
And I had to explain every time somebody brought that up. That was literally 30 seconds out of a 90-minute press conference. And it was like that's all anybody picked up on. But, yeah, there's no doubt. There's a respect for this organization now that hasn't been there. I've been covering this team for 27 years. This will be my 20th doing play-by-play. There's a respect for them now that wasn't there in the past. And now the conversation I'll have is, what did they do? How did they do it? And the answer is they hired the right people and empowered the right people. But, to me, the biggest thing that's happening here, and it's kind of what we've all talked about, is, man, you look out at that field, these coaches develop players. Yeah. And for a long time, guys didn't come here and get better. It's the only way you get good in this league is to draft and develop. And we're seeing that now, where guys just become NFL players in front of our eyes and contributing members in front of our eyes. And I give them so much. That's what has changed here. That's, to me, the difference. That's where they've gotten better. And people see that. That's where Holmes gets respect. That's where Dan Campbell and his staff get respect. And that's the secret sauce. If you can coach your players and make them better, that's when you really start doing something.
How much more fulfilled is your life after seeing Patrick Mahomes behind the back pass?
Oh, God.
Yeah. Look, he's something else, man. I mean, you're getting ready for that game, and it's like you're looking at it, and it's like 8 straight division titles, 2 consecutive Super Bowl wins, 4 appearances, 3 Super Bowl victories overall, and it's like, this is incredible. I mean, just to be able to do that, and part of that was with Alex Smith. But it's just the success that they've had there, and yeah, I mean, he's fun. I mean, he's a great player, and he hasn't always had the best receivers in the world, but he figures things out. I mean, Kelsey's obviously a great player, and Cheetah, when he was there, is a great player. But I mean, what do you say about a guy like Mahomes? He just figures it out. He's one of those guys. Doesn't matter, like Brady. It didn't matter who was around him. He figured it out.
Yep.
So yeah,
Greats are great for a reason.
Have fun this year.
Yeah, you too, man.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I love these guys that come in and get their feet wet and win a championship right away. It's not like I'm jealous or anything.
28-1.
That's I call him 28-1 over here.
28-1. That's insane. I talked to Decker. Go back and look at like his record at Ohio State.
Oh yeah,
it was insane.
Yes.
It's like he didn't even know what losing was. No. But no, I'm happy for you. That was really cool. And
we're happy for you. We're happy for everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a good
Listen,
run.
And I'll leave after this. But I have people all the time come up to me and go, "I'm so happy for you," and I'm like, "No. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you, man, because you have given your heart and soul to this team and your money to this team and invested in this team. And to see that whole scene last year, Rams game, Bucks game, and all the city of Detroit was just amazing.
We're all happy for each other.
Amen, brother.
Keep up the good work.
Good seeing you guys.
Dan Miller, Fox 2, here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're looking for a hassle-free car lease, check out Sarah Chevrolet Southfield's transparent pricing. There's no hidden fees because the taxes and the fees are actually included in every single quote. Let Sarah Chevrolet Southfield provide you with an upfront, honest deal. And Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They're open every Saturday for sales and also for service. Their hours are for working people just like you and me. If you need your car serviced, well, they offer loaner vehicles to keep you moving. Plus, their service technicians, they work in comfortable air-conditioned environment, which helps them stay focused in your car. Look, it's important. I've seen it firsthand. Guys are happy with what they're doing, and that matters when it comes to your car. They've got over 80 new demos available. In fact, you can drive away in a new vehicle for literally thousands less than employee pricing. At Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, all new 2024 vehicles are actually sold at employee pricing for everybody. So choose from the best selection of used cars in the state while getting top dollar for your trade-in. Visit the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. They're at Telegraph and 696. They've helped me with my car, and I know that they're going to take great care of you also. Visit Sarah's Chevrolet Southfield today and experience unbeatable service combined with an exceptional selection. Such a jerk. Comes here just blah, 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 blah. Dan Miller this, Dan Miller. I got it.
It's all about him.
No.
Obviously, for people who don't know us well, this is sarcasm.
I love Dan Miller.
He is a great dude. Great dude. And a new grandfather.
Oh.
So, yep.
That's pretty great.
And there's the ninja.
That's the man.
Mr. Brad
That's the man
Holmes.
right
Yep.
there. No, you're the man.
He's a draft ninja. Brad Holmes making his way onto the practice field. So,
He
look.
acknowledged us. Did you see that?
What's that?
There was acknowledgement.
He did acknowledge us, yeah.
It's very important.
But he was humble. He said, oh, come on.
Yes, he did say that.
Okay. So we've mentioned this. Dan Campbell, speaking with the media, said something I think is really interesting. This is about wide receiver 3. And Kang, was it specific to Khalif? It was specific to Khalif Raymond, right?
Yeah, he basically was asked, is Khalif Raymond your third wide receiver?
Okay. We haven't had a chance to hear this yet. He spoke to the media while we were doing the show earlier this hour before practice started. Actually, it was last hour, my bad. And here is what Dan Campbell had to say and ask that question about Khalif Raymond and the number 3 receiver. Yeah, when he's not practicing, that's obviously a good sign. And you start thinking about the comments that Dan Miller just talked about, that third wide receiver could be in the running back room, could be on another team's roster right now. They're still, that third or maybe fourth guy, or as he called 3A and 3B. There's still some uncertainty there, but God, I mean, again, I'm continually amazed that we're talking about uncertainty about guys that are the third and fourth at a position, or the backup here, or the backup there. That's the world we're operating in right now.
Well, that's why I'm excited about having guys on the team like Jahmyr Gibbs and like Sione Vaki, because they can help to expand the roster a little bit, because of their versatility. Hey, you know what? We got this battle going for another defensive back or another defensive lineman. We can have those guys here because maybe we don't need to have 5 receivers.
Right.
Because we have 2 options in running backs that can step up and play receiver if necessary. It's all about the options that you have, and this roster has been constructed in a brilliant way.
Well, they will be on the practice field for the next hour or so here, and then, of course, playing Pittsburgh on Saturday. And then cut day, which is never fun for the coaches. I mean, these guys that are out there are giving you everything they got to try and make this football team and doing everything you ask. And, I mean, some of them might be easy, but I get the sense that if you're here, they liked a lot about you, including who you were. And hence, it's not easy to call those guys in and make those changes. But it's always interesting to see, from our perspective, who made it and who didn't. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Tigers back in action tonight. We'll give them some attention coming up, but mostly it's Lions talk from Lions practice today, as now there's a scrimmage going on, unfortunately, in Field 2, which is the furthest from us. But they're Hendon Hooker at quarterback right now on the far side. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Do you know your water score in your home? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score isn't as high as it should be. Contact my friends at CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, to find out your water score. They'll test your water and survey your home to rank your water. If you aren't satisfied with your water score, CGC can recommend the Connecticut Water Treatment Solution to improve it. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Tell them Doug Karsh sent you. feels like it's a huge week for some players on the roster bubble here, and probably the position. Look, the skill positions get the most discussion. I would imagine that there is some question about whether or not they're keeping 3 quarterbacks. There's no doubt that they're keeping Hendon Hooker. So are they going to go with Nate Sudfeld as well? Does he take a roster spot? The running backs, I mean, there's no question that there's great excitement about Sione Vaki. But is he ready to be RB3 on a team, with Craig Reynolds, who they know can do the job? I mean, they've gotten to the point where they're in the business of winning a Super Bowl, not in the business of developing players and hanging on to guys. And, like, if Craig Reynolds is this tiny little bit better than Sione Vaki, I think you have to keep him because you're trying to win a Super Bowl. And you keep Vaki too, but, if Vaki has a huge week, does it put Craig Reynolds on the bubble? I don't know if that's even in play for them. And then there's the wide receiver spot, which gets a ton of questions and seems to be the most that's under question here as it pertains to this roster as it's being formulated. And Dan Campbell spoke about it today and how much they like Khalif Raymond.
Yeah, I mean, I think 4 running backs make the team. Is it too many? But with the versatility that you have with the first 2 running, and even Montgomery has versatility in catching the ball, but he's not somebody you would think would line up as wide receiver. But but because Gibbs and Vaki can, does that give them enough room where you can say we keep Craig Reynolds, or is Craig Reynolds try to sneak him on the practice squad?
I mean, it could,
and I don't think that one's not. I don't think that was as much of a sneak.
You think they'd get him on the practice squad?
I think they could, yeah.
Well, look, I mean, the big thing here with this team is staying healthy. You're not going to. So these players that end up on the practice squad, they're going to have to make plays for you at some time. Not all of them, but guys got to make plays for you that you aren't expecting given where they are coming out of training camp, right? I mean, it's a league of attrition. Attrition plays a huge role. So sometimes your competitiveness, your ability to win in the postseason comes down to those guys. I mean, let's face it. It hurt Detroit last year. There were guys in the secondary in that San Francisco game that couldn't make relatively rudimentary plays. I mean, there were guys on offense, too, that we expected from. But those are practice squad players that were thrown into an NFC title game that didn't make plays, right?
Correct.
And so these last few roster spots are huge in terms of who you keep and who you don't.
Yeah, I think this is it's a massive week, I think, for DPJ. Because, like Dan Miller said, it looked like he was trending in the right direction, and then the game came, and there really wasn't much there. It was like the weekend after the first game, going into the first game, they weren't really thrilled with what was going on, and then all of a sudden he has a decent few days of practice, and it didn't really translate in game 2. So I feel like he's got to really step up because I think they need a bigger receiver, and they don't really have one on the roster outside of J-Mo, and he's not necessarily big. And these other guys aren't either. They're all 6'2".
Yeah.
So maybe the answer is just flat out it's from outside the organization if they're going to look for another receiver on this team. But I hope that Isaiah Williams makes it just on his own merit, and then the last guy in the roster is somebody for size.
Somebody tweeted us or texted us and said Isaiah Williams has to be the number 4 wide receiver. You can't let him get away. Another one says, Doug, why do you keep talking about how amazing it is fans want to round out the roster? I don't know what that even means. But then he writes, we have over $40 million in cap space. Get a premier wide receiver.
I don't think they have over $40 million in cap space.
They don't have over $40 million in cap space, but they do have a lot of cap space. It's 30-something. But, okay, he's got a point. Let's go to the wide receiver store and just spend the money. Got it. Yep. Are you talking about trading for a guy? And if so, you have to have a trade partner. You have to give something up. You can sign a free agent. Kang, you were on the Julio Jones thing. Was it last week that you brought it up?
Yeah, I just brought it up because I think the thing people are missing here with the receiving room is, I like Isaiah Williams too, and I actually hope he makes the team. But he's like a mix of Khalif Raymond and St. Brown, smaller guys that play this slot. I think they're really looking for an outside guy with some size. Now, that's Julio Jones. And you don't have to be fast. I think a big body receiver that can make contested catches. Obviously, Julio Jones, his best days are behind him, but he's still a big receiver. He's a veteran. He's been a leader wherever he's been. He wouldn't shake up the culture or the locker room. So it's just someone like that to look at, and it would not cost you a lot, of course. He'd be
Wouldn't cost you all your cap space.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I just think that that's the type of a receiver they're looking for. If they go with 4 receivers, if DPJ, I agree with you guys, DPJ, Fountain, Caden Davis, one of those guys has to step up if they want to make this team, because I think they want one of those guys to step up and make the team, because that's the type of receiver they're looking for to play the outside.
What's funny is about 20 minutes ago, we were sitting here and Brad Holmes walked right past us, and we made some comments to him, and he laughed and, kind of. But I wanted to say, where were you just now, and what discussions were you having? Like right before you walked out, you were late for practice, and that's not your job to be at practice. You're the general manager, so you were doing something. What exactly were you doing? If you just give us in great detail exactly what you were doing before you came out here.
Spare no details.
Well, because he's got to. If you have a roster question, right? You've got agents to talk to. Hey, we might be interested. Whether it's Michael Thomas or Hunter Renfrow or Julio Jones, those free agent receivers that are out there that you're like, hey, what are you looking for? Because do you think they have those preliminary conversations? We might be interested. Do you think he talks to those guys' agents all the time? Do you think he's reaching out to teams that might have a spare part or might be looking for a draft pick?
I think if there's anybody that they've been interested in, the agent probably knows.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about those specific players or not, but obviously the Lions have had conversations behind closed doors on what to do when it comes to rounding out the roster. Yes, they've got a lot of guys here in camp that are very capable and they got tough cuts to make, but it doesn't stop you from looking elsewhere. And it doesn't stop you from looking for a trade if you have to make a trade. And the resource, I hate giving up the resource at this point in the season, and maybe it's something that they just say, all right, we're going to go with what we've got.
Yeah.
And then at week 6, week 7, whatever the trade deadline is, if we have to pivot, then we can pivot.
Well, it just –
and we leave ourselves the flexibility with the cap space to do so.
Are you also calling other GMs? Like, are you letting them know what your needs are? Are you going that far, or do you not want to tip your hand that much? All part of the strategy of being a general manager. And you got relationships with all these guys. You got them all on your favorites list. So, I don't know. It's intriguing, and you wonder how much of outside the organization, how heavily they are looking. But practice continues on the far side of the field. It looks like they're doing goal line work where the offense is backed up to their own goal line and trying to get out from the shadows of their own goalposts. I had remember years ago, do you remember a quarterback named Shea Patterson?
Yes.
Shea Patterson once said to me, our minimum goal when you're backed up in the shadows of your own goalpost is 2 first downs. Got to get 2 first downs. Anything beyond that's great, but the minute we got to get 2 first downs.
Got to get past the 20.
We want to make sure that we have room, that we can flip the field, that we're not giving them great field position. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. It's Carson Anderson from Lions practice here on 97.1 The Ticket.
So recently I had to get new garage doors, and I knew there was only one place to call. Precision Garage Door. These guys are awesome for so many reasons. The deals you get are great. They offer the industry's leading warranty right now, which is fantastic. But what I love about it is you can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. That's right. They're about customer service, too. It's not just the great product that they bring out to you. And those guys came out to the house. John, Jeff, the whole crew, easy to work with. We went through all my options. We got the doors installed, and I couldn't be happier. In fact, they're available weekends at no extra charge. If you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive the service fee. All that just awesome. If you're in the market for garage doors, get the garage doors done right and do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. He had aux.
He had aux. He was given aux at practice, and his playlist read like somebody who was born in the late 80s, that, at the age of 20, the music still resonates with him, that he heard when he was 20, a lot of Killers and Maroon 5 and All-American Rejects and
Good Charlotte, Blink-182.
Yeah, Jody and Romeo
Doors
said.
Down.
Jody and Romeo says all Kirk Cousins did was hand him one of those best of the 2000s CDs from American Publishing House.
I'm telling you, he got the American Pie soundtrack and just put it on.
Matthew said, I bet Kirk's wife made the list. She likes to put his outfits together for him, too. Max in Bath, Michigan says, Kirk playing some bangers. I don't think Kirk Cousins aged necessarily. I just think he only had one radio station growing up. Robin Brighton says, all great songs. Cousins can aux any party I'm at. So there you go. Regarding the ESPN staffer who asked for advice, Matt Miller, who started a workout routine today that means he's getting up every morning at 4:45 a.m. to work out. From Jim in a Truck. I get up 5 days a week at 4:45 a.m. to go to the gym. Lights out around 10:30. Suck it up. Embrace the old man stereotype. Go to bed at 10 p.m., up at 5. Shower, gym, dishes done all before work, even maybe a video game. Be tired on the clock. That's funny. That's great for productivity. Why does society applaud 4 a.m. guy or girl? We all have the same number of hours in a day. Chop them up however works best for you. I'm night gym guy. I find having something after work to get my head out of work mode is best. That's from James and Fenton.
There you go. Now, I don't know what it means from a health standpoint, if it's better for you you're more productive working out in the morning or more productive working in the evening. I don't know. But I agree with most of that statement.
Why do we applaud for 4 a.m.?
Well, honestly, why? Why are you like, oh, good for you?
Because it takes discipline. It takes toughness to get out of bed at that time of day. When everyone else is sleeping, you're up, started the grind. People watching on Twitch, the Gator was disgusted with this.
Come on, man. I mean, everybody's got tough stuff to deal with, right? Everybody has different stresses in life. Not everybody
Some people have it tougher than others.
Sure. But not everybody has. You don't have to sit there and sell it to everybody.
Some people make it tougher than it needs to be.
Yeah.
I don't do anything.
Welp, here I go.
You really didn't like that, did you?
No, I did not like that.
Well, just so you know, he sent out the tweet last night about how he had to get up at 4:45 to start his workout routine. Any advice? And then this morning,
other than going to bed earlier.
Yeah, other than going to bed early. And this morning at 4:45 in the morning, he tweeted out, "Welp, here I go."
Yeah. Sorry for the obvious, Matt, but just go to bed earlier.
Rob writes in, I don't do anything that involves having to get up early to participate. This includes golfing and hunting. The one time I went hunting, we had to go out at 4 a.m. Everyone kept telling me to shut up.
By the way, here's the other thing with the 4:45 workout, dude.
Mm-hmm.
How long are you working out for, dude? I mean, let's relax here.
So
you don't need a 3-hour sesh.
No, let's say he goes for an hour. So now it's 5:45. He's got the drive home. It's 6. Shower and get ready for work. I don't know how far his commute is, but what time does he want to get into work, you know?
I feel like that's kind of important in this discussion.
Yeah.
Because if it's like, it takes me half an hour to get to work, what the hell are you getting up at 4:45 for? Other than tell people that you got up at 4:45 because you think you're important.
From an unnamed texter, I do an early workout. If I go to bed at 9 p.m. and get up at 4 a.m., it's 7 hours of sleep. Seems like enough sleep during the week. Naps on the weekend to try and catch up. Or you could just say what John Jansen said, which was suck it up, you wussy.
Wussy.
Yeah. Kang, I didn't get a chance to tell you this because I'm sure you're deeply interested in something that matters a lot to you. The Brinson method that we started the show with, talking about how many wins every team in the NFL will have, and we'll go over it again here in a sec.
Mm-hmm.
Your Indianapolis Colts. The Brinson method projects their record to be 8-9. 8-9.
Slow playing them, man.
Stupid method.
Dumb method.
Dumb method. Model.
Well,
Is we call them Brinson model?
The Brinson model, yeah. He said, if you told me Anthony Richardson played 5 games and the Colts struggled this season, I'd buy it. If you told me Anthony Richardson won the MVP this season and the Colts were a 12-win powerhouse, I'd buy that too.
So 8 and 9, good model.
Is that what? Yeah, right. That's the model.
So he meets him in the middle, I guess, because he expects him to get hurt at some point.
The NFC North, according to the Brinson model, Lions 11-6, Green Bay 10-7, Chicago 8-9, Minnesota 7-10. The Rams at 12-5, the number 1 seed in the NFC. That I found a little bit surprising.
Yeah, me too. I find it very surprising. They're going to go with the Rams with an aging quarterback, banged up. Everybody's banged up to start the season already, and no Aaron Donald is a big one.
Yep.
But somehow 12 wins.
Feedback regarding the third wide receiver from an unnamed. No, I'm sorry. That's from Nick in Rochester. I've always been intrigued by Hakeem Butler. He was unstoppable in the UFL, and he's big and fast. Curious if he gets cut by Cincinnati. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Next one. I think we've all seen enough Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes to know that they will take guys that will buy into the culture, even if it means the roster looks a bit unbalanced on paper. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Remember how much they care about that? Remember when they did nothing at the trade deadline and we heard, well, some guys they weren't sure would fit here?
Right.
It's more than just are you tall and can run and catch. You know?
Of course, obviously, yeah. Yep. But I think that's kind of maybe where you start looking.
And Bob in Rochester says Laporta is our big receiver.
Well, this is true. And, the Lions could put 2 tight ends out there and, James Mitchell's a big receiver, too, if you want to look at it that way, right?
Yeah, he walked past us earlier, and you forget how big he is.
Yeah.
He is definitely a big receiver.
I mean, their tight ends can all catch the football, and they're all big. And I guess I wouldn't look at Brock Wright as being a wide receiver, but Brock Wright's a big tight end.
Yep.
Sam Laporta kind of has speed, as does Mitchell, to be a bit like a receiver.
Did you see the supermoon last night, Gator?
Doug, I did.
Yeah?
I walked out of my house last night at 11:15 and wanted to go out the front door and take a look up in the sky. And fortunately, even though through the clouds, there was this patch in the cloud layer that was right where the moon was. So I got to see the moon, pretty good vision through the entire time that I was out there for 5 minutes just staring at it. It was beautiful.
Very nice. So when we were up north last week, we saw the Northern Lights. And I took some pictures, and I got to tell you, it was the first time I've ever had a picture far exceed what it looked like in reality.
You didn't filter or anything, right?
No, I took it with my my iPhone.
I mean, that's amazing.
And
you should tweet that out.
I probably should. I'll hold it up to the camera if people can see it on the Twitch feed. Probably can't even really tell what it is because it's just a night shot in Frankfort, Michigan. But the picture was spectacular.
It really is.
In real life, you could see stuff, but we took a picture, and it was like colorful and beautiful, and it took you could tell that how the lens stays open. It stayed open for a while.
The aperture.
The aperture, yes. The picture was incredible. So I was very impressed. But I did not notice or see the supermoon. I didn't know to look at it last night. But the Northern Lights I saw when we were up north were great.
No, that picture's beautiful.
Hopefully that translated on the Twitch feed. Probably not.
Ish.
Kind of.
Well, this is why you should tweet it out.
Probably why I should tweet it out. All right, so what we saw here in practice today, we're about to go get to see a little bit more. I got to go tape. We're taping the first edition of Inside Michigan Football today.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
that's great. Need help?
Yeah, you want to come? We're going to Al Glick Fieldhouse. Might talk to Sharon. You interested?
No, I was going to ask Jansen to help you out.
Oh, you don't? You
No, I don't. What? Me? What?
You're not going to help? You just have John help?
No.
Yeah, we'll have first preseason edition that we've ever done. It's going to come out before. I think it's on the air this weekend.
Hey, man, a week and a half away.
I know, dude. We got college football Saturday. We got the Lions' final preseason game Saturday. We've got
7 straight games in Chicago for the Tigers.
That's right. And they've gotten a little bit interesting.
And that guy's going to start?
Whoever that is.
Yep.
They're still trying to figure it out. So all that on tap. In the meantime, Rico Beard has made his way into our studios back at the 97.1 The Ticket Broadcast Command Center. Rico, how are you today?
I'm good. It's weird when you guys are not here. I keep thinking like, oh, is it a Tiger game on? Oh, no, they're on location.
No.
So you guys are at
That's
the
right.
Lions camp today?
That's right.
Yeah. Yep. We got a chance to. We're getting a chance to watch practice right now. Unfortunately, they're on the far field. I would have much preferred. They didn't ask us. Next time, I'll say.
I don't understand why they didn't ask us.
So who was the first one on the field, Doug?
It was Jake Bates.
Ah,
Kicker was the first, and
I always go with a kicker or a punter because for some reason they got nothing else to do with their lives, so they're always.
Well, Jake, right after Jake Bates and the specialist made it out, some offensive linemen wandered out, and then Amon-Ra went straight to the Jugs machine. So
203 passes.
Yeah, is that what the number we were trying to remember? It was 202,
It was
203?
looked like every 2.5 to 3 seconds he was catching a football.
Yeah.
So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We got a couple things. One, I talked with on the 5-Star Zone. I talked with Tony Garcia of the Free Press, and interesting topic when it comes to the Michigan starting quarterback. Doug, I'm sure this is something that's old hat to you, but kind of breaking down who's going to be the starter and the qualities that each brings, and then we're going to have some fun. We're going to play a little game called Name That Backup QB. And where are they?
Oh, that does sound like fun.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, have a great show. Kang, thank you. Our crew out here, thank you. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors Services of Southeast Michigan. Dan Campbell gave the latest on the Lions' injuries earlier this afternoon. The Tigers begin a series with the Chicago Cubs tonight at Wrigley Field. Detroit coming off a 5-1 home swing that saw them beat the Yankees and the Mariners 5 out of 6 times. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:05. After Austin Riley hit the IL yesterday, Gio Urshela has been picked up by the Braves before being DFA'd by the Tigers. Urshela played 92 games in Detroit, batting .243. Alabama football has inked their general manager Courtney Morgan to a new beefy 3-year deal worth $825,000 annually.
Did you just describe a contract as beefy?
I did.
Where did that come from in the 5 inches between your ears?
I don't know. It was different.
Kenny, you ever hear of a beefy contract? What the hell's the matter with you,
I'll never use it again. Morgan spent the last 2 seasons.
Use your words. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
At
And
Washington.
that comes from the always beefy Rico Beard.
Well,
wow. Jeez.
hey, man.
His initial deal was around $500,000. At the Cornwall Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Tuesday. We have got a jam-packed show today. We've got an update on the Michigan quarterback situation.
Do we have a beefy show?
We got a beefy show, according to Jeremy Otto. I'm just being serious. Have you ever heard of someone describing a contract as beefy?
No.
Between Otto's fantasy football reset yesterday and then this, I don't know, man. We may have to go to the update guy portal.
Nah, he keeps us.
Is there like an update guy from Old Dominion who wants to come to the big leagues and do some update? I mean, Otto, beefy. What?
Otto's good.
Beefy.
Otto, you're fine.
Beefy. That's something.
It's like chunky soup.
We are also going to have a good time at 4 o'clock because there's no city in America who cares about backup quarterbacks more. Oh, good. We got something for you. We're going to show you just how ridiculous this is. But what we should start with, Rico Beard, in an upcoming episode of the 5-Star Zone, you had on Tony Garcia, Free Press, and an update on the Michigan quarterback competition. And I think it's interesting. You know, yesterday there was a one-liner somewhere in here about who wins more games, Penn State or Michigan. And we all said probably Penn State. They're probably just a tick better than Michigan this year, and they don't play each other.
Right.
Usually it's an auto loss for James Franklin. People got all upset. Oh, how can you say that? You know, in their feelings hard. All right. So it seems fitting today. You have an update on the quarterback competition.
Yeah.
And here are your 2.
Oh, no.
Five.
Because it got narrowed down from 5. And he was like, no, it's really 3. And of the 3, it's really just 2. Your quarterbacks for this season will either be Alex Orji, who is just basically a read, one read run option type of quarterback, or Davis Warren.
Who?
Yes. I think he came in the 2020 class as a walk-on.
Oh, great.
He's become try-hard guy who's elevated his way, kept his head down and just worked and didn't transfer out. And yeah, because during that time, all you were hearing was Shea Patterson and Joe Milton. And then, we just got this quarterback that we took
Joe
out
Milton's
for a
got a golden
cheeseburger.
penis.
And he can throw the ball 70 yards
Just
from his
ask
knees.
Wolverine writers.
Well,
they all still swear he's a blend of Brady, Bledsoe, Mahomes,
Cam
and Josh
Newton.
Allen. And with a touch of Cam
Right.
Newton style.
I remember people saying, back a couple of years, I'd take him right now as the first overall pick. So he could throw the ball 70 yards from his knees. I'm like, that means he's down.
So Davis Warren, who's a walk-on.
Yeah.
And Alex Orji, who potentially can't throw a forward pass. So here's the question.
Jack Tuttle is the, in case of emergency, break glass because he's been there,
and he's 30.
7 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's 30 years old. So David is now disheveled. No, don't be. I want to ask a simple question. And it's just like off of yesterday where a number of the ticket texters were in their feelings. What is your reaction to this being your 2 quarterbacks? Are you more confident you're going over 8.5 or less? David is like shaking in his boots, but I know what's going to happen. You'll just say he's not a Wolverine fan because he doesn't subscribe to the cult, newsletter. But David, go ahead. I mean, I don't believe Michigan. I think they're very much an 8-4, at best 9-3 football team. I don't think they'll be bad. I don't think they'll be good. And you go, well, how can you say 8-4, 9-3 is not good? Well, when you're favored in 8 or 9 games, I mean, you kind of just basically lost any game of anybody with consequence.
Well, here's how you could also put that, Mike, for Wolverine fans. It's the same way of saying Ryan Day could be on the hot seat when he wins 90% of his game.
Right. But, David, you're not taking this news well. I don't know who you thought your quarterback was going to be. I'd love to hear about it.
Then I played, real quick, I played David a little snippet that he got to hear that the people will hear later on today when Evan finishes with it. But it broke down. If Orji is your quarterback, then, yeah, a lot of read option, maybe look at the one receiver and just take off and run type of thing. If it's Davis Warren, who, Tom Crawford, a mutual friend of ours, has been on since all summer long, he's a JJ light. So you can kind of run the same offense with him that you ran last year, but you got to hope that your 5 offensive linemen who are all brand new actually pan out. So,
David, your reaction to it? I mean, we're just having some fun with it.
Yeah, my reaction to it is exactly what I told my barber on Friday. I am worried that we don't get to 8 wins.
Oh, come on.
I'm worried that 7 is the number, and really? I've been hesitant to say this, but it's more including the quarterback with everything else that you lost, along with trying to then find the quarterback in games, has me worried that you can end up in a situation where you lose a game that you should not have lost because that quarterback could not get you out of the situation.
All right, so let me ask this question. Maybe this is the way we can have this conversation with Michigan fans, and it'll be simplified. What is the floor for Michigan football? Rico had the interview. It's either going to be Davis Warren or it's either going to be Alex Orji. What's the floor for Michigan football this year? And if you care, the Vegas over-under is 8.5. What's the floor? David is establishing a floor that even I think is a little bit negative. But I'd like to know what you guys think. Again, I didn't think JJ was the greatest thing since pants with pockets. But none of us denied athletic ability, and when you spoon-feed him big-time throw, he can make some laser beam throws. You don't have that.
Okay. To clarify, the floor, all things being equal, you suffer no major injuries or just things happen?
No. You approach a floor where you never can bake in, like Utah last year, losing Cam Rising, losing every running back, and then Vaki had to be their starter, losing Kuthi.
Right.
You can't bake that in.
Okay.
It's just a, in your mind, non-catastrophic situation. What's the floor? A normal amount of injuries, a normal amount of turnover luck, a normal amount of projections coming true. What is the floor for Michigan football this fall?
I got to go with David. I think the floor is 7. The floor, 7 and 5.
Listen, we're talking through it.
And I will say this. The floor is 7. I do. But the floor is 7.
Unbelievable. I thought it was rhetorical.
It allows me to go to all the different Planet Fitnesses. I think the first 2 games will really set the table. I mean, Fresno State is a game that everybody's just kind of shaking off like, well, we got this. Fresno State, you may win that one, but that's one where I think you're going to sweat this a lot more than you thought. You're still going to be sitting in the stands in the third quarter thinking, oh, I thought we were supposed to go on the boat for the last couple. No, we need to make sure this game is in hand. Kind of like when I think they played Air Force one year and it went down to the final few minutes and you're like, wow, this could be a problematic year. 7, I do. I think 7 and 5, only because if you get the quarterback situation right, David, then you may be looking at a 10-win team. But if you don't, that's where you start playing the or game. It's either this guy or that guy. Then you get factions in the locker room because now, you know what? you throw to the receivers, but this guy, he favors these receivers or he favors low. Like, that's where the problems can come in. So I would say 7-5 floor.
All right.
See, Rico, you mentioned the one game, the first game. There's 2 games that I have circled here that concern me. And don't laugh at the second game that I'm going to say here, but it's at Washington. I understand they've lost a lot as well, but that is the very first road game for whoever's playing quarterback, whoever's playing on the offensive line. That is the very first road game of the season. And that part of it concerns me.
The funny thing about that, David, and I think that this stat will probably change now that you have 4 West Coast teams in the Big Ten, but Big Ten teams in the regular season do not fare well when they have to travel across the Mississippi River. That's just factual. That's not me being a hater. That's pretty much every school. When they go out to play in California in the regular season, or they go to Oregon, or they go to Washington, or they go to Arizona.
If Washington were any good, I would go with these. But fellas, they're juiced to the under 6.5. I mean, they're going to struggle to make a bowl game. That's a bad football team. But all right, look, what is the floor? Rico's episode of the 5-Star Zone will come out later today. Full deep dive into Michigan football. Tony Garcia, the Freep, and one of the things he said is, here's the 2 guys that are really in competition to be starter: Alex Orji or Davis Warren. All right, that's your quarterback. I don't think anyone's going to mistake either of those guys for a second-round NFL pick, much less a first-rounder. So what's the floor? See, for me, the floor and the ceiling are all the same. Like, I believe they're either an 8 or 9 win football team. It's why I wouldn't touch their over-under.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think they'll be fine enough. I still think they got enough talent to be favored in probably 9 games.
Well, the funny thing is, Mike, we're also leaving out one other thing.
And you'll tell us about it next.
And I'll tell you about it next. Why?
We're on our game, Kenny.
Because that was a tease,
You're
ladies
still
and
not
gentlemen.
going to that wedding.
Beefy, no shot. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a radio tease. You want to learn that? You need to go to Specs at LTU. You want a career? Radio, TV, graphics design. Hey, guys, the classes are getting ready to start this fall. There may still be room for you, but you can't wait. You need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech by instructors like yours truly, who will teach you the art of the tease. Hey, with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you can learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Remember, classes are starting in a few weeks. If you miss out on that, you can get yourself registered for the winter classes starting in January. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Companies out there advertising BOGO on ACs and furnaces. There's nothing truly free. You want a fair deal. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And at Mastercraft, they're your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, and they'll beat any price. You bundle it with a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you're going to save yourself up to $2,000. Great installation, fast same-day service. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, we'll get with the people here in a second. David, ticket text. We're having some fun. Rico had Tony Garcia, the free pawn, on the 5-Star Zone. Comes out later today. Full deep dive into Michigan, the quarterback stuff, and it's basically down to 2 guys, Alex Orji, Davis Warren. If those are your quarterbacks, what is the floor for this football team?
And here's the other thing that I teased, Mike. What could also affect the floor of this team? We still don't know what the NCAA is going to say and what the distractions will be from the fallout. If it's a slap on the wrist, then you know what? You go on business as usual. But if the penalties are harsher, you got to think that that's somehow going to infiltrate the locker room. And now it's going to be a whole lot of woe is me.
Sparty. David, what do you have for the ticket text before we get to the phones?
I can't stand Michigan's cult, but I only see 3 for sure losses: Texas, Oregon, and Ohio State, and then maybe one slip. So the floor is 8-4.
That's where I'm at. I think at minimum they're 8, at maximum they're 9. They kind of just are what they are, as Rico has said, and it's not an insult, but you'll take it that way. They're kind of an Iowa team. Like, Iowa's never terrible because they can rely upon their defense and special teams. They're also never that good because they're really limited in certain things.
Because occasionally you're going to have to put on a drive where you have to score you got to score 10 points in the last 4 minutes, and you may not be able to do that.
Go ahead, David. Sorry.
Donovan Edwards doesn't have a Doak Walker type season, then this is a 500 season because they don't have a proven quarterback or a prolific offense. That is from Frank.
The concern with Donovan is he's never shown an ability to be a bell cow. He's been a really good complementary player, but he's not Blake Corum. He's yet to carry the ball 20, 25 times a game. He's always dinged up. I don't know. I think it's a concern because you also don't have great depth at running back.
No, and I think when it comes to Donovan, we all look at the national title game where he just looked like it was his coming out party. But before that, Mike, because we talked about him also on the podcast, he didn't have a great season.
He didn't even have a good season.
I think he had like over 300 yards rushing, he had some 200 yards catching out of the backfield. I think the stat that really got me was he got you 14 first downs.
His season was a nothing burger.
So if he's Donovan of the championship game, because you see him on the cover of the EA Sports game, and it's like, oh, well, he's got to be good. And it's like, well.
No, actually,
and
a couple higher ups at EA are Wolverines. Facts.
And, yeah, there's that brand new offensive line, once again, that I keep harping on. For 3 years in a row, 2 years they had the best offensive line, and then they were finalists last year. And last year's line you saw was not as good as the previous years. This one may take a step back from that, and they'd just be a regular offensive line with a quarterback who may or may not throw the ball.
Where's the floor, Kenny? These guys are at 7. I'm at 8. Where are you?
I agree with the 7 take, primarily because of something Rico just said. New offensive line, you don't know what you have in your quarterback, so that's a combination for disaster, plus how good really is Donovan Edwards. It's 7 for me. And that's, I know, lowballing it. This is from a Georgia fan who has no say in this race. I don't care one way or another.
No, listen, it's a step lower than I am. I'm at 8. They're at 7. Let's see what Michigan fan has to say. David, go ahead quickly.
I'm a Michigan fan. I see them only winning 5 games this year. This year is going to be a disaster.
Come on.
And then you have the other end of it. Georgia just won back-to-back championships with a former walk-on quarterback. Floor is 9 wins for Michigan.
Your problem is no one's comping Davis Warren to Stetson Bennett. Come on, I don't know. I don't know how your tiny brain works. That's okay. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey guys, how are you doing today?
Good,
Hey,
Mike. What's up?
I'm a big Michigan slappy, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little worried about this team. But I think Donovan Edwards has to have a Heisman type year for Michigan to really be in the playoff race. Like if we're talking Michigan actually doing anything, I think Donovan Edwards has to be at least in New York in December, and I don't think that's crazy to think. I don't understand why Michigan didn't do anything about the quarterback position because, yeah, I'm not sold on the quarterback. I guess the only hope we have is Michigan might arguably have the best defense in the country, and you guys were alluding to that, about how they might be like Iowa. I hope not, because that offense that Iowa has is atrocious.
Well, Mike, let me help you out here. When it comes to that, the defense, I think Michigan's defense is elite, probably the two best defensive tackles in the nation. You know, you got Will Johnson, who's may end up being a top 5 pick in the NFL draft. You have players on defense. It's a step better than Iowa, but not by a lot.
But I guess another good thing that could help Michigan is, well, we could say Michigan arguably has the best tight end in the country, give or take. I mean, that'll help a quarterback out because you can do a lot of those, medium to passes. But let's not act like Michigan also won a national championship without a great passing game, even with JJ, because everyone talks about the Penn State game. They didn't even throw the ball once. But like you guys said, the offensive line, how's that even looking? Has that talked about at all? What the offensive line's looking like? Because you're talking about they replaced every single starter. So what are we seeing on that front?
The good news, and we did talk about this. The good news for you, Mike. The offensive line has played together because they were all second teamers. So they practice all throughout the season playing next to each other, except for the one tackle who lost his starting job and got bumped down to second team, but now he's gained the starting job back because it's his time. But, yes, it is all new offensive line.
Let me just say this too, right? And, look, I've learned over 20 years of doing this, you have to laugh because, like, if I said the same things that Michigan fans say and I said it about State, I'd be Kermit the Frog. Donovan Edwards' regular season, 109 carries for 382 yards. That's 3.5 yards a carry behind an elite offensive line. And yes, he was dinged up. That's part of his story. It's why he's never rushed for 900 yards. It's why he's never been a starting running back. If I said that a guy with 382 yards last season had to be in New York, and you could absolutely see that. I
you're not calling for Nate Carter to make it to New York?
I'd be laughed out of the room. If I said Nate Carter's decent and is not a horrible human being, Michigan fans have a problem with me. I just laugh at stuff like that. But,
But you know what? But, Mike, every Michigan fan, Donovan is the national championship hero. You won that game off of his legs.
No, you won that game off Penix owing the Mafia money. Let's go to –
allegedly.
I'm kidding. No. You won the game. You got a really good defense. You were able to lean on the running game. Donovan had a couple of touchdown runs where no one touched him.
Early. So,
but
that's the lasting impression that Michigan fans have.
That defense rattled Penix so badly. It was such a
the interception right at the beginning of the second half ended the game.
Yeah, their defense was awesome. Antoine, 97.1. What's up, Antoine?
It's crazy. It's crazy. What's up, fellas? It's crazy. So we got guys saying that again. Donovan Edwards has to be in New York for the Heisman. With a brand new offensive line across the board, when he only averaged 3.5 with an offensive line that was veteran, that had been around, and that was a part of a national championship team. Donovan Edwards is going to do this with a quarterback that's Orgy or this other guy against loaded boxes, teams that are going to shut down the run or want to shut down the run. Come on, man. Let's use common sense here. We fell in love with what we saw last year, but it's going to be the complete opposite. I got the floor at 6, and let me say why. First and foremost, if it's Alex Orgy, this Kirk Campbell offensive coordinator, he doesn't have a history of running read option offenses and scoring points like that in that demeanor. That's not how they're cut. We keep saying, well, Iowa is, unfortunately, they're used to playing and calling games that way. They go into seasons knowing that, you know what, we're gonna punt a lot. We're gonna play a certain way. That it's almost ingrained in their culture to play that way and win that way. You can't turn that switch on and off. It doesn't work that way, guys. Listen, Sharon Moore, I know he went undefeated as a head coach last year. Different set of situations, doesn't have Harbaugh to reach out to as effectively as he probably really did last year. There's just too many variables. You lost one of the greatest running backs in the history of your program. You lost a quarterback that went in the first round. When was the last time Michigan had a quarterback that went in the first round? You do have an amazing defense, but guys, Oregon's a guaranteed loss. Texas is a guaranteed loss. Ohio State is a guaranteed loss. And then they still have to figure out a way to gel and win these games under all of these other circumstances. I'm sorry. I don't see it. It's a 6-win season. It's not the end of the world. They better build upon it. They better get a quarterback and spend some NIL money because Alex Orji and Tuttle and all of this other crap ain't going to get it done.
It is surprising what you just said is for a defending national champion to go into the season, and my options are a 30-year-old from Home Depot, a guy who can't throw a forward pass, and a forward walk-on. That doesn't add up to me, Antoine.
No, obviously the transition with the Harbaugh leaving and then Sharon Moore and then this and that, and obviously they had a disconnect and they didn't prioritize it. But at the end of the day, it's going to be to the demise. Listen, if Alex Orji is the quarterback, he's running the ball 18 times a game, and he gets nicked up, which is extremely possible, what are you working with? And at Michigan, Michigan State, you got Illinois. These teams want to beat you. These teams, this is their season.
Well, first of all, allow my guys in green to learn how to score before we talk about beating you. We have to score a singular point first.
Mike, did Oregon State score points last year? I'm just asking you.
I know, but we don't have Damian Martinez. And look, Antoine, I'm very fragile right now. I'm very fragile right now, Antoine.
He can't say good things about State if he wanted to.
Just give me time.
I know. Hey, look, I've been listening long enough. I know his angles, but at the end of the day, he feels a little bit better about the situation than he's going to allow it to himself.
Well, yeah.
Antoine, trust me, until I get the phone call, what is wrong with this team?
At least I know Jonathan Smith won't have his brajol hanging out of his pants. Yeah, we're a little bit better off.
Let's hope so.
Wait a minute. They're running out of the tunnel. What?
Where's his pants?
248-539-9797. As it pertains to Michigan State football and college football in general, I need to learn to love again. I can't help you.
I know, Mike.
We do not enter the conversation when it comes to U of M. We haven't earned it.
Oh, you haven't heard me say anything.
No. I'm just saying, like, the ticket texters will hear something totally different through their transistor radio.
I was about to say, no. Unless all of a sudden they tank, and now I'm allowed to reopen this. But as of now, I don't expect anything.
All right, summer driving season upon us, combination of increased traffic and 18-wheelers, construction. It lends itself to more car accidents in the summertime in the state of Michigan than any other time of year. If you are injured in one of those accidents, you need to call David Femininio right now. David and his team are ready to take your call, and they are ready to win your case. And they won't take a fee until they do. You can speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website anytime at getdavid.getpaid.com. First college football game coming up Saturday at noon. Florida State, Georgia Tech. It'll kind of wet the whistle a little bit, and then it starts in earnest next Thursday, the full slate. And Michigan is part of ESPN's coverage today, good and bad. But we were asking the question. Rico's 5-Star Zone comes out later today, wherever you get your podcasts, and talk Tony Garcia, the Free Press. The common belief is it's going to be Alex Orji or Davis Warren, a former walk-on. Those are your quarterbacks. What is the floor for Michigan football? David, I thought, was a little negative at 7 because I said 8. I think they're 8 or 9. They're just somewhere right there. The defense, they can lean on it. Big Ten still sucks. You can add more teams, but it still sucks. And I only see 3 games I look at and go, probably a loss. But David and Rico are at 7. I'm at 8. We've had a couple of callers call in at 6. David, what do the ticket texters have to say?
If Orji is good, then they can go 11-1. If he's bad, likely 8-4.
Just explain the 11-1 to me,
Yeah.
so I can understand what planet you're on.
I don't quite understand that either. The floor for
11-1 means he's the best, read option quarterback almost
In a
ever.
system where they don't really run read option, and even when JJ attempted it, would never pull the football and go. You didn't hire some big offensive coordinator who specializes in this.
You're basically thinking that Orji is going to be the second coming of Denard Robinson. On the field, Denard.
Okay. You know he didn't tie his shoes?
I didn't know that. You know what? Why don't you? They probably should have called him something like Shoelace.
Stafford grew up with Clayton Kershaw. All right, go ahead.
Didn't Izzo know somebody at Northern Michigan? Mooch.
That's right. Chris Allen's parents grew up on the same street as Magic Johnson. Kenny, we love all these prepackaged bits. I'm kidding. We hate them.
Stafford and Kershaw grew up together.
Yeah, okay. Ian, 97.
Hey, did you know Charlie Bell's mother's first name was Bell? Yes, her name was Bell.
I'm going to Ian, 97.1. Ian, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. First of all, Michael, can you do me a favor? Can you go a little easy on Jeremy Otto? At least he did not say big and beefy. He just used the word beefy. Thank you.
Noted.
Second of all, real quick, thank you. Second of all, guys, when the schedule came out, I didn't care who was quarterback at U of M. They were going to win 8 games. This is going to be a down year for them. It's so hard to get back to the mountaintop as a national champion in general. And they got some games, and Rico hit it on the head, and so did David. You got Oregon, and Big Ten teams travel west, and you got to go real far west now to play Washington. And now you got USC coming to town. I think, honestly, I hate to say it, David, they're not beating Ohio State this year. And, there's that one game that they go play against, let's say, like Illinois or someone, and they miss by a field goal or something crazy. This is going to be a really weird year for a lot of us, and I'm just thankful we got a championship because we ain't going to see one for a real long time, and there's no college football playoff this year.
David's clapping. He approves
I
it.
agree with you. And water's wet. I know they're going to lose to Ohio State this year.
You know what the line is, Ian, on the game of the year line for that right now? OSU's laying 11.
What? Why?
Just telling you. OSU's an 11-point favorite against Michigan.
I guess it's because it's a home game for them. And I think, Michigan's only won at Columbus one time in the last couple decades.
I'm just having fun with Ian. And again, I wouldn't advise ever betting a game 4 months prior. Too much can happen.
I'm surprised it's not 2 touchdowns.
Give it time. I mean, if your quarterbacks can't throw a forward pass, Ian, give it time. It could happen.
Hey, guess you know who was in Jack Tuttle's incoming class coming out of high school?
Eleanor Roosevelt.
The number 1 quarterback in that class was Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, my God. Guy's already on a second contract in the NFL.
Number 2 quarterback, by the way, was Justin Fields.
David, let me ask you a question because you're a Michigan guy.
Yes.
You brought up Ohio State. Now, you get in a weird spot, and I know he can't lose to Michigan again, right?
Correct.
But if we look at the trajectory of the Ohio State program, certainly this team is not as good as 2019 when he took over, right?
Correct.
All right. This team is not as good as where they were 3 years ago.
Correct.
If you started charting these Ohio State teams, are we sure Ryan Day isn't the problem? No, I'm being serious because here's what they don't do anymore. The minute Ohio State stopped recruiting difference makers in the front 7, is when Michigan turned the table on them. Forget about the cheating and let's just go with physicality. Being able to line up and bully Ohio State. And what does Ohio State not have again? They don't have difference makers up front.
You're right. Yeah, Ohio State used to put offensive linemen in the league every year.
And D linemen.
Yeah, the Bosa brothers. Like you always just knew.
Where's
Chase
the Bosa?
Young.
Where's the Chase Young? Where's the difference makers up front?
Yeah, because Zach Harrison was supposed to be that next guy. And
so
he
was what's the other numbnuts? Tulioli.
Yes.
Bapa Doop Bop.
Yes.
I mean, all these guys. Where are the linebackers?
He's actually pretty good.
Yeah, but he's not.
But he's not a Bosa. He's not a difference maker.
No, I think it's because he has to do everything. You're right. It's a void of. I think Ohio State fell into the whole, hey, come to Ohio State and be a wide receiver. And we just have a ton of wide receivers in the league, and you got all these, specialty players, but you can't grind it out.
And their O-line? Listen, Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant should have a field day. That OSU O-line, they are not physical. They're not tough. They're not able to get the tough yards. They're woeful in third and fourth and short. These are not opinions. These are facts. Like I said it. Like we're not doing a Buckeye pod, but I know Michigan fans care. I think this is Oregon's conference to win. I don't think OSU's a conference championship level team. And you get Will Howard, their quarterback. You want to talk about Michigan not going to the portal and doing impactful stuff? Will Howard was going to lose his job at Kansas State to Avery Johnson.
Yeah, but you can't really look.
What do you mean I can't say it? I just did.
I mean, you can, Mike, but it's not like, okay, because you're about to lose your job, you can't go someplace else and flourish. And yes.
You can. I'm saying Avery Johnson is like Alex Orji. He can't throw a forward pass, but he's a great runner. I don't look, if you spun a wheel and said to me, Mike, here are 10 portal quarterbacks, and you spun the wheel and it came up Will Howard, I'd go, we lost that
Everyone
lottery.
was expecting Cam Ward to go there.
Right.
And that did not
How about
happen.
Dylan Gabriel?
There
But I'm
you
just
go.
saying, it's one of those things that, look at Justin Fields. He left Georgia. It worked out for him. Probably wasn't going to be the starting QB. And I know this is a unicorn, but Joe Burrow was not going to get the job at Ohio State.
I've heard that.
And he left, and the rest was history.
He played at Ohio State? Wow, didn't know that.
Okay, then let's go to Hunter, 97.1. Hi, Hunter. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?
What's up, buddy?
So, I'm a diehard Michigan fan. I love Michigan, right? But I'm too concerned about the quarterbacks. With Orji, I see Joe Milton all over again. The other two have been in college for years, and they haven't done anything. And maybe I'm the odd guy out with this one, but if this is kind of going to be a rebuilding year, as much as this sounds stupid, maybe put Jaden Davis out there and see what you got now. This is the year to do it.
Well,
Okay,
go ahead.
Hunter,
No, you first, please.
Hunter, here's the thing. I don't think that Michigan would ever just say, we're going to punt this year, because that's what you're doing. I don't think the fan base is ready for that, and I don't think the coaching staff is ready for that. Hunter, I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, but that means you have to swallow your pride and say, we're not going to be good, and that's just not the Michigan way.
But that's what I would do. I would be okay with that because you need to see what you have now with this kid. He was a 4-star recruit. He was a highly recruited kid. See what you have.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to get yelled at by all the recruiting nerds. Didn't this kid's stock fall off a cliff his senior year? Wasn't at one point he was a 5-star kid and he basically just, kept getting popped lower and lower and lower?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, he did not have a good Elite 11 session, and that kind of showed all the flaws.
That is what dropped him. But with his senior year, he was good, but his ranking dropped, and he didn't perform as well as he could have. But you need to see what you have at quarterback for the future because he's supposed to be your guy in a couple.
The problem is if you throw the kid out there behind a brand new offensive line, you don't have weapons. I mean, Loveland is excellent, but you lost 3 of your top 4 receivers. I think you need somebody who's played before. I do. You can do it. You might wreck the kid. That's the problem. Mm-hmm. And if he's not what you thought look, right now, you don't think Boise State fans have some buyer's remorse. I mean, whatever they paid Malachi Nelson, he was the number 1 overall recruit in America. He goes to USC. He's supposed to be the next behind Caleb Williams. He couldn't beat out this Miller Moss kid. He leaves USC to go to Boise State. He doesn't win that job. He's now the backup behind, Maddox or whatever his name is. The kid's 4 feet tall. He's like white Gary Coleman. So at what point does your stock in high school not matter? Like, if you're Jaden Davis, if you can't beat out Davis Warren or Alex Orji, that makes me question some things. But I also think I don't want to ruin the kid. You put him out there, he'll get killed. Whatever. I don't have a football team. Leave me alone. All right. Moran Buick GMC. Pack up the family. Road trips. College football season. Road trips used to be fun when I had a football team. Those were the days. The 24 GMC Sierra, $247 a month, 24 months. The 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $246 a month. Sign and drive, no money due. You're all set to roll at delivery. New stock arriving daily. Just go to MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north Eureka and Taylor. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. All right, let's turn our attention to the National Football League. Last I checked, David's team still doesn't have a quarterback. Music, please.
You all right, Mike? My team still does not have a quarterback.
I'm worried about you, David.
We are going to talk quarterbacks here. We had so much fun with the head-to-head betting matchups for receivers and receiving yards. We're going to do quarterbacks today.
Okay.
So we're going to do some passing yards, some touchdowns. I'll let you know. Let's start with passing yards, head-to-head matchup. Dak Prescott and C.J. Stroud. -110 for both.
Wow. Look, I'm very negative about the Cowboys this year, so this is probably as much about that. It's less to do with Dak, more to do with the surroundings. CD wants his deal. They don't have a true secondary receiver. Brandon Cooks is Rico's age and has all kinds of injuries. No running game. O-line is degraded. Everything about Houston I love. Everything's on the upswing. All the receivers are young and getting better. I'll go C.J. Stroud.
So for everything that Mike said, it's the same reason why I'm going to say the Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott. Why? Because I think that they will get the contract done with CeeDee Lamb. He's going to want to prove, I am him. I am that guy. Throw me the ball. The running game is not that great, so I'm your best option. Keep throwing me the ball. We'll keep winning games, and we'll go out and win the NFC East. So give me Dak.
Next head-to-head matchup for passing yards. Jared Goff at -120. Matthew Stafford -105.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Goff.
You're pulling on the heartstrings of Lions fans.
I'm going to go
the
Goff.
The X or the current.
Look, he threw 4,500 yards last year. Offense is rock solid. I'll go Goff.
Really? See,
what did I stutter?
No, I'm just you're so mean today, man.
Beefy, as Jeremy Otto would say.
I would go Stafford because I think that he's probably going to throw the ball a lot more. I think that the Lions, as much as Goff and these receivers and everything, they want to still turn around and hand the ball off to Montgomery and Gibbs and just kind of control the game, control the clock. So I'm going to go with Stafford.
Let's move over to passing touchdowns. Jaden Daniels and Anthony Richardson at -110.
And does this include rushing?
No, this is just passing
that's
touchdowns.
Why he said passing.
I'm sorry.
I'm beefy too.
Beefy. This is tough. I'll go AR-15. They got a better O-line, second year. Daniel's going to be running for his life. That O-line sucks in Washington.
Yeah, this one we'll agree upon only because of the second year. Jaden Daniels looks great in preseason, but it's vanilla defenses that he's going up against. He hasn't seen the blitz packaging in the NFL, so I think that's when he's going to come back down to earth. So give me AR-15.
Let's go back to the matchup here, but this one's for touchdowns. We did the passing yards for them, now touchdowns.
Okay.
Dak and C.J. Stroud, -110.
Stroud. I'm Pac committed. I can't help it. Rico's going to go Dak. I'm going C.J.
Passing touchdowns. No, I'm actually going to say C.J. for this because I think that he will throw the ball in there. I think that the Cowboys will move the ball a lot, but I think in the end they're going to end up getting it to the 2-yard line and running the ball in. It's going to take away from Dak's passing to that touchdowns.
Let's go to this matchup. There's a little bit of a difference here. I don't know why it's this way though, but Brock Purdy and Joe Burrow. Purdy is at -120 and Burrow's at -105.
For passing yards?
This is touchdowns.
Touchdowns. Wow. Burrow revenge tour. Purdy's a rat. Can't bet on a quarterback who doesn't have opposable thumbs.
I'm going to go Purdy.
Yeah, I bet you would. Beefy.
Yeah. Passing touchdowns, David. Purdy, because a lot of his will come just dumping the ball off to Christian McCaffrey, and he's going to run it in.
That's so cheap.
It counts, right? It counts as a score, right?
It does.
You know your quarterbacks are allowed to. Hey, David, if you just signed Brandon Ayuk, all your troubles will be over. But you're being cheap. Is what you're being.
Staying in San Francisco. Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams and Jalen Hurts. Now this one's Caleb Williams is at -125. Hurts is at +100.
Caleb. I think it's all of this will be on Caleb Williams. They have arguably the best wide receiver room, 1, 2, 3 in the league. If you think about DJ Moore and Rico's guy, Rome Odunze, and Keenan Allen, you can add Kmet and Swift to the deal. Hurts has the ability to do that stupid little rugby play at the goal line.
Yeah.
And they still want to pound the rock with Saquon. I'll say Caleb.
But see, I think a lot of the passes could, kind of what I just said about Brock Purdy throwing the ball, he could throw the ball to Saquon. And I think this year is going to be personal for Jalen Hurts, where he wants to show, I didn't fall off, I didn't die, I'm still here. Hey, I'm the NFL's guy to light the torch in the LA Olympics, so, don't forget about me.
Tua versus Jared Goff. This is passing touchdowns, -110.
Wow, that one's tough. I'll still go Goff. I'm still going to go Goff, and part of it is the durability. There's still a real shot.
You know what? That's fair.
The wind blows and Tua's out for 3 games.
No, that's Mike, you may have swayed my mind because I was just thinking, but the Lions, going back to what I said before, they want to run the ball. Yes, they have Laporta and they have Amon-Ra and they have all of that stuff, but if you got Dan Campbell and you hooked him up to a lie detector, he would say, if we could run the ball for 300 yards a game, I will take that. But you're right, Tua can't stay healthy, so I'm going to go Goff.
And then I'll close it out with this one because of what you said with Caleb Williams. I decided to look this one up real quick. This is receiving touchdowns for receivers here. Rome Odunze, Keenan Allen.
I think it's going to be Rome Odunze. I think that's going to become his guy. I know what Mike's about to say, but I don't care.
I didn't say anything.
I could hear your thoughts. Beefy. Yeah, I think that's going to become his connection. That's going to become his go-to receiver.
I was going to say the same thing. I don't know what happened here. Rome is a contested.
You're going to be a problem.
You're a real problem. No, Rome is a contested catch guy. Distinctly different than DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. Keenan is the wise old veteran. He can get open in little spaces. But when Caleb's out of the pocket off platform and he's got a sideline 50-50, that's Rome's deal. So am I allowed to say Rome even though he pre-slandered me before I was going to agree with him?
You are allowed to say Rome.
I don't know. I'll tell you. What about Dan Jones or a fire hydrant?
Let's go with a fire hydrant. And that is your beefy.
No Malik Neighbors?
In football today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Thought I was done there. Listen, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Preview season is there. Cash the ticket. All your previews are up. And FanDuel, our official sponsor, you bet $5, you get 3 weeks of NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. YouTube base plan, you're going to be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. I mean, who doesn't want to watch Dan Jones? All you need is a Google account, a current form of payment, and in the case of Daniel Jones, some Pepto-Bismol. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 and up and present in Michigan. Full price NFL Sunday ticket will be charged seasonally after the free trial. No refunds. Terms and restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome in. Also, 5-Star Zone is up. The full conversation with Rico, Tony Garcia, Michigan preview quarterback situation. We talked about it to open the show. But I want to bring up something different because Jeremy Otto is now 2 for 2 upsetting me. There won't be a third time. Kenny will be doing updates the rest of today. Listen, what he just said, you have to allow me a moment. This is the Boomer Bistro, okay? So I need all of my people over the age of 40 to rally up with me here. Don't be afraid. Don't let Rico bully you. Don't let these people who make fun of you for not loving everything about college football right now. Oklahoma State wearing a QR code on their helmet that sends you to a link to fund their NIL? Mm-hmm. On the heels yesterday of Mike Gundy publicly saying, tell your agents to please stop calling and asking for more money. The portal reopens in December. Can we just play football? Think about that statement. Now, I'm going to ask a question, and you're not required to have any reaction to this. I know Rico won't, other than to mock me or perhaps burp in my face. It is simple. When I give you headlines like this, QR codes on the helmet, and a coach openly saying, I'm spending more time, my phone will not stop ringing with agents asking for more money in the height of training camp with the portal closed. Not that Bobby broke up with his girlfriend or Johnny's struggling at math class or some other guy just misses home. No. No, we don't even have time to play the parental role anymore as coaches. Now it is scumbag agent wanting to renegotiate something we just took care of before we ever play it down. I want to know what your reaction is to that as a college football fan. Now, you know mine. This is what is killing my ability to love this sport. Because what we've lost is even if it is on an illusion level, we have lost any semblance of things making sense. Young player who's never taken a snap or done anything meaningful on the field chooses to go to a school. You want to get paid? I have no problem. But this idea of give me more, or I don't like the way you talk to me today, or I should be starting, wah. Now you got guys wanting to re-up before they line up. Guys, I need you to either talk me off the ledge or push me over it. Either way, I find it hard for you to say you have no opinion. A QR code on a helmet, Rico? Are you serious?
The QR code, Mike, could be brilliant. Here's why.
I knew it. I knew it, David. I knew it.
No. Here's why.
It was your idea.
No. Imagine, if you would, let's just say that the QR code existed and NIL existed in 2015. Do you realize how rich Jalen Watts Jackson would have gotten after the Michigan game? People, every State fan would have been donating to this kid saying, congratulations, way to go, you beat Michigan. Or imagine, as Kenny and I were saying, you're a better, and you just won a ton of scratch because this guy helped you get the over. So you scan the QR code and say, you know what, son, you're going to get a little taste of this too. There you go.
I mean, you're just morally bereft. You are. You're a corrupt human being.
He's right, though. I could actually see a world where somebody wins a big pot, all this money, and they're like, I'll just sprinkle some at this kid.
Yeah, one of those bets. And
okay, just for a moment, you two can take it to 6, but I'm just going to sit on this side of the street.
Wait, we're acting like the NCAA and college football has morality?
No, I didn't say that. There's a limit to everything. The fact that Mike Gundy had to say that yesterday is disgusting. The fact that he says it while his school is putting a QR code on their effing helmet is disgusting. Here, I'll tell you what. Michigan and Michigan State fans, how would you feel if there was a QR code? That's beyond the pale.
And Mike, I'm saying if the QR code existed, Jalen would have been a rich man after that game.
That isn't even a part of the topic.
No, how is it not? Because people would have scanned the code and gave him money.
But it's today. That's 10 years ago. By the way, 10 years ago.
Okay, so what I'm saying then, if this year Alante Brown scores the game-winning touchdown, and MSU goes into the big house and beats Michigan, and they had that. Spartan fans would scan his helmet on the TV, and they would donate a ton of money to that young man.
We're arguing two separate things.
So now the players are strippers.
Right, exactly.
Do something for me, and I will pay for you.
Play us out in the boom boom room.
That's what the QR code is. You're a stripper for me. Dance for me,
David,
and I'll pay you.
Why do you think that they're putting the QR codes on the back of the helmet?
It's stupid.
You're saying we're arguing two different things. Maybe I missed the point here. If you put the QR code on the helmet that links to the NIL, then yes.
It's in concert with knowing that if I'm an Oklahoma State fan and my coach is out here going, we're in training camp, I don't have time for this. Agents calling a coach to re-up before they line up? No.
Oh, I'm not saying that's right. No, Mike, that ranks right up there with, I just transferred to this school in order to transfer out 4 weeks later.
Yeah, Caden Proctor. The kid who he was at Alabama, goes to Iowa, goes back to Bama. It's I just want to know what your reaction is when you guys hear headlines like this. If your reaction is to agree with Rico, I'm not mad. I'm saying...
And before you paint me in another corner that you love doing, no, the whole leaving and asking for more... Look, once you strike up your deal, I'm old school. Son, honor your deal, okay? You don't get to go back because you had a good game, because if you have a bad game, I can't come and ask you for money back.
That's right.
So...
Yeah, once you sign on that dotted line, I don't want to hear from you until next time this year.
But that's what Mike Gundy's dealing with.
And I'm 100% with Mike Gundy at that. No, we are not doing this, period, end of discussion.
How am I supposed to like my players? That's really the question. How the hell am I supposed to like this?
If they win for you, you don't care.
Oh, no. Disagree. Because if they win, now they're going to want to redo their deal or they're going to bolt.
Okay, and what you'll say is, I got my title. It would be nice if we could run it back, but if you want to leave, I got the hat, I got the T-shirt.
No, hold on, I got to do a cat. Got to do it. You're doing a binary thing. It's all or nothing. No, forget about the title. Let's say State had a really successful season and went 8-4. I mean, I'd sign a dotted line right now if they could win 8 games. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden now, Aiden Childs didn't win no title. In fact, they probably didn't even beat anyone good. And now, boom, $4 million, he's going to Miami. How am I supposed to invest in these people?
You can't.
That kills my ability to love it. And I want to know what people's reaction is. I know you're an iron-willed.
No. It's not, Mike, but you keep saying it affects your ability to love it, but you won't get this angry if you didn't love it. You still love it. Whether you want to admit it or not, you still love it.
Do I go to the games?
Mike,
do I wear the gear?
Mike, if it didn't matter to you, this wouldn't be on the show sheet. But there's passion there.
Yes, because I miss it.
Buddy, you miss it because you still love it. It's there.
Okay, fine.
Here's the thing.
It's okay, Ben.
And both of them together, that's what I'm upset with the QR code because of what Gundy says. This QR code seems like a compromise. I'm tired of hearing from the agent, so let's compromise and give them another way to make money when we should be just worried about watching and playing football. That's all as a fan I want to do. I don't want to see this on my screen where you can do this. I don't want to have to see that. I want to just watch football. Think about NIL while I'm watching it.
David, I don't even think Gundy had anything to do with the QR code. I think that was just going to happen. It's unfortunate that two things came out on the same day because it makes him look like a hypocrite. I don't think he had anything to do with this.
And that's the only way I can think of it as a compromise because it does look like
because
that.
Gundy, to me, is one of those old school coaches. I just want to coach. It's why Chip Kelly just said, forget it. I don't want to do this anymore. Make me an offensive coordinator somewhere so I can be happy.
Nick Saban said I'd had enough.
So I don't think that I can't say I don't think he had anything to do with this. Now, is it innovative? I don't know. I just think it's another way that schools are just trying to pimp their fan base and getting more money to the players so they don't have to. So, for the record, no, I'm not a big fan of players asking for more money. I think that you sign the deal, you sign the deal.
So what is your reaction to any of it? I don't think there can be no reaction. I think your reaction is, I'm fine with this. The QR code is cool. Or you're like me where you're going, this is so stupid. Like the fact that Mike Gundy, who has won an average of 9 games a year, he has a good program at Okie State, has agents calling him in training camp to renegotiate when the portal's not even open. How am I supposed to care? Like, there has to be a space. If 90% of things is about money, there always has to be 10%. Life, business, relationships. It can't be about money. It can't be.
Right.
This is 100% money. And that kills what people like me, boomers, love about the game. That on some level, we felt like these guys, a part of them, cared about the same stuff I did. That they're on the same campus I was at. That they went to the classroom I was in. That they were one of us. That they actually liked it there on some level. While getting paid, no problem. Now, I'm with David. This is just, it's nonsense. I'm even out of words, David. I'm out of words.
You need Jeremy in here?
Yeah.
It's beefy.
Beefy, all right. 248-539-9797. Rico, take him to church. We'll get your calls next.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy. Whoops, there we go. All right, we're going to try this again. We're going to talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. And right now, there's unbeatable deals at Hamilton, including the August Rico deal.
That's Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State head coach. I'm a man. I'm 40. How disgusting is that comment? I'm not even mad at Gundy. I mean, think about it. I want to know what your reaction is now. Like, again, if it has no impact and you're able to just root for the helmet, you don't get involved on a granular level, you don't care what's actually going on, that's fine. I'm not mad at you. I just want to know why you get mad at me because I say I'm not cool with it. It is impacting my ability to care about any of this. Beyond, I bet on Team X. That's it. It is really hard to find a passion because even if you invest, you immediately have to worry you're going to lose that player.
That is true.
That's hard, Rico. That's really tough for me.
Now, yes, the offseason is going to be very hard for college football fans. Mike, it's why I said I can't wait to see how I feel once the game starts because then maybe I forget about it and you dread the offseason, but you look forward to the season. I know it because it's going to turn into a community college where roster turnover is going to be an every year type of thing where you went from being a perennial powerhouse this year to barely winning 5 games the next year to being in the playoffs. And that may be how the game is going to evolve until they get a real commissioner to say, hey, here's the hard and fast rules. It's only going to be this. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. Other than that, yes, you're correct. After this Saturday or games that you care about, maybe it's like, you know what? Yeah, the offseason sucked, but these are the guys we got. Let's roll with it, and I'll deal with the transfer portal when it opens up because you're right. You know, wow, somehow Michigan State went 10-2. Yeah, you better pump. Mike, can we just have the argument?
I didn't say anything.
Really? So don't believe my lying eyes. I'm adding to
didn't even say a word.
David, it was the look that he gave me. The only thing missing was Mortimer. You're then going to say your star players are going to leave unless you pony up a ridiculous amount of money to keep them there.
Or you'll get this, just what this text came in with. Here come the college holdouts. Or you'll get that.
Yeah.
Because it's NFL football now, where you don't get your contract, you don't get more money from the schools.
Think about this. Take Mike Gundy, for example. Use the very team we're talking about. What if Ollie Gordon's agent holds him up a week before the opener and goes, here's the deal. $200,000 or I don't suit up. That team can't afford to not have Ollie Gordon play. Heisman Trophy running back. Key to their entire power scheme. Rico, this is where I have no problem that Ollie Gordon got his money. Mm-hmm. But the idea that these players are sticking a coach up in training camp?
Right. Well, that's what I said. Man. Until you get an actual organization that levies some rules. Well, heck, I mean, Mike, that happened with, I think, with Jordan Hall last year, where he wasn't going to play in a game because an NIL check didn't cash.
Well, that I don't have a problem with. How do you bounce a check to a kid, or how do you not? That's wrong.
Right.
I don't even blame the kid. David, the ticket text.
And then we have.
Then we'll get to the callers.
Mike, I'm 32, and I'm definitely a get-off-my-lawn guy. College football has lost it for me. Mike Rico, I'm 24. This NIL QR code stuff is ridiculous.
Like, who's going to sit on their couch? I'm asking this question. Rico wouldn't. Kenny, you're watching Georgia. You going to flip Carson Beck at 10 because you hit your parlay?
No,
I don't see it.
Absolutely not.
Like, the way I view it, too, and I know this is weird, especially for Michigan fans, is I actually went to the school I root for. So it's a little different. Okay. I already cut them a big check. It's called tuition.
Right, but here's the thing.
Why would I pay for
I
these people?
I wouldn't pay Stetson on his back-to-back natty run. I'm not doing that.
But no. But let's talk about Kenny with a few pops in him.
Uh-oh.
And it's like, how many times have you made a ridiculous bet at a casino or something? Because it was, you know what? Screw it. Let's just, hey, Carson Beck has the game-winning score over Alabama. Kenny's feeling good. You know what, kid? Here's a little taste. Here's $50.
I just think it's silly. I'm more with the Mike Gundy opinion of don't talk to me until next offseason. I'm tired of this. I don't want to hear from your agent. I don't want to hear from you. Go out and play football.
Let's go to Frank, 97.1. Frankie, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, Mike. Thank you for taking my call, buddy.
Frank, it's good to hear from you again. What's going on, pal?
Yeah, Mike, I was just wondering, do you ever think that if they get a new commissioner in college, that it would go back to where you have to wait a year before you can transfer again?
Ooh, Rico, I want you to weigh in on this. I don't think they can do it, Frank. It's going to be a right-to-work lawsuit.
Yeah, Frank, that's one of those things I don't think you can go backwards on. You may be able to curtail all of the movement and the money, but once you said that the kids can now just play immediately. Now, here's what may happen, Frank. You get one free one. And then after that, you have to sit out. So choose your next school. We'll allow you to say we made a mistake. I didn't mean to go to this school. I want to go to this school. My coach got fired. But after that, you now have to sit out if you transfer. I think that would stop a lot of the movement.
I see. Yeah. That's true, Mike. That's true. You know, I years ago I couldn't wait for college football to start, but I could care less now if they were playing in my backyard. I'm just going to wait for Sundays now and root for my two favorite pro teams. One is with the Lions. I think they're going to do great this year. And the other one is a team that brought so much joy to me in my life, the New England Patriots.
Yeah, and Frank, listen, I think that's the danger zone for college football is they don't realize the NFL's taking all the oxygen in the room. Like this is people don't need college the way they think they do. The NFL, think about it. NFL never used to bother on Thursday nights. It was a college night. They never used to bother on a Friday or a Black Friday. That was a college day. They never would dare play on New Year's Day. It was a college day. NFL has steamrolled them. They're playing every day during the holidays. They're playing on Black Friday. They're playing on Thursday. They're playing on Monday. Rico's pivoting to try to get a Tuesday afternoon game, a little brunch game.
Oh, we call it the Steelers COVID game.
Oh, that was it was like Steelers Ravens at 3 in the afternoon on a Tuesday.
We were watching it live. Jesus. This is going to be a pivotal year for college football because of everything that's going on. And Mike, you're frustrated, and you're not in the minority. There are a lot of people who are like you. And if college football does not deliver a product that keeps the interest, I think that after this year, the number will grow. And then they're going to get desperate and have to do something to try to maintain the people. But that's why I say this year, this better be great. The playoffs better be intriguing. And I think they're banking on the fact that come November, 20 programs will still have a shot at the 12 spots. And you'll at least get those fan bases to care because you'll say, well, if we just run the table and we get a little bit of help. It's kind of like how we talk about if the Tigers were in the wild card hunt. You're not necessarily in the playoffs, but you still care enough that you're following everything. Yeah. They're hoping for that. If it's not that, and we just know who the 12 teams are on Halloween, oh, man, this system's screwed.
But I give you an example. Michigan, Ohio State, and I've said this, it's not like new. They got to move that game from the end of the season. Why? Well, there's a shot they're both getting into the playoff, which means they could meet twice. But there's even a shot they could meet the next week in the Big Ten title game. And then obviously both go to the playoffs. You could play each other 3 times. That destroys the meaning to Michigan and Ohio State. Now, that situation, albeit rare, there are enough of those that if you just take the edge off some of those rivalries, that for a guy like me, that greatly impacts.
Yeah, but see, I think that's an anomaly because I remember them saying the same thing when they did the whole Leaders and Legends. Like, you realize that they could play and then they could play again. Because remember, they had to put Michigan and Ohio State in the opposite, and it never happened.
Those divisions were the right ones.
I know, but people made fun of the names. So what happened? The Big Ten panicked and said, okay, we're sorry. It was stupid. It was like, no, just change the names. But you had a great, you broke it apart beautifully, but that never happened. So I get what you're saying. What if? But I think that the chances of that happening is less than 1%. That they
what if
end
they're
up playing
both already
3 times.
in the playoff? Then what the hell does the game mean in the first place? That's the other thing.
Pride. Are you kidding?
There's pride in college football?
No.
Is there?
For certain games, and Michigan, Ohio State, I'm not a part of it. But yes, from what I hear from both sides of the fences, they're both. Mike, they could be 0-11. They just want to beat each other.
They say that.
No.
It's going to feel different when it's not winner take all. The magic of that game in 21, 22, it was winner take all.
Is it 06? I mean, 04.
Oh, the Sean Crable game.
It will still hold. Like, Auburn and Alabama will always hold meaning. There are certain games that no matter what.
Well, it just means more. 248-539-9797. Summer is in full swing. So is the schedule being as busy as ever for you. Hungry Howie's can assist with getting dinner on the table quickly. One of their best offers of the year. Hungry Howie's, any large pizza, $14.99. Your choice of flavored crust, and that even includes the specialty Kenny Cott menu, the pickle bacon ranch, or the backyard burger pizza. Those are summer exclusives, limited time only. We'll roll out the serious football stuff in a week or so. It's Hungry Howie's, any large pizza, $14.99. Go to hungryhowies.com or download that app right now and start your order. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, let's go straight to the people. If you just hung up the phone, you missed out because we were going right to the lines. I don't know what happened. 6 people decided to launch themselves into space. Let's go over to James, 97.1. James, how you doing, buddy?
Good. I'm doing very well. There's a lot of donor fatigue. I'm a donor, not a big-time donor, but to Western Michigan University. I've got a couple degrees. I'm 80 years old. And I'm pretty tired when you talk about loyalty to the university when athletes are not going to be loyal to especially to Western, especially MAC teams.
Right.
Anybody gets halfway decent, they're going to be gone. During our great season in 2015, we'd have lost the whole team. Corey Davis, everybody would have been gone after 1 year. And the way it's scheduling, too, having night games in the middle of November, which, the fans, donors are not respected in that way. So a lot of us are giving much more to academics than to athletics.
Well, James, I think there's a way we can try to fix this. And look, first of all, I think it goes without saying I hate the current state of college football, and I hate what it's done to conferences like the MAC and the Sun Belt and the AAC. But there might be a way to fix this, which is the following. That while you play on the same level of football and the best non-Power 4 team is going to get into the playoff, we need to create a sub-playoff for the non-power teams, and here's how you would do it. $10, $15, $20 million bounty. Winner take all. School gets 10, roster gets 10. And that way no one's opting out, and we have a 12 or a 16-team playoff for the G5, and we play.
And you have something to play for that's tangible rather than being that one team that makes it to the college football playoff knowing, and you're set up to fail.
But I think it's necessary, James, in order for guys like you to have fun and to feel like you're still a part of it. If you have a big financial win for the university and the players on the roster, I don't know. They got to do something because right now, I mean, James, I don't ever expect you to do it or listen. But like when you're doing prep work before the season and you're looking at the MAC and you're seeing a team like Ohio, who is such a proud program in the MAC, get decimated to a point where they're not even a team this fall. Like what? That's crazy to me. And that's hard for me as a fan to even respect what the hell we're doing. The MAC used to be a spot for under-recruited kids in the Midwest to go, play, develop, and maybe, if you're really good, at a certain point you would transfer for your senior year. Now, please.
I don't think we're this far away from where the MAC schools and the Group of 5 schools almost become a minor league system for certain programs. So you would adopt a team. I'm not saying it's going to, Mike, I'm just, the way things are going, where all of a sudden, hey, you run our offense, you run our defense. When your guys get good, you send them up to us. If our guys are flops, we're going to send them down to you.
Yeah, I'll just sign out. That's fine. I'm not arguing the validity of your claim. I'm telling you I have no interest in that. That's crazy.
The college football that you grew up with, Mike, you realize is never coming back.
Yes.
Okay.
I was okay with like half of that. What we have arrived at is a circus.
Well, that's why I said this season better be spectacular or it's going to blow up in their face.
Or you join the Wambulance?
I'm not going to join the Wambulance.
Damn.
But I know, but I can't get when people like you, it's just like, okay, give it a chance first to see if you like it.
Well, I'm
and
giving,
if you don't,
giving you real things I have given a chance to, and now we're finally starting to see real NIL and portal erosion destroying college football.
Mike, it's not an attack. I'm saying this year, if things are bad, there's going to be more people who feel like you, and you know what? I can't stand in your way.
But the
you have
problem
every
is
right to feel that way.
It's more and more being added on top of each other. If it was one thing saying, oh, QR codes in the back of the helmets, but that was the one thing,
David.
But it's not the one thing.
But this is where the problem lies. Basically, this college football is being run by a substitute teacher. You need somebody to walk in and just say, no, sit down, shut up, get to your desk, open up your notebook, and write something down and learn something.
I'll do it.
That they need somebody. And that's what's missing because it's cannibalizing itself.
David, I got time for one more, maybe? Okay, then Spencer's up next, 97.1. Hi, Spencer.
Hey, David. Mike, how you doing?
Good, guys. What's going on? How are you?
Good. Hey, listen, this whole thing is absolutely dumb, okay? Because I don't want to be watching college football and have the NIL down shoved down my throat. Okay? You get a contract, you signed your name on the line, that's what you get. If you're not happy with it, guess what? Don't care. Deal with it next season when contracts come up again.
No, I agree with you.
I mean,
now
these kids are going to pout because, I'm not getting enough money. Well, then guess what? I mean, nut up and shut up and just play football. Do what you're supposed to do.
Well, and that's the problem I have. I mean, and Spencer, look, I know what I'm about to say. Rico's going to reach over and strangle me. There is an element of this. They are getting a free education. It's not like that disappeared. And I'm fine if they get paid. But when I'm seeing guys who aren't even that good get $300,000, we've lost cabin pressure. That's ridiculous. It's totally absurd.
It's disgraceful.
Well, and it's hard for the average guy who's taken, let's say a guy's a proud alum, and he's got 2 kids just starting high school, and he's sitting in the stadium, and he's got to explain to 2 high schoolers the quarterback's making $1 million, yet he's never thrown a pass in college. I'm sorry. That's never what I intended for NIL. I thought if a kid got $50,000, it was a big win. Maybe your high-level guys would touch 6 figures. This is silliness.
Right, what I'm saying is like this, you can't just pull out a progressive name your price tool. It's just not how it works.
No, and that's the problem. It's just the minute any of these kids face adversity, they're out.
The worst thing that happened, they allowed all of this with no rules. And now you're seeing what happens. It's push the boundaries, see how far we can go before we go too far, and you're going to get donor fatigue, and that's where you're going to get the backlash.
You and I have talked about this. Yeah, I mean, we both have plenty of people in the college football realm at other colleges too.
Yeah. Oh, you wanted me to spend $500,000 on this guy who sits the bench and he sucks. And good luck asking me again for more money.
Guys that are in my sphere that have the level of money to be, difference makers to a program, not one of them donate.
Right. So unless you get somebody in their last chapter of life like Phil Knight who just says, just take it all.
Man, I'm old. I want a title.
Just take it all.
I invented the shoes you wear. Win.
Can't take it with me. Help me out. Get me a title.
This is their best shot. They don't do it. I'm going to start asking questions about Dan Lanning. Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. Probably somebody goofing around on social media right next to you on the highway. No one wants to talk life insurance, but you have to. Your family depends on it. You got to call Mike Prepper, National Benefit Plans. Mike can help you find a life insurance plan. Not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. Call Mike now. Shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate. And with over 30 years in the game, NBP is going to get it done right for you. Call 877-734-2200 or you go on the web to nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right. Let's go around the world of college football. You got week 0 this weekend, albeit it's pretty lame. But we do have Florida State, Georgia Tech, and Dublin, so at least that's something. If you want to be a total degenerate, you could watch SMU at Nevada, but I wouldn't advise it.
Nothing says Seminole like Dublin.
I know, right? Yeah. The spirit of the Irish with Florida State and Georgia Tech. David, music.
So we're going to do a little bit of a preview here. Later in the week, all of us will give our 12-team playoff bracket. But ESPN kind of goes through some things here that we can kind of preview regarding the playoff here. First is the group of 5 power rankings when it comes to, because the playoff, one team will get in. So at number 5, they have the Miami of Ohio Redhawks.
Disgusting.
They are looking to become the first team to win back-to-back MAC football titles since Northern Illinois in 11 and 12.
They are the Iowa of the MAC. They play a mind-numbing, sleep-inducing brand of football. Chuck Martin refuses to go for it even on 4th and inches. I don't know what to tell you. Gabbert is gone. It's Blaine Gabbert's little bro. I don't know, man. I think Bowling Green probably wins the MAC. But I again, the networks, scumbags like this guy, they ain't ever let Miami, Ohio in.
That's just hurtful, man.
But it's
true.
true.
I'm sitting right here. I can hear you.
I thought it was a direct approach. I say no to that.
I say no as well, but my feelings are hurt, David.
Next,
I may just hit the portal for this segment.
Next on the power rankings for them will be Liberty.
Nope.
42%. They've won. They have the highest percentage of group of 5 teams to win the conference, but they have the worst schedule in the country at 134.
Thank you. And second of all, scumbags like this man,
you know what?
They're not putting.
You know what? I'm not putting up with this.
They are not putting that team into the playoff after what they did in the New Year's Six last year, where they showed their ass versus Oregon. I think a 12-0 Liberty would get passed up by an 11-1 anybody.
Does Liberty play anybody worth anything this year?
They have the worst schedule in the country.
Do they like a lot of times they have like one game that if you win that one?
No.
Okay.
Like at least Boise State goes to Outson.
Right.
And they'll be 3 touchdown underdogs, but maybe they could show they belong.
Or you pull off the upset, and it's just like, you can't deny them because when they play one of the big boys, they actually beat them.
No, because when the playoff comes around, Liberty's going to be doing what their old president did. They'll be like old Jerry sitting in the corner.
All righty then.
Walleye.
Let's go to the next team on the list.
Hey, somebody call the pool boy.
Walleye. David, read something.
Appalachian State. They haven't had a losing season during this past decade in the FBS.
Yeah.
And since joining the Sun Belt, 95%. They've won 95 games.
Yeah, App State Liberty is basically a de facto playoff game.
You're going to be a problem.
What are you talking about? Liberty's just going to be sitting in the corner watching the action.
Right.
That's
Talk
all
about Appalachian State here.
For App State, David, it's possible. It depends on what they do against Clemson. When they go to Clemson, looks like
if they beat Liberty but lose to Clemson, and they're 11-1 and Liberty's 12-0, App State's going. That your people will not let Liberty in.
No, if you embarrass yourself, no, which they did last year. And it's not my people, Mike. It's just when you when you're a group of 5 team or you're not a have. And you get your opportunity and you blow it, it's rare that you get a second chance immediately.
Next team on the list here, UTSA Roadrunners.
Rico was the pool boy. No to UTSA. It's simple. Frank Harris has graduated after 15 years. Their best defensive player transferred to Texas. He was the freshman player of the year in the conference. He had 13 sacks. I don't buy it. I don't think they're nearly as good at, I think Memphis is your only shot out of the American. They got an offense that averages 40 a game. They'll play Florida State. They'll get a shot. If you're 11-1 Memphis, I think you get in over Liberty. I can't go there with UTSA.
And then their number 1 team that will make it in the group of 5 power rankings will be Boise State. Now, does that change things now that they didn't name?
No, it doesn't, because they're saying we have a better chance of winning with this quarterback. So this is where you have to trust the coach. He's watching practices. He knows. I'm not just because, this guy was from USC. I'm trying to win games.
They also have a couple of the best players of non-power conference, like Ashton Genty could start at Georgia at running back. He's that good. 63 missed tackles forced last year. And on defense, they have arguably the best pass rusher in the non-power, the Al-Haminian, the Egyptian kid.
Yeah, they have 18 returning starters.
Yeah, but that kid is like Ziggy Ansah. He basically started playing football 10 minutes ago, and he's already a demon from the outside.
So it looks like September 10th may be the weekend that we find out which one of these schools actually go, because we talked about App State's going to be playing Clemson that day. Can you keep it close? September 2nd, Boise's playing Oregon.
If they could stay within 14,
once again,
credibility.
Right, if you keep it close, you could run the schedule, then yes, you could probably make it. But yes, September 7th is the day for the non-group Power 4. We're going to probably see. And if somebody upsets one of these teams, probably looking at App State beating Clemson, you're in.
And if you're Liberty, you're holding the boom mic.
And then I'll close it out with this. They have the first.
You're a problem.
The first 4 out, and then the next 4 out of the playoff.
Sure.
First 4, LSU, Missouri, Tennessee, Oklahoma.
First of all, Oklahoma's going to be lucky to win 7 games. I disagree there. But I have no problem saying those teams don't get in. In the SEC, I believe in Georgia, mortal lock. I'd be in disbelief if they missed it. I think it's Georgia. I think it's Alabama. I don't believe in LSU. I don't believe in some of these other schools. I think A&M and Ole Miss are your other two in the SEC. I don't believe in Texas this year.
Really?
I don't.
Texas is not bad.
They did not replace enough defensively, and I need to see it at wide receiver before I believe it.
They need a replacement for Adonai Mitchell?
Well, they have Silas Bolden, but again, he's the size of a water bottle.
No, I just said Adonai instead of AD.
Oh, AD was my guy. I don't know who this Adonai character
Interesting
is.
how the first 4 are all SEC teams, though.
LSU, the defense it's terminal. I can't buy in that they've overnight fixed that thing. Awful.
I'm willing to buy into LSU. Tennessee is the one. Man, you got to prove it to me. I've been hearing this every year for the last since Peyton Manning.
Let's go to Liberty.
And then the next 4 out.
T. Martin. That was the last time they were good.
The next 4 out. Michigan, Kansas State, Oklahoma State, and Clemson.
Michigan, Kansas State, Oklahoma State, Clemson.
That's the next 4 out. Yeah, I don't buy K-State winning more than 9.
Oklahoma
Michigan,
State.
8.
Yeah, Oklahoma State just always finds a way to just in November just lose 2 games. Late in the season, they just how did you lose that game? And then they follow it up with another loss.
Let's check in on Liberty.
And that is
I hate Liberty.
That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Dan Campbell told the media today that he expects a lot of his injured Lions to return to the field after their last preseason game with the Steelers this weekend, including running back Jahmyr Gibbs and tight end Sam Laporta. One player looking to remain.
A Michigan quarterback battle coming into focus. We talked about it and asked what the floor for the team is. Hour two, a little bit of college football and just some news. Mike Gundy had a couple of things to say yesterday, and it really struck a chord with me. And what we're about to do here is something a little different. There is nothing that gets more airtime on this station that should get less than the backup quarterback spot for your Detroit Lions. I think the four of us here in this room are aligned that if anything happens to Jared Goff, your season's over. And I don't mean from ever winning a game. I mean you're not winning a Super Bowl. Goff healthy, Super Bowl. Goff not, game over. That it doesn't matter who you would have signed. You're not winning the Super Bowl. You're not moving forward. Well, in this town and on this station, I mean, backup quarterback talk is unbelievable. People screaming to the hilltops. Yeah. Who needs to be the backup? Well, we said, you know what? Let's have some fun. So David has been kind enough to put together a list. We're going to go around the room, and we're going to see if any of you hyenas can name backup quarterbacks. This shows you how little this means in the grand scheme. That when you are a Super Bowl team, if you can't name these players you covet, then why do you covet them? You love the idea of a great backup quarterback, but the actuality is there aren't any. And if you signed one and paid one, it means your starter's not that good. And that would cost you a player like a Carlton Davis or like a DJ Reader. You paying your backup $9, $10, $11 million means your starter blows. Mm-hmm. So, David, do you want to hit the music and we get into this? Kenny's gone into a deep dive into the Jerry Falwell Liberty stuff. We'll check in with Kenny at 4:30.
All right, so I want to get some over-unders first. We're going to do AFC first. AFC first.
Okay. What do you want to know?
So,
have you read up on your Phil Steele backup QB?
I'm going to go with 16. I'm going to go with 5.5 for each of you.
That we can name 5.5.
Yeah, you could.
It's plausible.
Yeah, you okay. About 5.
All right, go ahead.
Let's start.
I'm going to say, just for you, David, Justin Fields.
Okay, yes. You got one.
Oh, you just want us to blind fire backup.
He wanted to do that. I was going to go through so I'll start with the AFC North since he started with the Steelers.
Yeah, give Kenny one. That's fine.
That'll be one.
You got to pick the team, though. I don't think it's fair to just blurt names.
Yes, let's go with the Texans.
I know this. Can I guess, or are we taking turns?
Go ahead, Mike.
I believe this is the third-round pick they wasted on Stanford quarterback Davis Mills.
You are correct.
Yes,
I was thinking the same.
I'm not going to get a 0. Kenny, pressure's off. You can go back to Falwell reading.
All right, Rico, let's go with the Chargers.
I know this one.
You can steal if you have
it. Can I go whoopee for the center square?
Yeah,
can I steal?
Go ahead. I'll phone a friend.
Go ahead.
Easton Stick.
It is Easton Stick. Yes.
You have no life.
All right. Kenny.
You might as well be in Costa Rica right now.
The Ravens. The Ravens.
I know this one too. Oh,
Go ahead, steal it.
Who is Josh Johnson?
I would never in 100 years.
What
So
college
is
is
anybody
Josh Johnson?
outside of Mike going to get one?
Mike, what college is Josh Johnson from?
San Diego. Harbaugh coached him.
All right, Rico. The Buffalo Bills.
Oh, that's a good one. I'll give these guys a chance.
I want to steal. Mitch Trubisky, I believe.
Oh, yes, right, because he's out.
Yes.
Kenny, good on you. Good on
Now
you.
I'm off the board now. Leave me alone.
You got Justin Fields, so. All right, let's try again, Rico. The Dolphins.
Rico Beard. Miami Dolphins. Tua's brittle. They need a backup. I mean,
who is it, Mike?
It is New York Jet legend Mike White. I think.
You are so right.
Yes. He took the most brutal hit of the year last year. Remember where his stomach, his ass was 5 feet past his stomach? He got folded up like a folding chair.
So is Rico going to get one?
Yeah, ask him the Niners.
I'll get to the NFC in a second. The Colts, the Indianapolis Colts.
Remember now,
It
they
is no, because he's now at Kansas City.
We got to get Rico one, David.
Mike, what
I
is
can
it?
give you a
No,
clue.
just give it to Mike. What is
I
it?
don't know this one.
You do?
I'm taking a swing here. Old quarterback, Joe Flacco.
You are correct.
All right.
Nice job, Kenny.
Wait, he's there?
Yes.
Nice job. So, and by the
I thought I
way,
remember seeing that. I just wasn't sure because he's been on like 11 teams now.
by the way, for the Lions fans screaming about backup quarterbacks, here are the people you're screaming about. Are any of these stiffs saving anybody?
I'll give you an easy one.
I don't like this game.
I'll give
I just don't like this game.
I'll give you an easy one, Rico. The Jacksonville Jaguars.
You got this, Rico. I know you got this. Think. Do. You know this. Think. Come on, you're too smart.
I got nothing.
Mid 2000s rapper. Think about it. We have a song.
We have a song about it. This is a guy who you were afraid your team was going to draft. This
the
guy's,
OG JJ McCarthy.
This guy's first name is the main character in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Played for Nick Saban.
Oh, Mac Jones.
There you go. Jeez. Oh, Kenny, I'm exhausted. We had to carry him along.
All right, so let's finish off the AFC South. Anybody? First up, Titans.
Who is Will Levis's backup? Because Will Levis should be a backup. I don't know.
Right, Will Levis.
Yeah, I don't know
backs
this one.
himself up.
I fully admit I don't know this
I
one.
can give you a hint if you want it.
Well, I would love it.
Former Steeler.
No. Not helmet guy.
Mason Rudolph.
Oh, God.
Nothing screams backup like Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, like
everybody.
being beaten with your own helmet.
Correct.
All right, Kansas City Chiefs.
That's Carson Wentz. That
Okay,
I know.
all right. There you go.
That I don't know.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah,
there it is.
we go.
Now he's getting some momentum.
Now, you know this one as well. I know you know this one. The Raiders.
Oh, well,
You're the king of his fan club.
Yeah, O'Connell. Yeah.
I
Yes.
like Aiden O'Connell.
Well, I was going to say Gardner Minshew, but
He's
he
a
won
starter.
the job. Yeah.
Now, do you know this one? Anyone? The Browns.
Oh, boy. Yes.
Yeah, Jameis. Winston.
What's your guess? Oh, it's too late. I already gave it away. With my look, it is Jameis Winston.
I was so close. He just beat me to it, but I'm proud of him. Now
Yes.
he's back in the mix.
I still don't like this game.
I'll give you one more
Oh,
before
no,
we go
that's
to
what all the
the.
Lion fans are screaming about. These are the people that are going to save us.
Oh, it gets worse with the NFC. Let me give you one more before we get to the NFC. That would be the Jets.
I know this one. Am I allowed?
Yeah.
Tyrod Taylor.
That is correct.
Benedict Arnold.
That is
traitor.
correct.
He went across town.
That traitor, he's the one that got stabbed in order for Justin Herbert to start.
Oh my God.
Not stabbed. I'm sorry. I should say he got
a misaligned injection.
Yes. Thank you. He didn't get stabbed. Not actually.
God.
I just made that up.
David just killed Tyrod Taylor.
Oh, the Chargers almost killed Tyrod.
A doctor almost did that. He ended up in the hospital. Punctured his lung.
Okay.
Now,
Doc, I don't think this is right. Quiet.
Here's what I want. We'll get to the NFC, but I want the ticket texters. Tell me the name you heard that would stop your crying about the Lions' backup QB situation. That's what I want to know. Because you know who's not ranked amongst backups in this league? Hendon Hooker. Who's the guy that could replace Nate Sudfeld that you just heard in the AFC where you'd go, okay, we're all right? Who is it? The answer is none of those.
I would say Carson Wentz. That's the only one.
You know what? Right here.
Okay.
Reed.
Back up.
Reed.
Back up.
Cancer.
Back up.
No one likes him.
Doesn't matter.
Bad person. Rico, read something.
Just win me games. That's all that matters.
Read.
Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go all summer long and still watch my great shows and sports. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up with all the action with the games in Paris that are now over. So you get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruption. That's key. I get all the out-of-market scores and stats with Xfinity, the latest injury updates. You can keep up with the baseball playoffs. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or stop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Being number one's not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Serta has all three. Number one, they make the best mattresses, bought by millions every year. They have the experience, 111 years in the game, making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they do it right here in the state of Michigan. Right now, during the Labor Day sales event, you could save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, before we get to the NFC, you know Rico and I hate the backup quarterback conversation. David, the ticket text coming in. Who is the backup you heard in the AFC that you would lust after for the Lions to have?
A2 in Tecumseh says Mac Jones can play. He could be my backup anytime.
Can't play.
Thank you.
Atrocious. And might be a real Richard. Another guy none of his teammates seemingly liked.
Didn't go to his birthday party?
Correct.
Based on last year's resurgence, Flacco would be the most comfortable. Flacco.
So the people who complain that Goff's not mobile want to find a statuesque version of Jared Goff in Joe Flacco.
What about Mason Rudolph?
Oh, go to hell.
Someone's saying Jameis Winston, but we're not winning a Super Bowl with him.
You know what? I can live with that. No, I can live with Jameis because Jameis can come in and at least give you 3-4 games if you need it. That's just a reason why they're not starting quarterbacks.
Correct.
Okay? David, are you ready for the NFC?
I am ready for the NFC.
Hit the button. We'll see if Rico. Can we get Rico a water, by the way? He's dying over here. He's turning his mic off every 3 seconds. The poor guy. It's like he's got an almond stuck in his throat. Help this guy out. Get him a water.
David knows. It's the studios.
I'm locked in. Let's go.
Well, I'm going to give you all one because everyone knows where this player got drafted and where he is, and he's the backup. I'm giving you the Falcons. Giving you that. We're
all
not
right,
going to.
Rico got his.
Counting that.
Yeah. That was going to be your one. I'm sorry, Rico. So I'll start with your team. Who is your backup for the 49ers?
Josh Dobbs.
It is Josh Dobbs.
Aerospace engineer Josh Dobbs.
That was an easy one there.
Seriously, that's what he studied at Tennessee.
Yeah, he's trash. He should be that.
Okay.
Let's go to the Seahawks. Anyone.
I know this. I'll wait because you make me feel bad about knowing things.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait. Is that Sam Howell?
Yes.
Yes, it is Sam Howell. Yeah, look
say
at
it
you.
loud. Say it proud. You're a nerd, too.
I watched a lot of football this weekend.
Look at you.
I'm proud of you.
The New Orleans Saints.
I know this one. But
man, do you?
Yeah, this is my dude. I think I'm right. Remember, Cash the Ticket was a Jake Hayner podcast. Fresno State, Jake Hayner.
Yeah, that was too easy for you, Mike. That was way too easy.
Santa Claus? I don't know.
Santa
Bobby
Claus.
A. Bear. Go ahead.
Let's go with the Commanders.
This one I don't know, and I can't BS you. I really don't. Total blank.
I'm telling you, the NFC's bad.
Is it somebody we should know, David?
Yes.
Has Kenny just quit playing?
He's just over here like, I have no clue.
All right, give us in.
Wait. Is it Marcus Mariota?
How in the world did you get that? Oh, my gosh. Yes.
Because he was as useless as a pencil eraser earlier. Now he's on fire.
I knew he went to, I'm like, wait, was it New England or was he went someplace where they drafted
New England is Jacoby Brissett.
So, yes, that's why I said, wait, it's not, it was Washington. Yes.
Good pull. I had that one I spaced out on.
The Green Bay Packers.
I know this.
Kenny's just quit over here.
I know this.
Hey, Kenny joined the club.
All right. Maybe I get this wrong.
This is in my division. I don't even know.
Sean Clifford, Penn State.
Bingo. That is the Packers' backup quarterback. Well, let's stay in that division. Since you don't know it, Kenny, the Bears.
Kenny, you know this. I know this. I made fun of this dude's name for like 4 weeks straight last year when he caught fire.
Does not narrow it down.
Is it Tyson
Bajan? Yes!
Yeah, boom!
Come on.
Bang!
These are the people Lions fans crave. These bums.
JJ is now out.
Sam Darnold next.
Cannot be the backup. The Vikings' backup is
Nick Mullins is back.
Yeah, Nick Mullins.
I
is
hate
back.
Mullins because it looks like they squeezed his face into the helmet, and it looks like he just sucked on a lemon. You want to punch him. I can't stand Mullins.
The Panthers, Carolina Panthers.
I know this. Think about soulless ginger, looks like a celebrity chef, played at a school who broke Michigan's heart.
Andy Dalton?
Yes.
All right. I'm back on the board, baby.
I'm just happy you're still alive.
It took you a while, Kenny.
Which, again, is Andy Dalton saving your season?
Nope.
Hell no.
Nope.
But he's got game experience.
Let's finish out the NFC South with the Buccaneers.
I know this.
Oh, Kenny, you should know this.
You
one.
should. SEC, young, wasted a draft pick because they did the Doug and Scott. Oh, just take a guy in the third round. Ooh. This guy sucks.
Matt Corral?
No. No, the Panthers wasted a pick on him. You want it?
I got nothing. Yeah, tell me.
Kyle Trask, Florida.
What a way. That's bum. It's Florida. That's why. I'm sorry.
Keep going.
The Rams.
I know this one. You're a guy.
Jimmy G.
Yeah. I knew you would get that one. Let's go to the Cardinals.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'm sitting this one out. I don't know this one. I really don't.
I'm trying to think who's the guy they.
What is it like?
This is the guy that booted Josh Dobbs out because they liked him.
Can we get a hint?
Is it Trace McSorley?
A hint? He used to play in Atlanta.
Tyler Heineke.
Nope.
I'm out. No, not receding hairline. Desmond Ritter?
Desmond
Oh,
Ritter.
no.
Yeah.
Can't. Male
Desmond
pattern
Ritter.
baldness. Can't do it.
I love how you all got it right at the same time.
Nope. He looks like Jerry Rice with the late years where the hair started behind his ears. Nope.
You know this one, Mike. The Giants. No one guess. I'm
True.
sorry. Everyone guessed but Mike. Everyone guessed but Mike.
All right. I'll just sit here.
He even just actually
Think about his best ability is dancing.
Not Drew.
Very punchable. Yes.
Not who? Who did you say?
Drew Lock.
Yeah.
He said Drew. I'm like, wait,
Yeah.
he's still in the league?
Very punchable face.
Exactly.
That's every Giant to you.
He stinks.
But we all know the true backup in New York.
Tommy Cutlet.
It's Tommy Cutlet. Hey.
Would I've gotten points if I would have said Tommy DeVito?
I would have given you points for that.
When are we doing the third string QBs? This is exciting.
The Eagles.
You know this.
You all know this one.
Come on.
Your guy.
Kenny Pickett. Yeah.
Atta, baby. Baby hands in the city of brotherly love.
And then the last one, because I'm not doing the Lions. Last one is the Cowboys.
Cooper Rush, CMU.
Yep.
Lions.
No,
Nate Sudfeld.
That is one where I would say I'd take Cooper Rush here.
You like him.
He just wins with no ego.
So is that the only quarterback backup you would take here?
Yeah, I mean, he's never going to come in and say, I need the starting job. He knows his role. I'll win your games.
It took us to the last team to get a guy that maybe we would consider as a backup quarterback.
No, but the point I'm making in all this, you can kill the music. Look, we did this partially. We're having some fun. But when you stop screaming about how badly you need a backup quarterback, and then you get to know the names of the actual backups, these are the guys that are employed. So what makes you think guys that are unemployed are any better than these people? You drafted Hendon Hooker. That's your backup.
49ers have Super Bowl aspirations, and Josh Dobbs is their guy.
That's right.
Because here's what really happens. If a quarterback goes down seriously, either you write the year off and say, we'll get somebody in the draft, or you go out and you make a trade and you find that guy who could bridge the gap until your quarterback is ready. That's what happens.
Let me ask you this. Is Stetson Bennett going to make the Rams roster?
Possibly.
See, if he didn't, now I know it's complex. He missed last year. He had personal off-field stuff. But Bennett's a winner. Bennett's got a little mobility, little moxie, has played in pressure environments.
You're not into the other Georgia quarterback that the Lions just drafted?
Jake Fromm?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm all set. Thanks.
Really?
There is a name that you all mentioned. He's not the backup anymore. He's the third string, but Heineke. Would you consider him?
He's awful. No.
Played in a playoff game?
Yeah, I'm all set.
I'm still tripping over Jake Fromm and what you told me, his comments. And the fact that nobody from the Lions parsed through this and said, this may be a bad idea.
I'll leave it alone. And the point is, I don't think he's ever going to play here, so it doesn't matter to me.
He's just an arm for training camp.
Couple ticket texts, and we'll check in on some football. But just we did it as an exercise because the morning show, the midday show, Rieger, weekends, all the conversation about backup quarterback. But there are none. You drafted a guy, you got to hope Hendon Hooker can become that guy. But the reality is...
I think, we figured out two that I would be okay with. Cooper Rush and Jameis Winston. Those are the only two.
Jameis Winston. Oh, my Lord. Gotta hate him.
He can motivate you.
But
he can give you a speech.
You want to talk about, come on, root for radio?
I know
he's going to give
such a goofball. I can't stand him. David, go ahead.
But his teammates like him.
Andy Dalton is 10 times better than Nate Sudfeld. I will go with him. That's from Jason. Someone says, whatever happened to Chad Henne? We should bring him in to
Didn't
be
he
our
retire?
backup.
He retired.
He did
Wow,
just retire. Yeah.
Is Matt Corral still in the league?
He actually just signed.
Can you imagine using
my
a second-round
gosh.
draft pick on a kid, and he's already out of football? Carolina is truly like the new wave old-school Lions. I mean,
He
Carolina's
just signed
awesome.
for the Vikings, basically like Fromm, just to be an arm.
Wow, fabulous.
Well, Lions may be a year or two away from signing a third-round pick, and he's out the league.
Stop. Come on.
Says, how about Tyler Huntley?
Where did he go?
Somebody's saying he's with the Browns, third string.
But how was he a Pro Bowler with the Ravens, and now he's third string with the Browns?
Because he was never a Pro Bowler with
Well,
the Ravens.
all right, okay.
Technically. But yeah, he's QB3 for the Browns.
Well, here, everybody here freaks out about wanting a mobile QB. There you go. Go get Tyler Huntley. The point is when you
got Hendon Hooker for that.
That's my whole point. Hendon Hooker is going to be your backup, and if he ever has to play, your season's over.
All you need to do is just go ahead and start Hendon Hooker and see what you got.
I know you're not being serious, but some people will take you serious, and that's the frustrating part.
Yes, that was a
Nope.
joke.
No,
that was actually a take over the weekend.
All right. With that, I'm going to tell you about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. They've got a ton of things going on right now, including now through September 22nd. All FanDuel customers bet $5, get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube and YouTube TV. And with that base plan, you can watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. And all you need is a Google account and current form of payment. You can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 and up, present Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket automatically charged seasonally after the free trial. No refunds. Terms and restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 5 o'clock, get a little college football. Week 0, Georgia Tech, Florida State, Saturday at noon. If you're a D-Gen, you could get stoned. Little Preston Stone at Nevada late night. Couple notes, though, before we get into Michigan and Michigan State top of the hour. One is Odyssey.com rewind for yet another thing that is driving people like me from college football. Mike Gundy's comments, and I actually feel for Mike Gundy and any coach right now. The other, did you see the story today? First of all, I can't believe the words Delaware State playing at Hawaii is a thing. Again, a 1AA FCS level team. Why are you flying 6,000 miles to play a football game? And don't tell me paycheck game, because I'm pretty sure North Carolina would pay you and they'd dump truck your ass.
Maybe you want to get to Hawaii, Mike.
Well, here's your problem. Tough to do that when you miss your flight. Delaware State missed their plane. They're playing in Hawaii Saturday. They're stuck at JFK.
How'd you miss your flight?
I don't know.
I can
but
tell you
even
how.
worse, how do you reschedule travel? What's a traveling party for a 1AA team? It's got to be at least 125 people.
At least, yeah, including coaching staff.
Yeah. And it's the trip to Hawaii, so they're bringing mama, they're bringing grandma, Nona's on the trip.
And maybe that's why you take the trip to Hawaii, because okay, we're going to treat this like our bowl game. This will be your reward.
How bad is Delaware State? They're 30-point underdogs to Hawaii. I wanted to just do this one thing before we get to Michigan.
Miss your flight, though?
I don't know.
Because I'm thinking.
I can tell you.
No, wouldn't you just have a direct flight?
No, not from Delaware.
You're Delaware State. They're lucky they give you a plane.
They don't have a direct flight from Delaware to Hawaii. So
they fly in Spirit?
They had to take a bus to JFK.
Oh, my
One
God.
problem. The bus had problems. And that's a few hours away to then get to JFK.
Would they get the bus from Major League?
I have no idea. The bus had problems, and they couldn't get to JFK in time, which was at 4 a.m. on Tuesday in order to make the flight.
Hold on. So if you're taking the flight to Hawaii, how do you not have the team take the flight to JFK? Okay. This is your fault. This is your college football.
You know what? You are a problem today.
And here's why the game was added. Delaware State was added to Hawaii's schedule because Oregon and Hawaii agreed to reschedule the game in December. So they needed a team. Delaware State said, sure, we'll take the check. Only problem, they may not get to Hawaii.
They just rescheduled it in December. I'm like, wait, they're playing in December, but now I get it.
So I want to play a piece of audio for you. And I think it's something. Now, look, Tigers are playing really well the last 10 days. Doesn't matter. You're still 9 out of the wild card. But the kids are up. And that's all you have to hold on to. We talked about it the other day. If they play well, that's good by me, because then it puts pressure on Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch to actually, do their jobs. Spend and give us a product. Well, Evan Petzold had this to say about Jace Young, the guy who we sure as hell didn't want to block, can't sign Matt Chapman, who's going to be a 6.5 WAR player and might have us in a wild card chase. No, you can't do that. Here's what he had to say. This is if Jace Young is raking at the plate. Here's Evan Petzold's read on the situation. So, okay, first of all, credit Petzold, because he didn't give you the Bally's. He didn't serve you a short stack of Bally cakes. He gave you some reality. This is the same kid who had 12 errors in his first 41 games at third in the minors. So I just bring this up because, look, I want Young to be good, and if he can hit enough, like Colt Keith, who probably can't play second, you'll find a place for them. But the idea that this organization mocked people who wanted a third baseman because we can't block what guy we're not calling up until we're out of it and our year's over. You have a beat reporter who's saying it doesn't even matter because he won't be a third baseman. He can't do this.
You didn't want to block anybody. Yeah.
Now, look, the Cubs aren't very good, and Lord knows the White Sox are the worst team God has ever created. Maybe you win some more games here. Maybe you don't. I don't think it matters. The bottom line, root for the kids to play well, but they got a lot of work to do.
But he just won't be playing third base.
Young can't play third, and Keith can't play second. Could Young go back to second where he was before they tried to teach him third? Yes.
So
could Keith go to first? Third?
Yeah.
Got to go get a guy. Who?
You're going to block somebody.
You ain't blocking nothing. You got to.
No. Because you don't get a chance to change your mind next year and be like, nah, you know what? Because you said we are not blocking anybody from third base.
They don't have anybody.
Which tells me.
They didn't have anybody in the first place.
Exactly. So if you do it and you go out and you get a third baseman in this offseason, did you lie to us in the previous year? Because
yes.
Who were you blocking?
Or what if they just got it wrong? They just got it wrong.
Isn't it their job to get it right?
Yes, but I'm making a point. The only thing worse than getting it wrong is not admitting your mistakes. If they admit
you mean
the
like
mistake
saying there
and
was nobody in free agency that was worth their time? I'm sorry.
We are yelling at Mike like he's Scott Harris right now.
Because he does this to me for college football. It's all your fault. This is on you.
Meditating, leave me alone. Okay, David, take a text, and then we'll get to college football.
Oh, my gosh.
You're a real problem.
This is what you did to the sport.
Someone says, I love the exercise you guys did for the backup quarterbacks. What about Cincinnati's Browning, who may not be the backup anymore, Tommy in a dungeon? Or in the dungeon, he said.
Browning got hurt, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He's arguably the best backup in the league.
Someone says,
Not Joe Flacco.
No, Browning was good, man.
Got him to the playoffs.
Stop talking negative on Chase Young. He's the future.
I didn't.
They're being funny.
Oh,
they're being funny.
Okay.
Yes.
No, and again, if he hits, I will find a place to play him. But this idea, like another case in point, the Justin Henry Malloy thing.
I was just about to say, but aren't you doing that with Justin Henry Malloy? He can hit.
No, he can't. He was hitting 210.
But he was hitting home runs.
Yeah,
Mike.
he ran
His
into.
parents
Okay,
were in the stands.
But I don't care, and I don't care about his personality. The point is, the same thing on the scouting report is what played out up here. He's just not going to be able to hit enough. Now, if you don't care and you want him as a power bat pinch hitter late, respect, fine. He's not an everyday player. So this idea of, we're blocking Young and we're blocking this and we're blocking, block nothing. Please. Now admit your mistake and fix it this year. And next year, look, they got to shift some guys around. Torque can't be here. So maybe it's Keith to first, Young back to second, sign third baseman. Still doesn't fix shortstop. We got a dead body and a guy named Sweeney who's a 4A player. So I again, they have work to do to earn their customers, their fans' trust. They got to spend money, man.
In the 1948 club.
The 1901 Society.
1948 club.
Jesus.
He's making a club up. Someone, based on the quarterback thing, they're still saying, I would go get Tannehill. He would be my backup. He can't play football anymore.
Look, I'm not
I
mad
guess
if
what
he's
we were
signing.
trying to say is nobody's breaking the bank on their backups.
Yes, correct.
That maybe they got lost in the wash as we were making fun of this. Nobody is saying, wow, we got the ultimate backup if our guy
when
goes
you
down.
pay your quarterback what you paid him, you're going to have a dirt cheap backup.
Yeah.
And you drafted Hooker, so that's the deal.
Pick team, quarterback goes down, season's probably over.
Yeah,
See the Minnesota Vikings last year.
Correct. Someone else is texting in. What Petzold is saying scares me as a Detroit Tiger fan. What are we going to have in our everyday lineup?
Listen, it's why I said if the winning puts pressure on Chris and Scott to have to spend money, that's the positive. The winning is too late. I am bitter because I feel like they could have made the playoffs this year had they had an owner who had urgency and a GM who maybe would have made different decisions. And I'm not going to say it, Kenny. Nope. Don't bait me. Don't bait me to do it. I won't do it.
If only there was someone.
No,
here
we're going to
that could have.
no. We're going to talk college football.
Oh, you mean like a draft pick that they could have gotten here?
A selection they could have made, possibly
cool.
more MLB ready.
No.
Who would be better than Max Clark?
No, stop. Right now, everybody. No one.
Mike, you get one a day. You still haven't used it yet.
Max
It's 5 o'clock.
Clark he's on pace to maybe even get here a year earlier. So 2026. He could be here. The difference maker.
And he might be. McGonigal might be. They're years away.
So who would be here before him?
David, hit the button now. All right, sorry. I was just teaching a history lesson there during the break. Okay, thank you for that, Rico. 5 o'clock, good to have you. Let's do a little college football. Why, you say? Well, preseason NFL is a waste of time, and we have week 0 this weekend. And Rico...
Yeah, we've taught you that the backup QB really is, Odyssey Rewind if you missed that.
Yes. Rico had an interview on the 5-Star Zone today. It's out now wherever you get your podcast. Tony Garcia, the Freep. They talk Michigan quarterback battle coming into focus. And we wanted to add a layer to this because we did this earlier. So for Michigan, the two guys that are truly in the mix are Alex Orji and Davis Warren. One's a guy who possibly can't throw a forward pass, and the other is a former walk-on.
Right.
All right, that's your quarterback. What is the floor for Michigan football? What is your reaction to those being your options at quarterback? And we wanted to add in Michigan State just because we didn't earlier. Like, we talked a few weeks ago about, like, what's a successful season? Well, what's the floor? And when you answer the question, understand, the floor isn't, everyone dies and we're 0-12. No, it's just normal, within range, turnover luck, injuries. Aliens don't blow your stadium up with Bane rising from the 50.
Yeah, bad bounces, whatever, tip passes. Yes.
Right. So just, what is that floor? Now, I said for Michigan, I thought the floor was 8 wins. I thought the ceiling was 9. I kind of think they are what they are.
Right.
But David and you said 7, and we had a couple Michigan callers call in and say 6.
Yeah. I think, for me, the floor for Michigan is 7. I think the ceiling is 10. You get the quarterback situation right, and you pull off an upset early in the season, and you defeat Texas. And I think you probably losing to Oregon and Ohio State, and that's it. But that'll put you into the playoffs.
What is the floor for Michigan State? Now, again, the over-under for Michigan is 8.5. The over-under for State is 4.5. Beefy. So, what is the floor? I mean, is State really a 4-win football team? I mean, if they are, Jonathan Smith go back to Oregon. I mean, you got to be kidding me with that.
Even in year 1?
Year 1. Okay. I'm not putting up with that. That come on. There's no scenario in the NIL, pay-to-play, and transfer portal era it's acceptable to go 4-8. It's just not here. This ain't Rice.
Might as well be. 62 new players. Oh, yeah.
It can't be as bad as the bums we got rid of. So look.
You, guy. Yes, you. What's your name again, son?
Player 12. So no, I would like to know from either side of the rivalry, what is the floor? We always talk about the upside of things, or we talk about what a team could do. What's the baseline? Yeah. Like for Michigan State, you're dealing with a complete unknown at quarterback. Now, it's a guy who's very well thought of and very well compensated. The opposite of what Michigan did. But I don't know if Aiden Childs is really the guy. You hope he is. In essence, he's got the weight of an entire program on him, and for over $1 million he should. I'm just asking the question.
Looking at the schedule, I would put their floor at 5, but one of those victories is going to come against Prairie View. So really it's 4. But I think 5. Florida Atlantic, Prairie View, Indiana, Illinois, Purdue.
That's disgusting. I'm not mad at you.
No, I'm saying that's the floor.
See, okay. I'm with you because here's the problem. Their offensive line, their tackles are, I thought Spencer Brown was bad. I'm mortified at what we're putting out at tackle. We have no wide receivers I care about.
Really?
None.
Not even Nick Marsh?
He's a freshman. I can't put that on him.
Okay.
True freshman receiver.
He's good.
Okay. Wondrous. I hope you're right. Is his true freshman receiver? Was he Charles Rogers? Except he can read? Well, Chuck was a Prop 48 kid. It means you can't read. Same thing with Plax.
He had problems.
I love Plax, but he was a Prop 48 kid.
Good way to say it, Rico.
Problems, Mike. It's called learning disability, okay?
Yeah, he went to the Zoolander School for kids who can't read well.
It's called learning disability.
He didn't have a disability, did he?
No, I don't know. I'm just saying.
He may have tried to make me feel bad. The point I'm going with is MSU's floor could be what Rico's saying. It could be worse. Because I think Indiana's actually going to be pretty good.
I was about to say, you're high on the Hoosiers.
Cignetti's a winner, man. He is, and they got a really good QB, Rourke from Ohio in the MAC. They're going to sling it. He got a ton of JMU defensive transfers.
And that's pretty much it. It's the quarterback and Cignetti and the rest of Indiana Hoosiers.
No, they're bringing in a ton of JMU transfers on D from one of the top 10.
I'm talking offense.
Yeah, look. Let the people tell me the floor.
You know what? They wear striped pants.
Not terrible. 248-539-9797. David, you have the floor for Michigan at 7-5.
I sure do.
What's the floor for State? God, just say 0-12 and get it off your chest.
No, I don't want to. I was leaning 5 before you all even said anything.
What if Aiden Giles isn't that good?
But
what if he's not ready?
And that's where
Is their floor 3-9?
4?
Well, I was going to say, no offense, they're only like 11-point favorites in the opener against a bad FAU team. Bad. Just saying.
I'll go with 4. And I really, for my son, I hate saying that. 4. Jesus, that sucks.
You mean the good son?
My son.
He almost did it, Kitty. I'm going to get him to say it one day.
I'm not going to do it.
I'm going to get him to say it one day. Yes, the good son.
But 4, that's just ugly.
Think about it.
No, that is if Aiden Childs is just not what we thought he was going to be. He's in over his head, and
57 career snaps, right? Or was it pass attempts?
53 snaps.
53 snaps. Oh, by the way, totally new scheme on offense, totally new scheme on defense. As Rico has pointed out, 62 players. If it goes wrong, it could go really wrong, where I would blame Jonathan Smith.
Now, I guess the only good news if you're a State fan is Childs knows the offensive scheme because the OC came from Oregon State.
I thought it was that our coach won't get fired in a hotel room.
Let's hope. I didn't put that on the bingo card this year.
I can't take another year like last year. I can't.
Brother, trust me, when those phone calls started coming in after the second game, I was like, I'm sorry, what? No.
It's like he knew because when they did the interview before the game that day, he was, and I know, he always sweats. That dude was having like a panic attack in the pregame interview.
Dude, even the postgame, like I think they had just beat Richmond.
Yeah,
they destroyed them.
What a thrill.
Right, but it was just like, it's like, something's not right here.
No. Unbelievable. 248-539-9797. So, what is the floor for Michigan? Now that you know your quarterback's either going to be Davis Warren or Alex Orji. And what is the floor for Michigan State? Oh, sure, it's easy to say they won't be good. Tell me what the floor is. If Aiden Childs is not that guy, it could be bad. But this is where I get to blame the coach. You spent the money. You targeted this kid. This is on you.
But like I said, and if that's the case, I would put the floor at 5. If he is what we think he's going to be, or even more, I could put the ceiling at probably about 9.
Come on, what are you hearing out of camp? What is he? Talk to me.
As of now, they're saying that he's the guy.
No, not that he's a starter. Come on, you had K9 before he was K9. I listened to you all summer that year. You're like, I'm telling you, this kid from Wake is good. Rico, blow it out your ass. Now, come on, tell me about Aiden Childs.
You know what,
Mike? Give me the skinny.
I will give you that on Thursday.
Oh, why Thursday?
Because we're going to do a Michigan State breakdown on the pod.
Be a short episode. 248-539-9797.
And this is why I don't give you information. You think I haven't learned from Jackson Kohler? I can't tell you anything.
Oh, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Heaven forbid.
Still waiting for his arrival.
If I say, you know what, Aiden Childs is good. First incomplete pass. I can hear Mike's neck turn looking at me.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Like, yeah. How did Patrick, Childs do? Oh, look, an incomplete pass. Oh, great. $1 million for that.
That was awful nice. All right, read something. Let's go. 97.1.
Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? And it's way more than what you actually thought. I went home, I counted, and I had a lot of devices connected that I own. It's more than a dozen. To keep them all connected at a good speed, you know what? I needed Xfinity because you got your streaming stuff, your interneting, you name it. Your security system, it's all connected to your Wi-Fi. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing each year. That's why they've engineered a gateway to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Now, through September 22nd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. Week 0 this weekend, Florida State G-Tech will be up on the big screen at the biggest outdoor sports book on the planet. 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, let's get to the people. Michigan's QB competition is coming to focus. It's Alex Orji or Davis Warren, a former walk-on. That doesn't sound great for a defending champ. And for Michigan State, it's the complete unknown. A guy with 53 career snaps who some people think the world of, and Lord knows MSU opened up the bank vault for. Is Aiden Childs the guy? He better be. Otherwise, their floor could be a trapdoor.
Yeah, and for Aiden Childs, a lot of schools went after him. He was one of the top 3 transfer quarterbacks that people wanted.
Sparty.
He went in, at least at Oregon State, every third series he would go in there. So he got some experience. But, like I said, 53 snaps. So.
Go to Andrew, 97.1. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, what's up, Mike? What's up, Rico?
Hey.
I'm a Michigan season ticket holder getting my master's through MSU, so I've kind of switched allegiance a little bit here.
You're Stoney.
I think the ceiling for State the floor for State is 7 wins. I mean, looking at their schedule, I think Aiden Childs is going to be a really good quarterback. Jonathan Smith has gotten some of his guys from Oregon State, like Jack Belling. I think he's going to be really good. I look at like the middle linebacker core for State, and I think they're solid. I think the only losses that you can put on State's schedule right now for sure are like Oregon, Ohio State, and Michigan. I think that Iowa game could even be a toss-up just because Iowa still doesn't have any kind of offense, and, their defense is expected to be really good, top 25 again. But, and going into Kinnick, that's a tough place to play. But, I mean, I don't see State losing to Indiana or any of their
Well, Andrew, here's
other
the thing.
games.
Here's to help you out. The Iowa game is actually at Spartan Stadium. It's homecoming.
Oh, it is. Okay, so, I mean, that's an even closer game than it appears then, in my opinion.
Look, if right now, if I could sign a piece of paper that State was going to win 7 games, I'd do it. I just don't have a great degree of confidence in anything because 62 new players, new schemes, and frankly, it's just the program hasn't felt solid for a couple of years. So, Andrew, I hope you're right. God, please be right, Andrew. But I'm telling you, in today's college football, if you don't have a quarterback, like for instance, Michigan does not have a quarterback, but they have an infrastructure, right? They have a defense that they know they can lean on with multiple first-round draft picks, especially right up front. Mason Graham, to me, is like Aaron Donald. He's an absolute destroyer. Kenneth Grant, definitely a step below, but still, good player. Might be a late first-round pick. Will Johnson, he'll take one side of the field. Those are things you can lean on. Mm-hmm. I don't trust their offense. You and I agree on this. Donovan Edwards. I love how Donovan Edwards, because he's on the cover of a stupid video game. Donovan Edwards had 357 yards rushing last year. Can you imagine me hyping up a guy at State with 350 yards last year and talking about him going to New York?
It would have been the backup QB that ended up transferring out. Yeah,
I'd make John Jansen sound unbiased. I mean, that's ridiculous. So for me, they can hang on their defense. Lord knows they never leave home. They got like 11 home games again. Their floor, they've proven more. For State, like MSU is a case study in new college football. 62 new players.
Yeah. New quarterback, new coaches, new center, new tight end. Like, there's so many.
Wish they had new uniforms. Things are hideous.
Really?
I don't like the Greek stripe thing. I don't like that at all.
You got to live with that. I think Samaj Bridgman is going to be on defense. He's like supposedly going to be the guy.
Who?
He transferred from, I think, Old Dominion on defense, linebacker, I believe. So.
Wayne, I thought his name was like Wayne Anderson. Who cares? It doesn't matter. You know what? Just do football things. David Ticket Tech.
There's so many guys you don't even know their names.
I don't know any of these people.
Someone says you need to pump the brakes, Mike, on State. That is a 4-win team, and you have to accept it. Would love to see 6 or 7. Think 4.
Pump brakes. What? Where did I say I had a great degree of confidence?
You didn't.
Stop pumping your beanbag and listen to the words leaving my mouth. I just said their floor could be a trapdoor, dinkus.
Oh, no, you're right. Samaj Bridgman is the guy that transferred from Michigan to Michigan State.
Don't want him.
That's who that was.
Hey, kindly leave.
He was the part of the trade.
Leave.
Warren is in the mix because he is probably the best pure passer that Michigan has. The floor for them, 7-5.
Who do you want?
Me?
You want Davis Warren? Safe,
No.
sound, probably throws a little better. You want Orgy to be, I don't know, KJ Jefferson.
No. I actually want Jaden Davis.
Well, you're not getting it. I didn't ask you that question.
Jaden Davis means...
Can I get Tom Brady, please?
Yeah, I'd like Bill Burke. Is that an option?
Yeah, Jaden Davis means you're probably starting over.
Well, then if I'm choosing from those two, then I have to go Warren Davis.
You want a little more passing ability.
Davis Warren.
Davis Warren, I'm sorry. Whatever his name is who I want.
Man, put some respect on his name. Come on now.
Warren Davis Warren, just pass the ball.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, like I said, according to Tony, he was saying that he's kind of like a JJ Light. You'll be able to move the offense. He'll throw the ball. He'll use the tight end.
Then why wouldn't you make him the pick?
Because I guess Orgy is the heir apparent. He was the guy that he was in last year, so he was the backup.
Right, but he was in packages. See, if you play Orgy, the bottom line is you just have to load the box. 8 and 9 man fronts.
Right, and you dare him to beat you.
Because they don't have wide receivers. They lost 3 of their top 4 receivers. And Loveland is great, but he's a tight end.
Yep.
He ain't Brock Bowers.
Probably
don't get it twisted.
Put your best corner or safety on Loveland and just take your chances. Now, you may get beat a couple times deep.
Who cares?
But you have to be okay with that if that's the defensive plan.
Not going to let Michigan go 16 plays and 83 yards. Not going to play that nonsense.
I mean, you would – let me get this right before we think of it, how NFL teams go up against Lamar Jackson. We're going to just make you beat us, okay? We're not going to let you run. We're not going to let you do all of that special stuff that you do. You're going to stand in this pocket. You're going to throw the ball. And if you throw it for 400 yards and beat us, I'll live with it.
Yeah, Will in the car actually did text that in. He says, I see last year's Penn State game played 12 times this year.
Oh, God.
Come on, man.
Oh, God, no. Come on. Got to give Orgy some credit. Like, I mean, they're going to have – well, actually, no. If they didn't let JJ throw it, why would they let this kid?
Yeah.
The problem is –
you can't do that 12 times.
No, because you lost your entire O-line.
But, David, if you win, do you care?
Yes.
You can't.
I know, David. The answer is yes. I know you.
If you go 12-0, but you just play Penn State for all 12 of those games, you say that you care, but you won't.
See, but
you get a bye. You'll be the number 1 or 2 seed in the playoff. You don't care.
But it was the NFL. But years ago, when the Steelers started 11-0, that's how they started. They did it from running the ball, and I knew it was not going to win us anything later on. So I would not be happy because I know we're not passing it. We need to pass the ball to win in the playoff. Period.
If you play Georgia's not that good.
You're right. Georgia's not that great.
Defense.
You're exactly right. They're not.
Just take them to a go-kart track. Half the players will be suspended.
Yeah, no Uber, no Lyft in the area. You have to drive. All suspended. I win. Michael and Celine, MSU floor 3-9, ceiling 6-6. For Michigan, the floor 7-5, the ceiling is 10-2.
Yeah, I mean that's my floor and ceiling for Michigan. I think 7-5 because you're searching for a quarterback, and that could cost you early in the season. Some games that if you would have gotten the quarterback right, you would have won. But you played somebody who just. You end up apologizing to your fan base later saying, guys, I'm sorry. I thought this guy could actually go out there and lead this team.
State better make a bowl. So 6 wins has to be, in capital letters, the floor. Anything else is unacceptable.
The floor can be lower, but that would just be an indictment on Jonathan Smith.
I think that's kind of what he's saying. Anything else is unacceptable, so he can't take that.
Yeah, well, what is acceptable or not, that has nothing to do with what the floor is. If Jonathan Smith didn't get these expenditures right, then I will treat him the same way I treat Scott Harris or Steve Yzerman or anyone else. The days of I got to recruit, develop, I need time, that's all done.
Right. The only thing that helps out MSU is your final 4 games. If you could start off 3-1, you set yourself up for a bowl game. Because those middle 4 games, we're going to just write those 4 off.
Who's the loss in the first 4?
They have Florida Atlantic at Maryland, Prairie View at Boston College.
If that's not 4-0, burn the stadium though.
2 road games.
I don't care. Cry about it.
Hey, I don't know. Boston College,
Castellanos, their quarterback. He's 4 feet tall. He can't throw it. He's a runner, scrambler, improviser.
Maryland Turtles.
They're ass. Have you seen Edwards, their quarterback? Or it's MJ Morris, the kid who was a backup at NC State. He stinks too.
Well, if they start off 4-0, then I think that they'll make a bowl game.
But then that's it.
They finish with Indiana at home, at Illinois, Purdue at home, and Rutgers at home.
Rooting for a program where Rico's got him losing to Boston College. Are you kidding me?
Because if I say 4-0, I'm going to be accused of being a Sparty.
They're just going to accuse you of being a Sparty regardless.
Yeah, do you?
Lean into it. What are you afraid of? Lean into it.
There we go.
Yeah. Now you sound like some of the people we have at this station.
Mike's going to join me. Mike's going to join me at all the bowl games. Matter of fact, Mike's going to start an NIL.
No, I'll be the guy at the ribbon cutting ceremony when they demolish Spartan Stadium and shut the program down.
Valenti's Gravy.
All
NIL.
right, listen, a lot of you have to replace your roof this summer the same way State's got to replace their stadium. Be forewarned, there are roofing companies that skip steps, they cut corners, they don't do ventilation plans. That's not Victor's. Victor's, they start with the ventilation plan because anything you do after that, if you don't get it right, you'll get mold, wood rot, leaks. It's a total disaster. They install a perfect roof. That is why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. They got the best installation crews in the state. Call for your free roof inspection and estimate today, 734-773-1100, or book that appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. Rieger's already hosting his show out in the bullpen area. He will not shut up. What do you have?
The floor for Michigan is 12 every year. Go blue.
Got it.
Someone
Rational.
else who's more realistic,
nuanced,
says, I would say the floor is 7, and that's if our offense is complete. It's not complete, though. So,
Well, no, is he trying to say complete garbage?
all he said was complete. There was nothing
I was
else
about to say,
it.
did it flip over to the next text? No.
Nope.
Okay. If it's just complete. Oh, okay.
It's college football. Anything can happen. I'm a State fan. But until I see improvement, no Big Ten game is a gimme. Not saying they will lose 8, but 3 is the floor. Michigan is replacing an entire team and new staff. 5 to 7 is possible. Not likely, but possible. Matt in traffic.
Look, there's a scenario, too, you're going to have to navigate, potentially. Your head coach not being there. And I don't mean one of these coaching during the week and ceremonially can't be there on the day. I don't know. None of us know. You just got a weird feeling that between the Stallions puff piece on Netflix and the opener against Fresno, it would be the perfect time for something to drop.
Someone's asking, based on the college football playoff blitz we just did, will Texas and Oklahoma regret going to the SEC?
Yes.
They think so.
Yeah. I think Oklahoma absolutely will. I think Oklahoma's a new Nebraska. Texas has enough money and the geography to pull this off and be okay. Oklahoma, I have no faith in.
No, but it's funny because I think Texas becomes the new Penn State.
What does that mean?
I mean, you joined a conference, you thought you could hang with them, but you really couldn't. When it came down to it and you had to play the big boys, you constantly keep losing.
I mean, Sark is similar to Franklin. He's a boner in a big spot.
You'll win a lot of games, but okay, what'd you do against the top teams? Well,
but if they win a lot of games, they make the playoff every year. I don't know. That's you. This is your world
that's
now.
what I said. No, they're to me looks like Penn State, where if you ask Penn State, maybe you were better off being an independent, but you joined the Big Ten and you thought you were going to dominate them, and you never did.
Someone says, what is wrong with Tuttle as the QB for Michigan? I don't understand the problem there. That's Shannon from Ypsilanti.
Shannon, there's nothing wrong with Tuttle. For what I heard, Tuttle is the safe choice. If everything goes south, he becomes the quarterback.
3 wins would be the floor for Michigan State.
If State goes 3-9, you can fire Jonathan Smith. I'm just not putting up with it. You're in the NIL era and the portal era. You can't go 3-9 when you're paying your quarterback $1 million.
If he flips it and goes 9-3, you give him a raise?
Yes. It's not my money. I don't care. None of it means anything.
And
I'm just ready to bulldoze the stadium at this point.
How big of a raise? $95 million?
Yeah, 105, 120, full immunity from the NCAA, whatever it takes. Whatever you like, Bob.
What's Mel Tucker doing these days?
No, I actually have heard. In all seriousness?
Not you,
What?
Rieger.
What?
I saw Kenny saying something to David, and there was going to be some heinous sound effect to come out of there. Don't.
What?
What do you say? It's too late in the show to get fired, correct?
Yeah.
Well, we already took our shots at Liberty and Jerry Falwell.
Oh, I heard that. I wanted to hear some buttons pushed.
You did.
Yes. Push it. Now, you guys have been talking college football, right?
Yeah, week
I've been
0,
listening.
man.
Yeah, week 0. Now, I have heard, and this is not trolling or anything, Aiden Childs has looked very good, right?
I don't
Spring
know.
football or fall football or summer
I will
football,
let you
whatever.
know,
Your peeps aren't telling you that?
No, because I don't listen to them.
Because
he has 53
Wojo,
career
it won't
snaps.
matter. He could win the Heisman, and Mike will find a way to say, yes, but he's a mouth breather.
Yes, but he's going to transfer next year.
Eli Manning.
Mhm.
Well,
That is a
true.
possibility.
That part's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Hello.
Tell me it's not true.
What would happen, though?
Like if Caleb Williams can be great at Oklahoma, a blue blood, and just USC, gone. I mean, that's the world we live in.
Would that be it for you? I know you're already
it's already it. I don't care.
Could you imagine, though, Aiden Childs
College football
just balls
exists
out, then leaves?
because I do catch the ticket. That's it.
He does care.
Because
he
does
because
care.
it still bothers him.
No, he does care.
When it stops bothering you,
When's the
it
last
doesn't
time you saw me wear steak gear?
Oh, well, it's not the season.
You guys are on YouTube all the time. I'm going to go look.
No. It's not.
It's in a box.
It's not about him wearing the gear. It's the fact when you stop caring, it doesn't bother you.
No, and you're right. Just like those Lions Free fans are like, oh, I don't care. Of course they care, but
don't exist.
Well, this is interesting.
No, I miss it. That's what makes me angry. I love college football.
No, he doesn't wear the state gear to prove a point.
Well, how
I don't know who
long?
he's proving a point to, but he proves a point.
No one. They're embarrassing.
What
Why would I wear it?
percentage of your wardrobe
Would you
was state gear?
Would you take a 9-3 season this year, but Childs transfers right after?
Yeah, I would do that.
That would be. I think I would too if I were you.
No, I would do it because the program is in desperate need of credibility and professionalism
I would do
and
that.
some level of like not throwing up all over themselves at the urinal. That's been MSU football the last 2 years.
Yeah.
It's been a complete clown car.
And who throws up at the urinal anyhow?
Like at the stadiums. I've seen it.
Oh, have you really?
It's tough. Yeah.
Oh.
Last year at MetLife, I saw it.
You might not be able to get to the sink.
Guy was trying to like balance himself, and all of a sudden, all over the kibble and bits. That's going to be a tough deal.
You're going to feel good tomorrow morning.
Yikes.
Yeah. Fake polls. Yeah, I've heard of them. My fellow people in Hamtramck. Fake polls.
What's next on the show?
Keep going with this. What else you got?
I got a bunch.
Can you do the porn star? Did you hear a porn star called us yesterday?
Oh, yeah, we had two
Did you
porn
hear
stars.
that?
Peter North.
Yes, Peter North, the porn star, called us yesterday. It was actually TJ Lang impersonating PJ. You didn't hear this?
No, I did. I didn't listen.
It was so
lie to you.
creepy. It was so creepy.
How do you know what Peter North sounds like?
I don't know. TJ Lang called our show saying he was Peter North. And also went to middle school with the Mojo.
He was trying to... It was a crank call, but it was nonsensical. There he is. There he is.
Can you just tell me what's coming up next?
Yeah,
so we
you
can
understand,
please leave?
Mike, after 6 p.m., everything goes off the rails here, right?
That's
you
fine.
know that. And it doesn't go back on the rails.
But it's
till 6
usually
a.m.
entertaining. That's right. We have a great stat, Michael.
What's
a great
that?
stat
What's that?
that we will unveil to the people, Lions related, that might make you a little concerned about their surroundings.
Minnesota under 5.5 plus 200.
Under
You're
5.5.
saying what? They will only win 15 games. They're going to lose 2.
You got to listen.
Well, then
You gotta
Tom
listen.
Milliken will scream at you uncontrollably like he did a month ago.
I know. That was fun because I said they were going to go 10-7.
17
there is a legitimate
I'm a
stat.
spicy garlic guy.
16-1 only because they'll throw away the last game.
Right.
Rieger's had the
They're gonna
audacity to
rest
be
the
like, hey, I
starters.
think they're going to win 11 games, and he got trashed on the morning show.
Oh, no, I heard it live.
I thought it was a pretty safe opinion, to tell you the
I heard
truth.
it live. Like, I'm texting him stuff like, Jeff, just say this.
Run. Get the hell out of there.
It was unhinged.
It was like beating a baby seal.
Oh, do people still do that? I don't think they do.
I'm leaving. Got to go.
Did they stop doing that
We'll
for a
talk
while?
to everybody tomorrow at 2.
I thought they made them stop doing that.
David, you can hit the button at any
They
time.
shouldn't club the seals anymore.